and having a nicer life is about them having more control over us using technology.
Well, that's interesting speculation, and here on the server we need to always identify when we're speculating, but it is interesting speculation.
Well, I don't think it's speculation. I think it's the way all things are done. All things are done that way.
So do you have some evidence for that? Because here on this server, when we make a positive claim, we always want to provide evidence or identify if we're speculating.
Oh, yeah, I have a lot of evidence for that. I mean, first of all, we've got NASA, you know what I mean? And before we go to NASA, we've got Hollywood, you know what I mean? And how these ideas were propagated into the minds of people before there was even a technology. So to predict a technology means they already have a technology. So then you got NASA. You got NASA going to space, and we're talking about the flat Earth. That's my proof for it. You know what I mean?
Well, but none of that actually qualifies as evidence. I mean, it's interesting. It's fun. It's good speculation, and I don't disagree with your. I speculate very, very similar things. Just I don't want to. Because with going out on YouTube and everybody else listening, I always want to be very, very razor thin precise because Jules Verne was talking about stuff long before, nearly 100 years before. So, exactly. And long before Tesla. So long before, and even back long. Even back before then, you had interesting fiction of things back from the 1600s.
Yeah. And back then, people knew way more than we know today. That's because what we know today comes from the people controlling the knowledge, managing the knowledge. So how is it that thousands of years ago, people could build these structures and that we can't today with our science, right? With what we know. That's because we don't know what we think we know. That's you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's speculation, but I think it's very. If you try to look into it, you'll see. You'll find some proofs. You always start big, before you start, going down to the precise. You gotta pick but that's what I mean, like. We can't figure it out. We can't just grab evidence for stuff like that, but you can see the patterns that might lead you to the evidence.
You're definitely not far off. I will absolutely grant that because the other thing you've got to do is with technology is you got to think of if you pass out a blank slate, you want to control what goes on the blank slate. I'm sure I would. I'm sure that everybody would. So what you would want to do is tell people certain things. If I call it drawing paper versus I call it writing paper, right. A lot of people are going to, I got to write on this, or I got to draw on this. Well, I can draw on writing paper and I can write on drawing paper, but of course you're absolutely correct. I think that they try to find these ways. I can't prove how successful they are, but I'll just say that it's very fascinating to me that they could have had automatic cell phones in the 1940s, but they didn't. And you're probably correct. I would speculate 100% in speculation and say that it's likely because they couldn't control it like they can control it today. It's very likely.
When you say automatic, you mean mobile infrastructure? Mobile phones?
Go ahead.
Hey, do you mean mobile phone? What do you mean by automatic phone?
Yeah, mobile phones. Yeah.
So an automatic cellular phone, to where back in the 1940s they had the technology that could give out phones in your car that would have worked on cellular technology and had automatic switching, so you could call without the use of an operator, and you could drive around and always have the strongest power. And the FCC put the kibosh on that thing.
Well, it's not that surprising because what you're describing is only a few steps more complicated, I think, than the radios that they used during World War II.
Yeah.
Well, the radio. Well, so you had to have the radio. You have to.
It's getting tolerable now, Barrington. You're proper robot in sunshine. Yo, Barrington, you're proper robot in, mate. You might want to leave and rejoin or something, mate. I'm only catching about 50% of what you're saying. I'm sure everybody else is as well.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope so. Maybe later.
It's like going through a tunnel.
It's a shame, Barrington. I'm sure what you were saying was like spot on, mate, but we couldn't hear you, buddy.
Well, I tell you what, I'm probably going to be getting worse for my next drive, so I'll catch you all here in a bit.
That's
was
good.
perfect.
You're good now. You're good.
That was perfect. Come back.
Okay. No,
You're
I'm
good
going
now.
to be getting worse here. So, whoever that was that asked me about the radio technology, tag me if you would, so I can remember to come back to you a little later.
Does this mic work? No, that mic.
Yeah. And you need to build the infrastructure first, right? The Navy did that. Right? I mean, the Navy gave us the internet. You know what I mean?
What was the
You
name
need
of
to
this?
build the transistors. You need to build the antennas, the receivers. You know what I mean? And then people can see how awesome it is, how it's helping us win the war, liberate the world from the bad guys, right? And then people be like, "Hey,
Bob, you
I
might
want
know.
to use it."
What was the name? What was the name of the Navy communication system that helped us set up the GPS? Was it Loran or something like that?
Yeah, LORAN, Lauren.
Yeah. Thanks, mate.
Why are you, Heretic? Why are you gonna be a dick?
Oh, you have thicker skin than that, P-Mac. Come on, buddy.
No, I just want to ask him.
Oh, I guess he's going
Oh,
on.
you
No, Creation Bear, I'm not talking to you. So, yeah, whatever. Like, I'm talking to Heretic. I'm asking him why does he have to be a dick? I can
he's
see
not.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, no, P-Mac, you can take your personal off this. Fuck him. Anyway,
Back to the regular scheduled programming.
That's what brothers do, man. Brothers are dicks to each other. I mean, come on. Just kidding. Yeah, your older brothers always picking on you.
Hey,
I wouldn't know.
hey,
I'm
am I
oldest.
coming in any better again?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
What's that, Jay?
You're so mean, Central.
Yeah,
Jay, I think you're roboting still.
How about now? Usually I come in a little better here.
No.
Now, well. Whoa. No.
Please find a baller at some point. Creation Bear. Dig him out of fucking Cogdis if you have to.
All right, I'm gonna do a VC check-in, or I'm gonna do a VC verified ping and see if we get any activity.
All righty. How about one last ditch effort? Is this any?
Go.
Go. Good.
All I was going to say is whoever it was that asked me about the radio technology that was better, tag me, and when I can get back on a little later, I'll look you up and pick back up on that if you don't mind.
I'm on mobile. I can't tag people unless they type in the voice text.
or if somebody could, same here. If somebody could do it for us, just somebody can tag me his name if you would.
It's just me, Orion. I was just simply stating.
Oh, Ryan. Okay, no, okay. I just didn't recognize your voice. That was all. So I'll remember a little later. I'll
It's kind of a trippy thing. My mom actually has a World War II era radio that never went to war, never was used in battle, that was built in 1945, I think a month before the war ended. And so it's perfect, pristine condition, works perfectly, not even a scratch on it. But man, those old World War II radios are really interesting. I think it can pick up almost any bandwidth, if not any bandwidth. Basically any kind of radio signal that can be picked up by any radio can be picked up by this one if you just tune it correctly. It's kind of interesting.
What does it look like?
It looks just like the ones you'd see in World War II movies, or it's black metal made out of steel, 2 feet in length, maybe a foot and a half in length, wide, and maybe a foot tall or something like that. Pretty big. It's big enough that maybe I could just barely pick it up by myself. It's pretty heavy too.
It's probably something like an old Hallicrafter's rig that we call those boat anchors. Great radios, but you can use them as a boat anchor too because they're so heavy. But hey, I will. I just got home and I've got a bunch of stuff I got to carry in, guys. So I appreciate the chat. I will message you a couple sentences on that, Orion, and have a good evening, one and all. And I'll be listening again here in a bit, probably.
Have a good day, bro. Yeah. Do you guys remember the Space Odyssey 2001? There was an iPad, a tablet. And I was like, wow. A tablet, an iPad, just like today. You guys ever notice that?
It's like an iPad with no batteries. Dead batteries.
Yeah, no. But the idea was there, because the science was there. It just didn't have the hardware,
I still think the most. I still think the one theory I've heard about what the monolith in that movie is supposed to metaphorically represent whatever. I mean, obviously, it's supposed to be an artifact, a machine, a robot of a sort created by aliens from another planet. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be in the movie. But it's, everybody speculates on what it's supposed to symbolize symbolically. And I still think the best guess as far as that goes, it's supposed to represent the movie itself. That's why it's got the same dimensions as a movie theater screen. It's just turn on its side.
Really? Man,
it's just a guess. Nobody really knows for sure.
Well, I think it's kind of obvious if you watch the movie, right? The obelisk caused the apes. See, they caused this group of apes to think, right, that I can use this bone as a weapon. So, and then he threw the bone up, right, after he killed, after they used it and won against the other apes. He threw the bone up and it turned into another weapon, a futuristic weapon, right? Circling in space, so it's technology. It's to me, there's 200 angels that fell, in the Bible and all that. It's similar to those stories. It's similar to the story of the gods bringing fire to man, you know what I mean? Or Prometheus type of story. And the knowledge, that I think it represents knowledge or the knowledge, developed technology. And today we call it the phone because, black mirrors is what they were called. A black mirror is a scrying mirror that a scryer would use to look into, right, and receive information or prophecies or visions of the future or science, just knowledge. So when you think about our phone and its function and its purpose in our lives, it's to program us, to so that we can receive it's to develop technology, it's to develop knowledge, and that's what I saw in the movie. Because it had the same effect on the monkeys. It had the same effect on the on the astronaut. What's his name? The guy that became a baby after the movie. That guy, and it's having the same effect on us today. Us. So it's weird. I mean, that's how I interpret it.
You
What do
talking
you
about
guys think?
what movie are you talking about right now? 2001.
Space. Yeah, Space
Yeah,
Odyssey.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. Or the black screen, the monolith is a black screen, or like a black mirror.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's an
just like our
interesting take.
phones.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Yeah, just like our phones are black mirrors. About technology. That show Black Mirror, it's about technology and how bad, how the bad side of technology. You know what I mean? And then somebody might ask, but they would never do that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They would never lie to us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So who would do such things? Oh, bad people? Yeah, yeah, like terrorists that live in freaking caves, right? And freaking herds, like those guys, right? With turbans on their heads. Yeah, those are the guys that we should be afraid of. Right? So it's like, yeah, it's the phone, it's propaganda, it's enlightenment from heaven. It's the devil. Kubrick, man, Kubrick. He likes to be ambiguous, like he likes to leave his movies to the audience to interpret,
That's the one
have
you
their
talking
own.
about? The one I pasted, the one I put in the VC.
Yes, yes. That one, as well as the one that fell in front of the monkeys, the apes, as well as the one that they found on the moon, yeah, and then this one, and now our phones. That's it. We stare into our phones all day, every day, don't you? Speak into it.
Yeah, and soon to be the VR headsets.
Yeah. And then one day, it's going to be silly walking around holding a freaking device or putting it in your pocket. I mean, what are you, a caveman? Just get chipped. Get a chip, man. It's freaking like everybody. What's wrong with you? Like, you're going to ride a horse next? Come on, man. Like, horse is food. Like, nobody rides horses. That's going to be the future. How many times have you dropped your phone? Look at my phone. It's got cracks all over it. Freaking hate carrying this damn thing around, but I need to. I need it to do work.
I was
starting to feel like.
Go ahead.
I'm starting to feel like Chuck from Better Call Saul. If you guys are familiar, main character's brother is like anti anything with a battery, electricity. He wears like space blankets to block out the signals and stuff. So I start to feel like him sometimes when I'm carrying my phone around, dude. If I have it in my pocket, it'll like start burning my leg. And I'll put it in a bag or something, like my backpack, just to get it away from my skin, my balls.
That's so hot. What the fuck? Open
I
it
was
up.
I was quite content with my Motorola pager in like 1997. I thought that was cool. That was cool.
Oh, how the guy can make a phone call. Oh, that guy's cool. He's got a pager and everything. Back in high school. Oh, now imagine like 10 years from now. You guys think people are going to be carrying phones around?
Well, probably not, dude.
Yeah. It's me. You can lose your phone. You know what?
Embedded in their forearms or something.
Oh yeah, hey, that's the next. That's what we're waiting for. I'm like, I wonder what's the evolution of this phone, this device. Where is it going to be next? Is it going to be like a watch on my hand, or is it going to be like a some kind of contact lens that I can put on? Or something? No, we're going to drill something into your skull. Like, oh, nah, I don't think it's going to.
Just send out a ping to the live stream voice text. Bomb has been planted.
Nice. It even sounds like it. I mean, it sounds like the bomb has been planted. I don't do it right. Now we gotta wait.
Replied, yeah. Bring him in.
Oh man, they're called waves. Oh, okay.
I like wondering about what life was like before the moon landing, but just after the Wright brothers, the airplane. You know what I mean? Like, what were people thinking? Did they think the Earth was flat? Did they think that these airplanes are really gonna fly? You know what I mean? Like, come on, people are gonna fly. Don't be silly. You fly. You don't belong in the sky. Like, why? Don't be silly. Flying. You're Leonardo da Vinci. You know what I mean? Like, what was that like? And now there's like this freaking jumbo jet. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, but Bong Sao, don't you know the Wright brothers proved that the Earth is a ball? They had to correct for the curvature of the Earth when they flew 200 feet.
Yeah, going like what, 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour. Yeah, I know, right?
They would have just gone off into space if they hadn't done that. Bong, don't you understand this?
Yeah, right. And Tesla was alive doing his thing at that time too, so it kind of all came together, right? You need Tesla's technology if you want to build an airplane to fly people around. You know what I mean? It's not.
I think you need Tesla's knowledge if you want to build an electric airplane. I don't think you actually technically need Tesla's knowledge to build an airplane. He didn't form the combustion engine, and he didn't, design aerodynamics. I think so.
It's not. Whoa, I'm talking about radio. Who are you going to talk? How are you going to fly? How are you going to land? I'm talking about the radio
coordination.
Right, electric, yeah, electronics. That's what I mean. You couldn't really develop sophisticated like this kind of airplane without having all these technologies coming together. You know what I mean? Like, put them together. You put a car and electricity together, and you've got a car that can program people. With a radio in it.
I was moving in theaters with some friends of mine recently called Plane. Who's like Gerard Butler is like the main character, and it's just kind of interesting. Like, I guess I'm not going to go through the whole plot of the movie, but it's just interesting how at the beginning of the movie you think they're going to crash. This airplane is going to crash because lightning strikes it, and like all the electronics get fried, but the engines are still going for like 10 minutes as they're running off like reserve battery power. So he like tries to land it and stuff, but it's just it's interesting that they can still stay afloat like that.
Yeah, it's like a paper plane. Well, a very heavy paper plane. Well, not a very heavy paper plane gliding down. Eh?
Oh, after 10 minutes, after the reserve batteries are dead, then it's like a paper plane. Yeah, but for 10 minutes, it's like a plane that's still functioning. There's just no electronics. It's just terrifying. And then later on in the movie, he has to take off the airplane and then land it again, also with no electronics.
Oh yeah, okay. Just the engine running. How does the engine run without electronics though? Don't you need the?
Well, yeah, he actually uses a walkie-talkie or like some kind of hand radio to like with someone else to like guide him to the next airport.
Yeah. Worth watching? I did see the preview. Just
I saw in the theater.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's amazing what people know about airplanes, and what they can do in the sky, especially in an emergency situation. Like that guy that landed the plane in frickin', The River in New York. I think they made a movie out of it. Tom Hanks. So yeah, when did they make a plane or a rocket that can go to space? Like, how, pretty sure rockets are for launching explosives, to blow up the other guy's tank, airplane. Yeah, Space Odyssey 2001. So much in it. What else is in there that we are seeing today? What else is the movie all about that we are actually starting to see today appear, right? Like, you guys remember another character in Space Odyssey 2001? Another very interesting character? If not the main character?
Hal?
The... Who? Who?
How?
Hal's a computer.
Hal. Hal. What a character. You sure Hal is not human? It's just a computer, dude. Just saying, he's one hell of a character. Probably the most interesting character in this whole movie.
To be honest, I've never even seen that movie. I watched like that. Yeah, I've never watched all the way through. I watched that 20-minute intro of the evolution bullshit. That's it. That's all I watched.
You gotta watch it. Yeah, that's how I came. That's how I approached it too. It was like, oh, it's so boring. It's so slow when I was younger. And it's evolution. I don't want to watch this evolution crap. And I finally sat down to watch it because of Flat Earth, and oh my god, it's like Kubrick is doing it again. He's revealing things. You know what I mean, to us. Through symbolism. So that's what I'm seeing. Because after Eyes Wide Shut, you go back, and look at his work, and he's actually trying to educate people on what's really going on or how things are really. Well, that's what I'm seeing in the movies. Either it's propaganda, which kind of it's pretty good, accurate, in my opinion, or it's just a fantastic story teller.
That Room 237. Now that was I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah. Very creepy. Yeah. What about 237? What movie is that? Is that Space Odyssey?
It's Cliff Notes version is basically Kubrick admitting that he was the one that filmed the fake space missions through the lens of The Shining.
Oh yeah. I saw that. I looked into those too. I was blown away by that tablet. When I saw the tablet, I was like, wait a minute. This was known way, way before, it was even made. Like, people knew, these guys knew that they could make this. There's just, to get a bunch of people to make the hardware.
Unless it was meant to represent the movie itself.
The phone?
Well, the monolith.
Oh, the monolith. Yeah, that's because you got the monolith, you got Hal, right? These are like three stories in one. You know what I mean? Then you got that evolution idea of evolution. You got aliens at the end, right? You got aliens and reincarnation at the end. You got aliens, reincarnation. You got it's all these things. Man
hold on there,
becoming
Bon.
a dog. Yep,
hold on, there are no aliens in that movie.
Entities. Okay, entities. Can I say it like that?
But what scene was that? I mean, no. You mind they show you a couple different objects that were allegedly created by the alien. But through none of those movies, not even the sequel that I saw, they never show you what the aliens looked like ever.
Oh, in that room that he was sitting in, he was having that experience. Yeah, aliens. I think aliens are watching him from outside. Type of thing. Like how we study rats or mice, type of thing, and how they behave. Or
Yeah, maybe, but you never see them. They never show you a monster or a guy in a monster suit.
yeah, and then at the end, there's this baby floating in space. You know what I mean? And that's supposed to be him being reborn as a what? As a space baby, or as a god? Like it's like, oh, it's up to you. It's up to you to finish the movie.
It's kind of funny to think that spherical membrane or whatever around the baby, even that thing can withstand the 10 to the negative 7 vacuum of the vacuum of space.
Because it's egg-shaped. It's the strongest shape. It can eat. Yeah, I know, right? The vacuum of space. It's like, and these aliens really know how to deal with the vacuum of space, man. Like, what kind of material is that? What kind of organic material is that floating around in the vacuum of space, Kubrick? Oh, rest in peace. (1967), right? Space Odyssey. I watched it today. 68.
Yeah, it was like it was the biggest movie in the world that year, and then the very next year they go to the moon.
Yeah, to the moon. There you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, get everybody emotional about it first, like get everybody wondering about it, like, oh. And when you actually do the mission, the moon thing, it's easier for them to accept that it's real, eh? Especially with the cool CGI, technology they had back then. If you were alive back then, because now it looks fake ass. I like how Kubrick plays the classical music and for space. Dun, 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 as they're moving slowly through space, sets the tone, right? Emptiness. It's like being underwater, It's the experience. It's the feeling you get from watching. It's like you're underwater. Just still, quiet. Maybe some bloop bloop here and there, but that's what space is like. Oh, and don't forget to wear your snorkel, just in case. Because, astronauts have been known to drown in space.
Do you reckon that maybe up there in the sky, instead of a vacuum, it is actually a liquid?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea, but it can't be nothing.
Yeah, I like that phrase, yeah. It can't be nothing. So maybe they have got their tongue very much planted within their cheek when they're saying that astronauts are drowning. Maybe they are.
Exactly. That's because you guys are training in a pool, so you can go up there. I guess it's a pool up there as well, right? Like, why are you training in water to go operate in nothing? Like what? That's like training in the cold to go work in the heat. Like, why? Aren't you supposed to be training in the heat to operate in the heat? Train in the most densest medium that we can, the water, so you can go operate in a no medium. Wearing suits you should be wearing in the water in no medium. Like, what the?
I know you were talking about Stanley Kubrick earlier, and he's very interesting, and I'd urge everybody to do as much research as they can. But over the last couple of days and weeks, we've been talking about precognitive programming and them having that tongue within their cheek and mocking us and so on. I posted the James Bond Moonraker clip of the part where James Bond is chased through a movie set of what appears to be the moon landing. It's quite
I-
interesting. They drop those things into films. It's a conspiracy
Yeah.
theory, you wet dream, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Keep in mind that's not
mockery.
Moonraker. Moonraker was one made with Roger Moore many years later. That one, the movie you're showing is Diamonds Are Forever.
Oh shit! Have I got Percy the wrong bloody one? Fucking typical, right? Give me 2 minutes. I'll go find the actual one.
It's all right. Austin Powers did it too.
No, you're fine. I might have even got the movie wrong, so it might be Diamonds Are Forever and not Moonraker, right? Have I just got the movie wrong?
Oh no, you got the movie wrong. So it was Diamonds Are Forever. He's walking through just a laboratory of some kind and like investigating some stuff. He runs across a fake moon set where some astronauts are practicing walking on the moon, and he steals a silly moon car thing and busts out of it, and they chase him across the desert with it.
Oh dear.
In the Moonraker movie, they actually in the movie that goes to the fictional.
Yeah, it's almost like they want people to know that the moon landing could have been faked or was actually faked. And then we have something strange happened on the way to the moon. The documentary.
Capricorn 1 is also very interesting. How NASA ends up hunting the astronauts down. I thought that was interesting.
Is that Capricorn 1, did you say?
Yeah.
And then we have NASA. And then we have NASA's freaking amateur ass, freaking bendy door ass, freaking, you know what I mean? Like, then you got Elon Musk is freaking fake car, fake. It looks so, it's real because it looks so fake. Like, you guys trying to tell us it's fake? Are you guys trying to tell us the moon landing's fake? You guys trying to tell us it?
Man, just the globe earthers that have been coming in lately are just low level. Where are the big hitters at? These guys that play dumb as if that's an intelligent thing to do.
Well, they're all dead. Well, killed them all. I mean, it's kind of hard to do when Neil deGrasse Tyson is on TV saying that stuff is flat and you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth. It's kind of hard to, to hit a home run. When your coach is telling you, you can't. That bat is not a bat. That bat is a fake bat. You're not going to hit a home run with it.
CB, if you're asking where these more popular anti-flat earthers have been on these other servers, they've been getting like their own nights. They're like they have like little starring roles, recurring starring roles now.
I saw that. I've seen that in Tartaria or whatever. Cause was that the Tartaria server?
Yeah, that and Geos too.
Yeah. Where that bollocks is tolerated, basically. They're on other servers where that bollocks is tolerated. And encouraged.
Shoot. I might need to rebrand CB to BC. Friggin' bad cop up in here. Central knows what I'm talking about. There's a lot of good cops. Somebody's got to be the bad cop every now and again, right?
I don't mind being the bad cop, mate, if you want to throw it over this way. Who you laying the hammer down to?
No, I was just thinking about it. It just crossed my mind. I was sending a message to Central and CB, BC. I'm like, you know what? Cop, comma, bad.
Okay.
You know what's funny is even these all these other sophists, right? These popular anti-flat earthers, even they avoid gem pandas like the plague. It's funny to me.
Is there a reason why like they don't come here? Do they feel like they just can't get a leg up, or I just need my 15 minutes to talk? Like Miggy's been saying, you don't get your 15 minutes. If you start off with a fallacy, you're getting called out. So I'm sorry.
Would you consider Einstein a heavy hitter? I mean, if he was here, if I could like conjure him up and bring him in here, what do you think? Would you consider him a heavy hitter?
I don't know. They're trying to make him look bad. I mean, I see this Verizon wireless commercial, and this girl seems to be like schooling Einstein on what to do. So.
Oh, Verizon, eh? Okay. What about Newton? You reckon Newton? Nah, probably not. Newton's not a good one. Well, any of these super smart guys that developed, these theories, like, would you consider them heavy?
Sir Isaac Newton gets born and blows everybody's nips off with his big brains. Of course, he also thought he could turn metal into gold and died eating mercury, making him yet another stupid bitch.
Died eating mercury? Or is that real?
Yes, that is real. Isn't it just amazing how all these geniuses are either like marrying their cousins or something really weird like Einstein, or like Newton eating mercury to become the first man to ever shit gold? I mean, what is it with these people that choose to define what's reality and what's not? I mean,
God Rocket, how else are you going to come up with ideas like gravity?
Well, I guess you got to be as batshit crazy to come up with an idea like that. So I guess maybe you got a good point.
Yeah, maybe he thought the mercury was a philosopher's stone or something.
I don't know, but it's amazing, the people that they look up to. And when you look into them, they're just worst choice they ever could have made. I mean, really. It's just a way for them to look at everybody and go, ha, 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 spit in your face, ha, 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 to the whole world.
I mean, God Rocket, when you were in school, would you have like friends in class be like, my daddy beat up your dad, stuff like that? I feel like they'll treat Einstein and Newton like, oh, my dad's smarter than your dad. It's like, is he really?
Yeah, I think everybody had a little bit of that when they were young, but.
We were talking earlier today. I would challenge that you bring in anybody, like any of these quote unquote big hitters, Neil deGrasse, Brian Cox, you name it. You guys can pick. But I think we would hold our own pretty well against anyone.
Do you know anything about Brian Cox's past? I mean, he first hit the scene. He was in a rock band. He was like a punk rock band singer, guitar player, or whatever. And then I can't remember what he became after that. But it's like, he's an actor. Came right through the entertainment industry. Ended up just like all the other astronauts. If you don't think astronauts are actors, then go down on Hollywood Boulevard. Look at the stars, the actor stars on the sidewalk. You'll find all the astronauts have stars because they're actors, not astronauts. They're astronauts.
I do know what he became afterwards. Beta! Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
The name of the band that he was in was called D-Ream, so D and apostrophe Ream, so Dream, basically. The story goes that when he was in D-Ream, he was the most hated member of the band, and they used to pick on him. They even, according, this is hearsay, according to popular rumour, they tied him up in some of the rigging, up by the lighting, and took all of his underwear off and, threw through him and stuff. He wasn't likable in the band, apparently.
That's not surprising at all.
No, not at all. So, he was beaten up and now he's come around with a big brain and he's telling lies to the world. He's getting his own back.
Just amazing how many of these heavy hitters and how many people that are involved in supplying the world with all this knowledge are nothing but really kind of nut jobs, really, when it comes down to it. They're just not real right. They're just weirdos. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing it wrong, but
Brian Cox really did come from nowhere. I mean, I know we just spoke about him being in a pop band, but he had a bit of time out. Then all of a sudden he was on TV as this big brain PhD guy telling us about all went space big.
it's just kind of weird how they're all kind of tied into the entertainment business somehow. Maybe not all of them, but a good part of them seem to be, intertwined with the entertainment business. And I think that's what, outer space is. It's the entertainment business.
Of course it is, yeah.
Wonder why that doesn't click with other people. I mean, it clicks with us, but the normal, or the general public, and even the Globers. I mean, they don't see any of this stuff like that. They don't see the whole picture, and how utterly just ridiculous it is. Not just the story, but the people that are feeding it to us and everything else. It's all just a big joke. Nobody sees it. I mean, I find that hard to believe that they're that blind. They, I know they don't do any research toward that area, but some of the stuff's got to have filtered down through to some of them. They just hand wave it, just deny that it's even an issue. I think it's a big issue myself, so. If you want to become an astronaut, little ones, maybe you should go to college and become an actor to the music arts and entertainment business. You'll probably have a better shot at it.
Talking about actonauts, Tim Peake, the British astronaut, has recently retired from acting. Just a bit of tidbit, useless information, but yeah, that guy that we heard a little bit about, maybe about 5, 10, 15 years ago, he no longer goes to space.
That's comforting.
Yes. This is how they do it, right? So Science Museum in London, Tim Peake was in space. Lots and lots and lots of school kids from around the area invited to go to the Natural Science Museum. Natural Science, that's funny. The Natural Science Museum in London to communicate with Tim Peake whilst he was orbiting on the International Space Station. Asking him questions like how he goes to the toilet and how does he brush his teeth and all that kind of crap. But yeah, that's how they get young kids. They take them to a place of knowledge, they give them a TV screen, and there you go. Interaction with a man in space. Why wouldn't they believe it?
Then that's another thing too. When anybody ever calls the space station or has interaction with the so-called astronauts in the so-called outer space or in orbit, they always talk about. I mean, where's all these experiments and all this information and these things that they're learning to teach the world? I mean, all they talk about is, how the toilet works, or how they play around with stuffed animals, and I mean, just it has nothing to do with actual science or any experimentation going on up there whatsoever. No one's interested in anything like that. So why is it even up there? You know,
Well,
which they're not, but I mean,
when they take you for a tour of the International Space Station, they point out the toilet, they point out the bed, and everywhere else is science experiments. Science over here and science over there. Look up there, there's science there too. Behind this panel, yep, lots of science going on. Just point at things and say, that's science. There it is, science. Down there we do science. The Russians are over there doing science. We're over here doing science. Everyone's doing science. Mm-hmm. What exactly are you doing? Science.
Science. Okay.
There's science in it. All the time. Breathing science. Shitting science. Floating around in science.
When you sit back and look at the whole picture, it really does just look like just a total, I don't even have a word for it. It's just entertainment and it just ridiculousness that's, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me why other people don't pick up on what's really going on there, because it's so really nothing going on there. I don't know how much money they get acquisitioned every year for all the entire thing, but they sure do make a lot of money. NASA, requisitions a lot of money just to float, stuffed animals around and explain to people how the toilet works and whatever. It seems like they spent a lot of money on really ridiculous stuff. Obviously, they're not there doing that, but it's just, why can't other people see it? And it really just confuses me that people are that naive. Is it naive or what is it? I remember once they actually hooked me in on something like years and years ago. I can't remember why I heard it, but I heard that they were growing crystals, like quartz crystals and crystals that they use for electronics and whatever. Crystals are used in a lot of things. They were growing them in zero gravity atmosphere, and we're growing these like different types of crystals that couldn't be grown here on Earth. They were going to use them in electronics and whatever else, I guess. But actually, this was before I ever became a flat earther. But I was all in on that one. I thought maybe they are doing something up there worthwhile. But what an idiot I am. I was thinking, oh yeah, crystals in a near zero gravity atmosphere, they would probably grow totally different. We have a whole new, different types of shapes of crystals to use and test, and using electronics and lasers and whatever else they use them in. Well, you guys have fun. I've had fun listening to you guys for the last couple hours. I'm going to go out to Mom's and do some laundry, hang out with my family for a bit. So you guys have a good night.
Take care, mate. See you soon.
Thank you.
Octane Weasel, are you there? Eric, are you there? I think we've spoken before. No one wants to talk to me. Diesel Boy is back. Welcome back, Diesel Boy.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
What's up, guys?
That makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, I know. Did I tell you? I think I was speaking to Miggy. I'm doing some studies at the moment, as well as like so I can add on to my qualifications. And the teacher who's taking the class, he goes, we were talking about gas, like, it needs a certain percent to explode. And he goes, you got to have you store your gas bottles properly for welding and stuff like that. And he goes, if you let it leak and then something happens, you get a spark. He goes, bang, good night, Irene. I went, fucking hell. Nice. No way. Hey, Diesel Boy. How are you, man? Driving trucks, are ya? It's always
Yes, sir.
quiet in here. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's happening? It's always a bit quiet in here on Mondays, isn't it? Well, it's Tuesday here, but Monday there. Like everyone smashes it out. They've got a flat Earth hangover on Monday morning.
Probably the only proof of the Earth spin is when you have a hangover in the morning and the room's spinning.
Yeah, that's the Coriolis effect. Alcoholus effect.
How you doing, buddy? You good?
Yeah, good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, not so sad, thanks, man. Getting a bit tired now, but apart from that, I'm good.
Yeah, it's getting late there.
Just after 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Monday night? Oh, sorry, Tuesday morning.
Yes.
Yeah. All back to normal after the Christmas holidays?
Pretty much, mate, yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. We kind of have a lazy January. There's a lot of public holidays.
Okay, yeah.
So everyone kind of goes back to work halfway through January, and there's like maybe 2 or 3 public holidays. And it's kind of like you're not working, and then February hits. Today, all the kids go back to school, and then bang, that's it. All over. But January's always pretty relaxed. Well, it's summer, so everyone wants to go to the beach and go away for the weekend. And
I keep forgetting that. Yeah, it's summer down your end of the earth, isn't it?
yeah.
Always seems weird to me having Christmas in the summer.
Yeah, it's different. Well, I used to live in Scotland as well when I was young. So dad's Scottish, mum's from Manchester, and we always had winter. We always went up to London to dad's mate's place for Christmas, and sometimes it'd be snowing and stuff. And then we moved out here, and the first few years were like, this is a bit weird. It was really hot. And then mum and dad bought a place with a swimming pool, and Christmas days were so much better after that. And now it's like we still have our traditional kind of turkey and stuff like that, but you change like all your veggies to salads, and then you just sit around in the sun drinking all day, and it's kind of nice. It's like a barbecue atmosphere rather than like a winter Christmas.
Okay.
It is weird, but it's different. It is nice.
Been pretty slow for ballers in here today, buddy. I haven't seen anybody around claiming that the earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah.
I think creation is on the lookout. How's that going, creation? Is anybody in conflict? stupid or anything.
I'll see if I can get this one dude to join the VC in the detention room. It's just a complete mess. But I've been working with this guy in a separate room, so I'll see if he'll join.
You might be part of the broken mic gang.
Yeah, there's a lot of mobile phones out there that aren't phones anymore.
Yeah, I wonder how they speak to people if the speaker doesn't work.
I don't know, mate. It's a mystery to me.
You've been around for a while, Jedi, like in the flat Earth community. When did you get into it?
2015 September is when I first got into, researching the flat Earth and whatnot. Probably about 18 months to 2 years later, 2017, into 2017. I think Nathan Oakley just started up. I think I caught program number, 180 something, 190 something like that. So really early when he was doing his stuff. Joined a couple of shows here and there. But then I joined this server, and mate, it's been about 5 years now.
Yeah.
What about yourself, man?
I was chilling out one night and watching YouTube, and got Eric DeBay's 200 proofs. So sat there, I had that running all night, kind of dozed in and out, and I got up in the morning and went, I got to look into this. That was, I reckon it was 2015, 2016.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest son was quite young, but I looked into it for a while, and then I kind of went away from it. It was always there in the back of my mind, but I wasn't looking into it. I was setting up a business and had another kid, and kind of life got in the way, and then I got back into it, and the videos were still coming up on my feed then. I think that was maybe I had a 2-year break.
Yeah.
So got back into it 2018. And then, so I've only joined this server maybe 12 months ago.
Okay, yeah.
I'd never really spoken to any other flat earthers.
Wow.
Up until that stage, yeah. I'd never come across any.
Miggy and I first started chatting on Nathan Oakley's chat stream on YouTube. And then we both joined the server pretty much within 2-3 days of each other, I think.
Yeah.
That was 2018, something stupid like that, man. Long time ago. It does feel like a long time ago now. It really does.
It's funny because when you say 2018, it doesn't sound that, in my head, it sounds like it's just like a year or two ago.
Yeah, it doesn't
now we
sound
hit
like
2023, you go, fuck. 5 years ago, 2018.
Guess I was lucky anyway, back in 2015, 16, when, YouTube wasn't censored as much. You could just type flat earth into a search engine and you'd pretty much come up with the latest stuff that any flat earther would put out. So it was really,
and it would keep
really
on
good
sending
stuff.
to you as well.
Yeah. So it was, I watched one video. The first one I watched was They Are Hiding God with the Greatest Lie Ever Told. And that quickly went on to Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, then Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs, and then, mate, it was just on from there, basically. And that didn't stop. I don't think I slept that much for the first year, to be honest with you. It was basically get up, go to work, come home, research, get up, go to work, come home, research. That's what it was.
Yeah, I was, at that stage, I had a long drive to work.
Yeah.
I'd moved towns, and so I had an hour and a half each way. So I was just watching YouTube videos in the car. So I was getting 3 hours a day in just on the drive, and then sometimes at night, maybe a couple in the morning, So I was getting a fair bit of information in. But it was good. I was listening to. I just find these random videos. I remember a guy interviewing someone from the Navy, and I thought, I can't verify whether these people are real or not, but he had some really good information. And he said, no, it's flat. It has to be. There's no other possible way. And I couldn't get my head around it. I was like, what do you mean it's flat? Like, where are we? What's going on? And then because I was into fake space before Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So I could kind of get it in my head, but I just couldn't. There was something that I couldn't grasp, that was kind of holding me from going full on. But as time went by and I was having that break, everything I looked at was flat and everything made sense. Like the ground, I lived I lived near the ocean, like my house, the balcony, I could see the ocean from my balcony.
Yeah.
So every day it was staring me in the face. So, more and more and more and more just solidified it. So I jumped back in, and that's when I started watching all the interviews, and then I started watching debates, and I went, oh, Jesus, these guys are morons. Like the globe earthers.
Yeah.
Nothing that they're saying makes sense. Yeah, the rhetoric sticks. It goes along with what is said in the books, but when you think about it and the way they explain it, it doesn't make sense because and then you get a flat earther that kind of calls them out on something, and the way they argue back is like a child. If they're arguing back like that, it either means they don't know what they're talking about, or they're trying to hide information that's been found out with, ridicule and things like that.
Yeah, I get you, man. Yeah. Lucky that you live next to the ocean, mate. I mean, I live in the southeast of England, so it's a good flat earth thing to go down to the ocean and have a look, see what you can see. See, the thing is, I already knew that I could see France. I just had to go and see if I could see it again. The amount of times I've been on a ferry, been down to Dover, all of these types of things. I've seen France before, but it never proved anything to me. Yeah, I wasn't asking the question about the flat Earth at the time, but I knew I had that memory. Do you know what I mean? So when flat Earth started, appearing on my YouTube recommendations, and I started watching those things, I don't think it took me that long to understand that this was something that I had to really pay attention to. It was okay that they'd lied. I'd already figured out they'd lied about so much other stuff, so why not about this? I wasn't hung up on that. In no way was I at all. It was a little bit like you into the fake space thing, and I was well out of the idea that they'd actually gone to the moon anyway. It's just
the moon landing,
it's just when the Earth was flat, that made so much more sense.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. So it wasn't hard. No, it wasn't hard.
And it still does. There's nothing that would, because I was a big space nerd. I loved all that stuff, and my dad still is. We have some funny chats. He thinks I'm a nutter, but they always did anyway before I was a flat earther. So a different thinker. I loved all that Star Trek, and I wasn't into Star Wars as much, but Star Trek, I loved it. All of the series, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Next Generation. I could still watch it. It's still enjoyable. It's good entertainment. I had the book and everything, like the engineering of the Enterprise.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was an engineering book on how everything worked inside the ship. Can you believe that? They wrote a whole book on it.
No, I can't believe it. I had the blueprints from the Millennium Vulcan.
It's funny, isn't it?
I did
writing engine.
photograph, mate.
What's that?
I had Darth Vader's autograph.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the guy who
Who's
would
that? That's
Dave
black
Prowse.
guy.
No, not the in the suit. So he his name was Dave Prowse. His brother Bob Prowse owned a health and fitness gym in my local town, which my mum used to go to, and she got him to get his. Well, he obviously had hundreds of these photographs with like his signature already on it. But yeah, that's kind of a claim to fame. My mum knew Darth Vader's brother.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Dave Prowse used to be the Green Cross Code Man in England as well, so public information videos and stuff like that when teaching kids how to cross roads. Yeah, that was Darth Vader.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Real quick, folks. I see Wacky has joined us. I just want to say hello. I'll give you a chance to say hi if you're there. Wacky?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Doing good, man. What brings you around?
I've been here for a while.
Okay, welcome back. You Team Globe? You flat squad? Where do you stand?
Yeah, Flat Squad. I mean, I'm the guy who beatboxed the Flat Earth song, so.
Beatbox the Flat Earth song. Is anyone familiar with that, or I'm not quite familiar with this beatbox thing you're talking about?
It was a while back.
Can you post it in the live stream?
I'm not sure who posted it, but someone did, definitely.
Would I be too curious to ask what the Flat Earth song is?
What was that?
Would I be too curious to ask what the Flat Earth song is? You said you beatboxed the Flat Earth song. Was that one you made up yourself, or was it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to the server, buddy.
Thank you.
I take it you've had no luck bringing this guy in creation, no?
No, I'm actually not familiar with our friend Wacky here.
Yeah, I remember his beatboxing one day this past summer. He came in and Helio was here and asked him to beatbox, and the man beatboxed. Pretty decently.
Did you come in with another guy? From a different server?
No, he was from the server.
Helio can beatbox?
No, Helio was impressed by the guy's beatboxing. This guy kind of beatboxed like butterscotch, if anyone knows that.
I think I do remember him. It was about 6 months ago. Yeah?
Yeah, it took about 3 or 4 beatbox until Helio believed the guy wasn't playing clips. It was quite an afternoon.
It was pretty funny.
Do you know Butterscotch? Beatbox guy?
I'm pretty sure I do. The name rings a bell.
Yeah, because she seemed to be like, I don't know, the originator, but the modern originator of your style of where it sounds like 3 people at once.
That's fair enough. And there's a lot of other people in the scene as well, but
yeah, but she kind of made a big splash about 15 years ago.
But yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and at the time, you seemed sort of on the outside of the debate, anyways.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why is that?
No, I just remember that's why you started beatboxing, because someone wanted to talk about whether the Earth was a globe or not, and then we got into beatboxing. Not complaining, but so now in between then and now, have you figured anything out?
And back then, I wasn't on the outside of anything. I'll be honest.
Okay, so you already realized that the globe was a myth back then?
Yes.
Okay. It was a while ago, just trying to remember.
So, Wacky, how did you find out the Earth was not a spinning ball in space? What led you to that discovery for you?
Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to fix my Discord. I'm lagging.
Okay.
Snakes crawling night, snakes crawling night. That's what they say
Get the
when the
fucking shit
sun
out of me.
goes down. Then the snakes will play. Maybe somebody will get what I was meaning.
No, that's fine. You scared the crap out of me. Where did Wacky go? Now that's interesting to me. Man came in earlier, then it was Flat Earth, no, let's do some beatboxing. Now he's come back, I ask him how he come to the discovery of the Flat Earth, and he's buggered off because something to do with his mind. Somebody keep an eye on this guy. I'm curious. Sorry, kid.
What? You're good. I was just doing the snakes crawling night, man, because they do when the sun goes down.
First round. So he wants to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion. And Curtis Humberton has walked out of the ring. Wait, what? I cannot believe this. I've never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He walked out of the ring.
All right. Well, the guy in the detention room didn't want the smoke, so apologies, folks. All talk, no bite.
Always the same way. Oh well, you tried, buddy. Well done. So that was Wacky. I'm still on this. So that was Wacky's story. He came in once before, and it ended up in a beatbox competition with Helio or something. Then he's come back, asked how he come to Flat Earth Discovery, and he's gone again. That's where we're all at, yeah? It's interesting to me.
It's weird, man.
Snakes crawling night. Yep.
Sorry, Kevin, my bad. I mean, step on your...
Sorry. I know, I was just doing the snakes crawl at night. Just one ending to it.
It's weird, though. It's like, you guys ever go out to a restaurant or like a bar or something, you just go sit in the corner and order a water.
These people, they weirdos.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
Shout out to anyone who knows where that's from. Good guess, but no.
Hey, CB, who's this waffle guy who keeps popping up in the lobby? Has he been in VC before?
I have not spoke to Waffle, although there's so many. There's a couple people where I'm like, I don't know where they stand, but he did listen. He said he listened to some of my songs. He said he liked it, so I'm like, huh, all right, maybe he has a chance. Let me go through his chat history though and see if there's anything worth addressing.
Hey, I'll be in his chat history, by the way. Remember? I talked to him earlier when you guys were talking to some folks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, how did that go? I was curious what you meant by that. You said you sent me best.
I got the good one?
Yeah. Tell me about that.
Yeah. Well, he was just or I don't know if it's he or she, so I was just saying when I went up to the lobby to help you guys out, that was the only one that nobody was really addressing, so I addressed Waffle, and I had a decent conversation with Waffle, so think Waffle was asking about the moon, and I was like, it's a luminary in the sky, just like we always see. And I guess it was like, I'll go check it out. I was like, the real good question is who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And Waffle, messaged back, no one apparently. And I was like, well, thank you for your honest answer. And They're like, well, I'm not a liar, so don't expect that from me. And I was like, well, I appreciate that, or something like that along those lines. And then Waffle listened to your SoundCloud rap song, CB.
Yeah, that was cool. He was like, "Oh wow, that was actually pretty good." Attaboy. There's just no spicy arguments right now, man. They just have, "You're dumb. You guys just don't believe." Blah blah blah. It's like almost nothing to sharpen your sword with. These guys are just emotional, It's like dealing with, I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't want to insult any children. That's probably an insult to children to say they act like children. It's bad, man.
I have a lot of fun up there in the lobby with you guys, so just expect me to be up there for the scragglers or to help out whenever I can.
Are you telling us you're part of the lobby squad now? Might have to.
I am becoming part of the lobby squad for sure.
Lobby
I'm checking on it constantly now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm cooking right now, so I can't really.
No worries.
Oh, okay,
hey, there's like a solid group of like 5, 6, 7 of us that hold down the lobby pretty regularly. So welcome. We we appreciate our lobby squad.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like you guys need some help because Waffle seemed like nobody was answering. And so I jumped in and I was like, I'll answer Waffle. Everybody else is like taken care of, so why not?
Just so you know, we have a special sticker just for the lobby squad. I'll post it in the chat for you.
Okay.
Boom. There you go.
Oh, that's fun.
Lobby squad, unite!
See what you mean,
Love
though.
it.
Wading through the lobby chat at the moment is just, you guys are dumb. Blame birthdays. What the fuck?
No, I didn't see that. Wow. Oh, I see it. Kyan, explain birthdays and walking around the sun. What? Dude, Old Haas is so on point with the memes, dude. It's so funny.
Old Hoss is so awesome. Even when he comes in here, man, I love it.
Oh, by the way, that clip was from Samurai Champloo. It's obviously a show about samurais, but it's pretty good actually. It's only a one shot, like a one season show, and it's paired up with a really good soundtrack. They had like some.
Seen it.
You have? Yeah, they've had some dope. I forget what the hip hop artists, or maybe it was multiple artists, but they did put together a really good soundtrack with hip hop beats and stuff to go with the show. So, Samurai Champloo. It was based on a recommendation from me, so I'll recommend it to you guys. It's pretty good.
My husband made me watch it because I'm really into anime, and I made him watch One Piece and Naruto. Made him watch a bunch of stuff.
Nice. Very nice. All right, well, let me go through the list, see who's awake. I'll start from the bottom. We got our boy cut the knees off. You know, always chopping them knees off in the in the chat. Yeah, our boy Cuddy. So shout out to you, man. Always holding it down. We have Ethergris, our boy AG. There's Zarek in the chat. I don't think we've spoke a whole bunch, so you know what's going on. There's a Yoke Smasher.
Hey guy, this is Eric. I'm no stranger to this chat. I don't bounce in a whole lot. I've been here quite a few years. I may have changed my name in the chat a little bit and have a different icon or whatnot, but I mean, I prefer to listen to what other people have to say, and everybody's you know, so much more on it than me, but I'm here, man, just to let you know.
We appreciate you sharing. Oh, he left. Oh, well, we appreciate you sharing, man. I'll send him a message just to say thanks. All right. Yeah, we have Yoke Smasher as well. How are you doing?
What's up? I'm just chilling, listening.
You want to give us your best Don Pettit?
God, man, I haven't practiced a lot lately, but let me. I was just about to. I just got off work, so I was just gonna unfold all this shit, and then I'll come back in as Don Pettit.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for sharing. There's Will Be Flat as well. Penguinati. Maybe we should change it to already is flat, yeah? But anyway, shout out to Will B.
I'm glad you said that. I was going to challenge him on that. Just for a laugh. Will be flat. Will it? What it was.
There's also Timbo from Down Under.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's me own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos. So, it's like Australia. In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice baby.
Yeah, shout out to Timbo. Anyone else down under?
Spice.
Spice. Yeah, Spice. I do have another clip I just added. Timbo will listen to this one too. Probably won't get to play it as much, but it involves that same Australian character.
Looks like you have some required reading to do. All right, let's see here. Okay, full moon, lose your tiles, stronger every time you... Oh. Well, I'm right f***ed, aren't I? Right in the down under. Clever girl.
Clever girl. I don't know what that's from, but it's funny. Oh, okay. So clever girls from Jurassic Park. Interesting. Clever girl is a catchphrase that can be used to express respect or admiration for something that has demonstrated substantial intelligence. Nice. All right. We also have the truth acknowledged as well. So thanks for joining us. Got the moon PFP. Crescent moon. There's also Sasha, our flat Earth baker, best baker on the whole flat Earth.
Retired.
I hope Sasha knows how much I love him. He's great.
I am now 78% present here.
Pizza time.
All other 22, I don't know.
But are you 99% sure that you're 70% here?
I'm 93% sure that I'm 78%.
Nice.
I gotta say, Sasha, you inspired me. You were posting pictures of you making pizza for your kiddo, and I don't know why, it just sparked me to go buy some flour and start making my own dough and making my own pizzas. So thanks for the inspiration. It's one of
Not only that, I was lazy to because I'm baker. I'm making bread, pizza. Yeah, I learned to do also that. But now I decided, and for 1 month I'm making now. I'm not buying any more bread. No, I'm buying some small amount, but mostly I'm buying the organic flour and most, how to say, healthy flour like
Yeah.
rye and spelt and stuff like that.
Nice, man. Keep up the good work and keep the pictures coming.
Oh,
Keep us all
one day
hungry.
I need to make with I made pizza, but I want to make a bread with I will write, but I need to make that. I need big, how to say, big tray or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That I can put the letters. Maybe I will write 24/7. But
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I did that one time in life for some people. We had the same in a time of blogs. You know what is blog?
Yeah, a blog. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we had one group, and we were meeting each other there. And then we had the name of the group, and then I made a bread with the name of that group. Blah blah blah.
Nice. I'm also you just gave me an idea too. Have you thought about making a pizza and then using the cheese or maybe some pepperoni or something, some type of topping to make an earth, like a little mini flat earth or something? Have you thought about doing something like that?
It would be nice, yeah. To explain the sea level.
Yeah, the pizza level. Yeah. Good stuff.
Honestly, I wanted to find the globe, but that one, how to say, with relief, with relief, with how to use, with elevation, not smooth globe. If you can find a globe with all mountains, that would be nice.
The bumpy
And
globe.
then you can show the continents and explain people the water and the land, parallel. If water curving, they say that the land also on the continent must curve the same rate under the ground. Think about that. From the north of Canada to the south of America, you need to have curvature through the ground of the continent. You will measure mountains if you have curvature.
Well, shoot, don't tell him that to Matthew. At measuring mountains, he's gonna pop a boner or something.
Yeah, he will draw the line to the center of the presupposed wall. Yeah.
He's always talking about that. Well, how do you measure a mountain? Zarek says, considering a lack of globe cards, can we discuss what we think about the moon? He just missed Speculation Sunday. But no, I'm sure we can get into that a little bit. I'll just go through the list. I'll finish going through the list, and then Zarek, if you want to bring up some points about the moon, you're welcome to do so. But
please don't go through the list. Please don't.
All right, we're just gonna jump right to Dave Hinkle in the list.
I'm just messing with you, man. Are you over your post-Bengals depression?
Yeah, I wasn't too invested, but I did, smack the table once or twice.
How much of years of flat Earth experience you need to have to know everything about moon?
33.
33 years. Okay.
Yeah.
That means that people that doesn't need to ask a question. They need to wait at least 16, 17, 27 years, and then we will answer that question.
Okay, that's actually a good idea, sir. You haven't waited the allotted time to be asking about that. That's funny.
Like, I will come here and ask you a question what I know that nobody can answer. That I know that you cannot go. For example, Antarctica or moon, or sun. Yeah. What I can answer to you? Like my brain now it's more intelligent. He will tell you what is the real truth about moon,
Yeah, so my question was in relation to the moon. I've been a flat earther for 6-7 years now, and I have varied in a lot of things that I've considered, and everything. And I'm just interested in hearing other people's opinions on it. I'm not like, on what the moon is, do we believe it's plasma? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I find vibes of cosmos and the reflection of the moon being the moon being a reflection of the earth as above, so below, very intriguing. But these are all speculation things, and I know these things don't fall into the normal chat if we're going to deal with, someone who's coming in here and wanting to talk science. But we don't have none of those people in here right now. That was the only reason I was asking, was just to hear some speculation from other people on that. I don't. I bounce in when I can, man. I've been here about a long time, good few years. I've been in this chat, and I don't usually say a whole much or anything. I'm more interested in hearing what other people have to say. But yeah, if anyone's willing to speculate on that, I'd be willing to hear.
Shoot, all I know is ain't no rock ball floating above my head.
The idea of the moon being a reflection of the Earth, I've heard about it, I've looked into it a little bit. I've never really seen any direct kind of correlation that the Earth is being reflected upon the moon or the moon is a reflection of the Earth. It doesn't look similar to me. If somebody could point out how the land masses are drawn out on the moon and all of that kind of crap, then yeah, I guess I'd pay more attention to it. But because there isn't that, I'm not paying that much attention to it.
Yes, sir. Have you ever? I'm sure you probably have. I mean, all y'all I know more than me. That's why I don't really have a reason to talk much. But Vibes of Cosmos, because I find his channel very intriguing with some of the things that he's pulled out in light of my own history with. I'm not gonna lie, with understanding of certain things. And I just found it intriguing. And if anybody's got any thoughts on like the moon being a reflect, I know this is totally off topic because we stick to space. I mean, we stick to we stick to science facts. And what we can talk about. But if anyone wants to speculate about the moon being a reflection of the Earth, if they might consider that, or if everyone here thinks I'm totally,
No, good. You're good, bro. We can address it a little bit. Miggy,
Well,
if you're
yeah, I
out there
got you.
listening, plug your ears. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, plug your ears, Miggy. I think that it's not too far fetched to correlate the moon with the sun. It seems to be correlated with it, and whatever is going on seems to have something to do with the sun. And no glober can tell you where the freaking moon is for 3 days for a new moon. I mean, they can, but it doesn't make any sense. So I would think about the sun actually being something that relates with the moon instead of the earth. Well, it is. Don't get me wrong. The earth is where we live. Everything is centered around us. So I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, but think about the sun for sure. But not in the way that the Globers think.
I just want to add a little bit to that. So in order for you to confirm that that could be the way it is, we'd need to know the map of the globe. Now, if you're relying on maps that they've given us, or what are they relating it to? They're obviously relating it to an AE map, and that's where they're trying to print that onto the moon, a part of the moon. I understand how it spins around and things like that, but is that the map? Is that map correct? And for it to be matched on the moon's surface, that map has to be correct. So you need to know one before you know the other. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, who came up with that idea? Like, I'm sitting here. How much?
I'm trying to remember his name. It was it's like a Greek name, but I'm pretty sure he's from. What's that?
Aristarchus.
Ah, okay.
Is it that old? Is it?
Yeah, so apparently on the moon there's a crater called Aristarchus crater. This crater itself is supposed to resemble the Earth. See, this is where, from memory, this is where the arguments kind of diverge. So it's apparently this crater that looks like the Earth, but now it's the moon that looks like the Earth. So to say that the moon is a reflection of the Earth, which part are we talking about? There is a story based around Aristarchus, and now there's this one around the whole moon now. So I'm not sure.
Because now this one is a section of it, isn't it? Like that clock in Prague. It's kind of, they're talking about it like that. Like it's an offset circle. Correct?
Okay. I think so, yes. If I remember the clock that you're talking about correctly, and I've seen a few, but what was the name of, where was it again?
The guy who recently did it took it from someone, what was his name? Anon or something like that. He did that Flat Earth video with all the mud floods and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
What was his name? Iwar Anon. That's the last time I'd seen that.
Yeah, I was about to say AWAR, sorry. I was opening up my oven at the time.
He got it from somewhere else, like, that whole documentary that he put together. Documentary is just bits and pieces of other people's research. So, trying to remember who did the original, but that's the most recent one I've seen is Iwar Anon. But it's really far fetched. Even though we don't know the map anyway, so
Yeah, that's
even further fetched.
That's a really good point. Always forget about that bit.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I didn't get it because of English. Does they are saying that it's the all Earth is projected on the moon?
Yes.
Yeah, basically, the moon. They're saying the moon is showing just us. Well, how would we phrase this?
But the globe or the flat Earth?
The flat Earth is the speculation.
Yeah, the speculation. But we look on the moon like a small ball in the sky moving around the Earth. How the fucking can project all the Earth? It's not even in the same time on the Earth. You cannot see moon in some places, and because it's moving from east to west. That means it should to change every time projection because it's moving.
Mm-hmm.
I like to consider myself very pragmatic and not to rely too much on speculation. But sometimes when pieces start to fall into place so much, we can't help but like look at something and like like consider it, right? And that's why I'm asking about while there's no other people to debate in here and stuff, right? I wouldn't do that if this was any other time. Uh, and I'm glad for y'all to respond as you have, but I do consider there's a particular channel. I'm not gonna like try to call it. I'm not trying to like sell nobody about nothing. About the reflection of the moon on YouTube that I'm sure most of y'all know of that is quite fascinating to me, and I consider and think about it a lot, in reflection to in response. I mean, I've been a flat earther for 7 years, so I'm not new to this. Most of it, I mean, I can't, I mean, I've been there. I've been here, even though I've been quiet and in the background. And that one, it's kind of where I'm at today. Like I'll be looking at that, and I'll be considering and thinking about some things and stuff. And I appreciate everything y'all shared about it. So I'll just be quiet and let y'all talk.
I'd actually like to ask you a question because you said, some things are you find them fascinating. I'm paraphrasing you. So you've seen things in these videos that have made you consider, like the evidence, right? Without going to have a look at these videos myself, what would you say was the evidence that has made you keep looking into this? What evidence is there? Because at the moment it's just a claim that the Earth the moon is a reflection of the Earth or whatever. So that's the claim. What is the proof for you?
Well,
evidence?
for me, I don't have an evidence that I can like distribute to you, like to give to you from like hand to hand. As a brother, it's like here it is. Observe it. But if I was to tell you, I was walking down the street last night, and I saw a murder, right? And I was to describe it to you, I mean, you could either, it's a person's. There's no way I can prove to you that I saw a murder last night, right? No matter how much I tried to describe it or anything, there's no way I could go about describing, in such a way that would present to you that like, you have actual proof that I saw a murder last night,
Yeah,
and
yeah. Otherwise, it's just I saw a murder last night, and then you just walk off. Okay, you could at least tell me.
No, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about like I'm talking about like all right, so in relation to that, man, on top of the obvious things, like, if the moon was a geographical thing that we could land on, and, these things are fucking craters, then why don't we have any streaks and ditches in them? Why are they all fucking potholes, right? Because it would hit the ground sideways and dig a big old ditch all across it, right?
Okay, but
And
what's it got to do with the moon being a
so I
reflection of the
mean,
Earth?
so well, just looking at what some other people put together has caused me to, and I'm not gonna try because I'm not trying to sell nobody on here or nothing like that.
Well,
But
let's go with
y'all know who I'm talking about, and that's caused me to think a lot over the last I want to say year or so since I discovered his particular channel and to consider it. And I just wanted to hear, like other people's who might like have considered that. I understand the whole thing about like, black swans. We stick it to the sides. I mean, we're not trying to deviate from that. And that's why I didn't bring it up when, for sure, when anyone else was in chat. The where we could be talking about anything. That could help someone else, right? But I was just thinking, because I think about it a lot, and I just was wanting to hear other people's speculation upon that particular thing if they had that. But I know that's not the norm for this particular channel to speculate about such things like a particular channel that happens to be,
yeah, but usually, sorry, buddy, usually speculation's based on some kind of evidence, and at the moment, I or we have just got to claim that the moon is a reflection of the Earth. What evidence is it there for us to speculate on, apart from just the claim?
right. Well, there's a such thing as and the occult and doing things the opposite and everything. When we start to especially if we've been a part of that, we can read, we don't have to be like we can see certain things, once we've like been indoctrinated like into a certain part of things to where like at least enough that we speculate about some things. And so I mean there's no maybe personal way I could tell you that I think about those things, but just from my own personal experiences and maybe even going down the wrong path, man, uh, has led me to consider that. Um, and I don't know. And that's it. I'm not trying to make a presence here or nothing like that. I just wanted to throw something in the chat. I tried to do it through just voice, through text chat, but I am here.
All good. It's just like Jedi was saying, it's okay to mention these things, but there's got to be some type of proof leading to why you believe that it is that way. And at the moment, there's nothing that I know that suggests that could be true. That's only my opinion, though.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate hearing that. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. And that's what I want to hear. And I'm not trying to try to debate about anything about why that could or couldn't be true or anything. I just wanted to hear what other people,
Yeah, you're good, man.
may have
All
thought
good.
about that particular speculation. But I appreciate y'all response. I really do.
Oh,
Thank you.
jump in more, mate. You've been here for a while, so jump in and ask more questions more often.
Hey, this server should be about learning and growing.
Sometimes it's good to understand why we're asking questions and what evidence we have to even ask the question in the first place.
Exactly. You can humble yourself when you start talking and realize that maybe you need to listen a little bit more.
Well, I appreciate the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel, and I've been around for a number of years, even though I mostly sit in the background because everyone else is much more intelligent and has a lot more to say to me, and I'm more interested in listening and speaking. But through this channel, you guys helped me work through things, through a lot of things, and everything was even there for me when I was down and out. Certain people like Helio and Mike over there in Michigan and stuff, I love you guys and I appreciate y'all for what y'all do. So just keep rocking it.
They've helped me too, buddy. They've helped me too. Literally everybody has helped me.
I believe there's a point for each of us, and I'm sure there might be a few other people here who understand, but that we pass the point of, speculation and consideration. And even though we can't, and man, you guys do the best of, every which way of proving it, every which way. I mean, y'all got it covered. That's why I just sit back and be quiet. But where we personally, like, become a flat earther, there's like no speculation about it. We've fucking like eliminated that doubt from our own mind that it separates us from other people to where it's like, you know, it's like how can I take you seriously, if you want to talk about, um the world and things, and you can't even understand the earth beneath your feet, uh, and uh, um and that's why, I'm not a social guy, never have been, never been on Facebook. I'm actually the token ex-homeless flat earther from this chat. You know, I mean, I was homeless for quite a few years, and to say the least, and you know, but there comes a point where like we just transition, you know, to like, you know, we're like so red pilled that like, you know, we really, it just like causes a divide, you know, between ourselves and you know, like being able to, you know, I mean, we hear people talk about the left and right paradigm, you know, like, you know, and they're all caught up in shit, watching Netflix and everything else, you know, and like, you know, it's madness, man. Uh, it's, you know, I jump in here, even if I just sit here and listen, and it's like a breath of fresh air to me. So thank you guys.
You're a breath of fresh air as well. So we appreciate you. You don't have to be intelligent to know, or you don't have to be not intelligent. I didn't mean that. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like you don't have to know a lot to know the world that you live in. So just saying, you're fine. Just you keep going and keep doing what you're doing. And I know what it's like to not have anybody around you talking about what you know and needing to talk to people or hear people talk about what you know, even if you don't know as much as they do. Because here I am, I don't know as much as a lot of these legendary folks know. I'm here to learn, just like you.
I'm no stranger. I'm no ignorant. I'm not young by any means. But you know, I've always enjoyed this chat. Whether I bounce into the live chat just when with voice muted, or I listen to it from YouTube or whatever, where I'm like, you know, totally invisible. But you know, I've been around for quite some time, to be honest. You know, with a low presence, but it's good, man. I mean, I'll be honest, man. If you guys weren't keeping it strong the way you do, man, you know, it would hurt me. You know, like I'd be hurt because there's times, man, when like it's just like I know y'all are out there doing what you do, and ain't nobody can top it. Ain't nobody coming in the chat and fucking coming out of the top because you know we got the truth. Well, we got the fucking you know there's the card, the cards in our hand, you know, and so. You know, the more things that rocket. I just watched that. Man, I just seen one about time zones yesterday, and that one was really good. But anyway, um, I'm glad y'all are here to oppose the opposition, and fucking rocks. And there's so many people, good people in here that do so much good, and they're here 24/7, man. I even click y'all on when I go to sleep and shit, you know, just to fucking, you know, but it's a good thing, man. Uh, long live 24/7. I mean, even if y'all get kicked off of this channel, or whatever, they can't stop it. There's just too many of us, and it's growing and growing. And our big thanks of it is to you guys. So kudos to y'all, man. Peace.
Oh yeah. Thanks for sharing,
Peaceful.
Zarek.
Gen 1. Oh, I didn't check your roll. Sorry. Flat Earther certified. Boom. Never mind. I mean, unless you want to talk.
Yeah, hi. Just listening in.
Heard that.
Enjoyed Stephen on podcast past. Always good to listen in on occasion.
Didn't hear you, buddy. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. You want to say that again, Gen 1? That didn't come through.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm just outside at the moment. In Bentons. Just, yeah, I just enjoy listening in. I've listened to a lot of your podcasts and highlights past. Yeah.
I got about 20% of that.
Yeah, I caught some of that. The connection's just a little choppy, Jen, but I think you said you're outside doing some stuff with your head earbuds on. So, but
Yeah.
what you got to do, brother.
And I'm calling from New Zealand as well, so that's legal. It's a long way away.
Yeah, tough staying connected to these space satellites. But we've got some other people that have
Sounds like an Australian satellite, I think.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking the same thing. We got Lil JB, but no rolls. Oh, all right.
How's it going, y'all?
Sierra. What's up?
I hope everybody's doing well.
I just got through cooking. I feel very drained.
Oof.
And sweaty.
Leaving over a hot stove.
Just this time in particular, it was kind of a long process.
We're joined by Sierra N. You want to say what's up?
Oh, yo, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? What brings you into the flat earthers lair?
I'm trying to learn more about the cause.
The cause. Okay. What do you already know?
Dude, I saw some laser videos.
Nice.
I live near the water, and there's weird stuff I see out there all the time.
Nice, nice. Ocean, lake?
Yeah, the ocean.
Awesome. Cool, cool. Well, that's a good place to go out and check for yourself. So you've gone out and done some observations and things like that?
Nah, I wouldn't really even know what to do.
Oh, okay. No worries. We can help you out with that a little bit. You on the West Coast or East Coast?
I'm on the East Coast.
East
My
Coast?
boy JB's on the East Coast, too. I think he's done some tests.
Oh, JB. Hold on. Let me unmute him real quick. JB, you with us? Don't. If you give me the time, I'm gonna get a James Brown soundtrack. Start playing.
Ooh.
The JB's experience. But yeah, that's cool, man. So let's see. I'm gonna give you a verified role so you can see the chat that goes along with the live stream here. Siren, is this your first time here in the server?
Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
what's this?
And
Yo,
hey, JB.
Yo.
What's going on, brother?
What's up? What's up?
Not much, not much.
I thought I was still muted because I was like server muted.
Yeah, we give people a VC pass to chat, so I'll just hook you up with that real quick. You guys should just know we are live, so just keep that in mind. Have your YouTube etiquette, since
So is that 24/7 thing like real? Like that's legit?
Yes, sir.
How is it? How does it like do it? Is it just a bot just records it? Like
I'll give you a
streams it?
link to the channel. We have a member who manages all that.
Live stream voice text.
Yeah, let me grab a link to the YouTube for you guys. It's good to have that link in your back pocket, just in case. Okay, yeah, Helio, thank you, sir. That's our friend Helio here. He manages the YouTube, so you can use the live feed for a couple different reasons. You can just kind of tune in there, see what the conversation's about before joining the Discord. You can use it to see how your mic sounds.
Did you send it to me?
It's in the live stream voice text. I'll ping you there.
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
All right, cool.
Skeptic, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm guessing you guys were raised like everyone else. Globe Earth, outer space, all that good stuff.
Let me mute the stream. I heard two of you.
Yep, I'm still here.
Anybody have any questions?
Yo, what are like some tests that I could do?
Dave Hinkle, if you're out there, pop in. You can tell us about your test you did in Kentucky. But let me give you an Earth curve calculator, and we'll start from there. One sec.
Or if you know a little bit of math, you can do the equation 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
You guys know what the globe's supposed to be measured at? All those numbers?
The man down under is asking you. He's supposed to be hanging upside down on a ball.
All right, so I dropped
Nothing.
the. Yeah, that is a good question. Do you know how big the Earth is supposed to be, or how big they claim it's supposed to be?
Nah.
No worries.
I mean, is that including like what's behind the ice wall and stuff?
No, we're talking about the globe Earth, brother. Like circumference, diameter, radius.
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
No worries.
Probably pretty fucking big, dude.
You'd be surprised. I think it's not really claimed to be that big.
Oh, damn.
They say the radius is a little bit under 4,000 miles. So Kim gave you the math there, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So what's 1.22 times 1?
Wait, what'd you say?
I mean, I can speak slower if you need me to, but I provided an Earth curve calculator there for you if you prefer to just look at that. But the math is the same. 1.22 times 1 is what?
1.22
times 1.
It's still 1.22.
Yep, there you go. So you'll see in the calculator there. I'm gonna open this up. They're saying at 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, this globe Earth, the distance to the curve, the horizon, should be at 1.22 miles. So you'll see that in the calculator there if you pop that open. I'll post a screenshot if you'd prefer that. I'll do that. So you said you live by the ocean. So when you go out there, like when you go out to the beach or whatever, are there landmarks in the water, like islands and stuff that you can kind of track down? Anything like that?
There's like a fecal waste processing plant that's like right near there, but that's like all I know.
I'm guessing that place doesn't move.
Nah.
Okay. How far away from it? How far away do you think that place is?
It's like right close to me, like probably like a couple 100 feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're gonna need some stuff that's like a couple miles away because we're testing. Remember, they're saying the curve would be at 1.22 miles. So if you're only looking at 100 feet, you might need something that's quite a bit farther away.
Well, I tried to get out kind of far. I have like a kayak. I tried to get up to the ice wall, but I couldn't find it.
That's not a thing, dude.
I mean, I just seen that Bigfoot TikTok, and I know they got similar stuff up there.
Is it
I know it's
spiral
like
mode?
weird up in Antarctica.
Initiated. Well, you're gonna start spiraling already?
Huh?
It's only been like 5 minutes.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I've never heard of the ice wall. What's that?
It's like there's a big.
It's
like,
just
where
his
Antarctica
idea,
is.
bro. It's just his idea. No
Like,
one's
I've never
idea
even
here.
heard anybody say that before.
Well, there's
Yeah,
like
it's
stuff
not a thing.
behind the ice wall.
No, it's not a thing.
There's like.
What is he?
So,
I just searched
yeah.
it up, and it's just a big ice wall. Is that just? That's real?
Making
Who
shit up, man.
knows?
Yeah. Notice how no one presented any idea of any ice wall. This is just his goofy idea.
Oh, it's just him. Oh, okay.
Aren't you guys mates?
Come on, you guys didn't even make it like 5 minutes in. You can do better than that.
Yeah, I want to hear about this ice wall.
Yeah, tell me about the ice wall, please. You know, Timbo down there and down under Australia. You know, he would be able to tell you if there was such a thing from his view. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's just part of the reason there's so much
The
secrecy around,
Nazi?
like the globe Earth type stuff, is because there's things behind the ice wall they don't want you to see.
Like
Okay, but what about
Have
secrecy?
you got
What?
any
Like
got any
ancient
evidence of that?
ascended civilizations. Well, that's why I'm trying to get up to the ice wall.
You know that's impossible. Yeah.
Well, dude, I would love to go
Well,
up
that's
to the
glitter talk.
lookout. I'd love to go up to the lookout in Dragon Ball Z, but these are fictional things, fictional places that you can't go to. So just like outer space.
So the ice walls from Dragon
Well, then
Ball?
why is there a map of it now in the White House?
There isn't.
Is there?
I have pictures of it.
Yo, could you send me one?
Let me see if I can find it.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the one that was claimed that was in the UN building, which wasn't in the UN building. There's a lot of stories
This
go
buddy
around.
works for Snopes. You can't trust this guy.
Hey, JB, I have a question.
Yo.
How would you rate Sierra's acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
Sierra?
0?
You said Sierra?
Who? Yeah, Sierra N. However you say his name.
Oh, the guy with the smiley face picture?
Yeah, your mate.
My mate? Yeah, probably
Your mate, yeah.
Yeah, scale of 1 to 10. What do you think?
like a 5. I mean,
5?
I don't think it's. I don't
Could
think
use some
it's
work, you think?
believable. Yeah.
Could use some work.
You could agree. You could agree.
Maybe 6.66.
Good grief, Timbo.
Look, we've seen better actors, Sierra or whatever your name is. I wouldn't recommend pretending to be a flat earther. It's more difficult than you end up exposing yourself, just like you have
We
in the
welcome-
first 3 minutes. So
We welcome globe earthers. Globe earthers come in here. They have access to the place all the time. They even have access to the chat and all the things. You can come in here as a globe earther and just be honest.
yeah, globe earthers are definitely honest. Globe earthers are preferred way before pretend fake flat earthers. Okay, so I wouldn't.
It's not even cool to pretend you're a kayaker.
I mean, you could get injured. Shit.
I mean, if you want people to buy your act, better have some acting skills. So, sorry guys, but cut. Get the next actor.
Yeah, you can try to be honest now. That'd be nice. Dead silence.
JB, you still with us, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Got a friend at church who went to the ice wall. You're interested in hearing about that?
Depends on what you mean by ice wall. Because usually that's a Glober's idea. You don't hear me talking about any ice walls or anything. I've certainly never seen one.
I mean, that's synonymously with Antarctica.
Yeah, I've never been there, so.
Tough to take word of mouth when it comes to that. Even
Seven?
researching it, you just can't find any substantial evidence of anything there. So it's better to leave it out.
I've been in flat Earth for quite a while. You don't hear flat Earthers chucking up the words ice wall very often, if at all. It's not even a term made up by us. It's just a description for the shoreline of Antarctica, which I think Gen 1 was trying to get at. So But some people have this weird idea that there's this magical wall. That's no one's idea but yours.
I mean, we can talk about how there's plenty of places that we're not allowed to go. Everything's already explored. You're good. You don't have to go anywhere, right?
I mean, even if you wanted to, it's like people forgot that they couldn't even go to the grocery store in the last couple years. So, but
Yeah, exactly.
they want to go and explore the whole Earth. Okay. You guys probably haven't explored. Most people probably haven't even explored their like 10-mile radius around their house.
It's
Yeah,
tough to too.
once you leave the border, the sea border of a country, you head into international waters. As soon as you head into international waters,
And if you do go exploring, say down to Antarctica, you can be given a certain narrative that would maybe have you interpret your experience differently through potentially reality.
yeah, of course, they'll drop you off somewhere and say that it's here when it could be totally somewhere else. So, and the rigmarole that you've got to go through to actually get a permit, even on those cruises. Most of them leave from either New Zealand or South America, bottom of Argentina. They just go to a little peninsula somewhere. There's some penguins, some ice. You try and go in your own boat. Once you leave, maybe 100 k's off the bottom of Tasmania, you're going to get intercepted because you're in international waters.
Yeah, there's parameters you're stuck within. You're not allowed to go anywhere you want to go, so that's off the table. We're stuck dealing with what we got right now below our feet. So, does anybody have any idea if anyone at any point in time has ever directly measured the curvature of Earth?
JB, that's for you, buddy.
Is my mate still muted?
Yeah.
Sierra N?
Yeah.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay.
He can go to the VC check-in, and someone can check him in if he wants to do that. If he wants to speak here.
Okay. How does that work? He just joins it. That's all.
Yeah. There's another room called the V. I can move him up there if you want me to.
Yeah, you can just move him in there.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Someone can check him in, and he can go through the usual protocol like everyone else.
Damar is in here, VC verified. Welcome, Damar. You're welcome to introduce yourself if you feel like it. If you're VC verified, you have control of your mic. So you can unmute.
Yeah, Damar, I don't think we spoke, so what's going on? No Super Bowl for Damar. Does anyone want to go check in Sierra? Or I can do it.
Yeah, I'm not really able to, so.
All right. Hold it down, Kim. I'll be back.
I got you, buddy. So, JB.
Oh.
So have you ever heard of anyone at any time ever directly measuring the curvature of Earth?
I seen like a video on Instagram once of like two guys. They set up like some like laser light thing to go through like holes or something, like at different points. That's like the only thing I've really seen.
Go through holes?
Yeah, it was like they like cut out like a thing, and then it was like a laser, and they're like measuring it.
Oh, okay, like
Yeah,
a target.
yeah,
Okay.
basically, and it has to go through 2 different holes, like further away.
Do you remember the distances?
Nah, it
The
was just
observer height?
nah. I don't think it showed like any of the numbers or anything. It was like a
Sure it
video,
did.
or it was a video of them doing it. It was just on Instagram, so.
Well, I don't have Instagram, so you're gonna have to like be a little more specific because if somebody was doing that kind of test, I guarantee you that they supplied you with the information of their observer height and the distance that they were shooting the laser.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could maybe try checking for it.
That would be great. Yeah. In the meantime, Damar, would you like to speak up and introduce yourself? You're welcome to the server. You got VC verified, so that's good standing on your part. You must have been honest. Paging Damar. Damar. Well, keep your secrets then. CB wasn't here, so I took the opportunity to do that one.
Did you want to say something, Yowishness?
I was about to ask, actually. Hey, Alishness, how are you doing again?
Great. How's it going?
We don't get too many females these days, so it's nice to hear a female's voice.
Oh, yeah, isn't it?
I'd like to know what you've gained from being here.
Oh, I just love listening and learning. It's interesting to hear different points of views, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I was just wondering if anything was of prevalence to you.
Nothing specific. It's just interesting to hear. Are you calling me Miss Eastern Star?
Who said that?
Zarek in the voice chat.
Oh, sorry. I was just paying attention to the actual VC.
All right,
yeah.
we're back. We're back. That did not go well, if anyone's curious.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt if I'm interrupting anything.
Oh, yeah, you interrupted a bunch
No,
of
you're good. No, you're good.
I'm gonna interrupt
JB left
Alishness.
too.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?
Oh, just hanging out.
Ooh.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, we had some dudes come in just a few minutes ago. You're familiar with the term LARPing?
Yep.
Yeah.
What were they LARPing as?
Probably the most difficult thing to LARP as, I think. Like, do you think you could be a flat earther for a day?
For a day?
Okay, hey, can you do it for like 10 minutes? I think it's difficult. These guys didn't last like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
What was their proof?
Give us your best flat earther. But go ahead, try it.
Okay, I don't know the exact mathematical equation, but you,
No, they didn't even
Wait,
try that.
haven't you been in a plane before, Alishness? I'll put my baller hat on. Haven't you been in a plane before?
Yes, I have been in a plane. I've never seen the curve. I actually live on the water. I've looked all the way across the bay, and on the ocean. I've never seen a curve.
Well, do you know that the Earth is just too big to see the curvature, so you're too small.
Is it? How big is it?
It's like
5939 radius or something?
It's just really big, okay? That's all you need to know.
How big?
I can Google it for you.
Oh, I thought you would know.
Well, I just know that it's very, very big.
It's something I thought you would have on hand. Just
Well, I don't need to know it because everyone else knows it, and all the experts know it. So it's not. I don't need to memorize it.
Which experts?
All of them.
Let me get their names.
Just every single one. All your teachers, all the engineers, everyone.
Engineers don't measure Earth usually. Usually it's geographers or
Yeah,
people.
but you see, they're experts in their field, and they're
cartographers.
And there's no way they could possibly be lying. So
I don't know. People lie a lot.
But why? Why would they lie, though?
Have you ever seen any political debate?
Yeah, but it's just too big of a lie. If it was this big of a lie, someone would speak out about it.
They might. Or maybe they're all deluded.
Since no one has, that means that no one's lying and it's still a globe.
Well, maybe we are the small part of the population who knows.
Okay, well, if you think you figured it out and all the experts haven't, then...
How was that?
Wait a minute. Aren't you the one that, if you are, hold on, if Alishness is...
Hey, I'm going to say that it wasn't too bad, but
but Alishness,
not great.
if you were the one in the small minority, you wouldn't say maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
You said, well, maybe we're just the ones in the small minority. You would know that we are the ones.
That was more sarcastic. That was more sarcastic.
Okay. Well, I thought, you made it about 3 minutes. Yeah. But Alishness,
to begin with,
what is, since you've been here for a week or months or years, you've been on Earth for a long time. What is the radius? They say it is.
I think they're radius is 5,939.
Yeah, that's the wrong one you gave yesterday too, or
Is
2
it
days ago.
3,595? I can't remember.
Closer.
Almost.
9,539.
Older.
It's like, what is it? What's that one game show where they have to like switch the numbers? Like that's fine.
I'm like I'm like 35% dyslexic.
It's just so you can remember this easy. Just under 4,000. So 3,959.
3,959. All right.
Yeah, it's closer to 4,000, so that's how you'll remember.
3,959. Yeah.
Hello, Jedi. By the way.
Dang, she didn't do too bad, but it was not like I would give her a 60 on that test.
Nice.
How was my baller though? I'm over
It was awesome, CB.
Yes. I've been working on it. Okay, it's not easy.
So she would have made you stay a baller, though.
To be honest, I wasn't convinced because you didn't like use not one ad hominem at all. You were too respectful.
Yeah.
Oh.
I should have called her some names, and that would have been the proof. Yeah. I see.
You know what? That's true.
I don't really
I'm sorry.
like flinging insults.
Well, you know, most Globers do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I think most astronauts are engineers.
Oh, well, yeah. They're, what are they called? Aerospace engineers. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Well, there's probably some electric engineers in that group too.
Oh, yeah, electrical engineers.
Yeah, for sure.
How do I pronounce frog?
Seismologists and...
Sorry,
go ahead.
It's right. It's because Frog's got a question mark after his name, and I was wondering how I pronounce it. Do I go Frog? How do I pronounce your name, Frog? BC. Creation Bear. Has Frog been unmuted?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's pronounced frog.
Yeah, I thought so. Upward inflection at the end. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, you got it.
Awesome stuff. So, what brings you to the server? Frog?
I just want wait. Do we all think that the Earth is flat here, or there's some like people that are like?
This is.
But we don't.
It's no requirement to be a flat earther to be here. So, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Well, I think it's stupid.
Yes, they are those who are remain duped by the globe. It is.
Oh, he just left,
stupid,
bro.
But yeah,
he gone.
Yeah, that's
hilarious.
I'm still.
Yeah, when it comes
You know what?
to
I'm convinced, bro.
When it comes to, do you think it's a flat Earth? Like, I'm gonna say we don't always.
I love rovers on Mars.
There's always a slight pause when somebody says, "Hey, do you guys think the Earth is flat?" Because I know 5 of you are just going to jump on the word "think." It's like, yeah, go on, get me in every single word he says.
So, Al, have you watched anything yet? Read any articles? Have you learned anything yet since you've been here, or not? Not really.
Who are you talking to?
Al.
Oh, yeah.
What do you got? What have you learned so far?
I have learned the tactics that have been used to measure or use your own evidence to verify flat Earth, such as what is that mathematical equation you use? Something divided by
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
1.2 times the observer's height in feet. Okay.
Times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Oh, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right. Okay. So you've used that image of the, I think those are oil, are those oil rigs? I've seen a couple of times that don't appear to be curved or disappear behind the horizon. I've also seen a couple of videos that don't show boats disappearing over the horizon. I think there was a video somebody posted
Someone's got some background noise.
Yeah.
That man, Can A, you got some hot micing going on, buddy. Okay, now.
You haven't started watching any videos yet?
No, I have watched. I watched one video. I don't remember what it was. It was a while ago that I watched it, though. It was like a couple months ago, so I can't exactly remember what it was about.
You are aware that the bottom of this server has a couple hundred videos with every single topic you could imagine about the subject?
Oh, a couple hundred. Let's see. There are a lot of channels.
Almost all the way to the bottom.
I have also learned that you don't believe, or that space is not a vacuum. Because there would be no way to contain the oxygen on Earth. Is that accurate?
Not 100% accurate. It's not just the oxygen; it's all the other gas.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. So the atmosphere, all of the gas, that story of a space vacuum couldn't exist because you would need a container to keep the gas pressure here.
I got you.
The argument is you can't have a pressurized system next to a vacuum without a container. So no vacuum of space next to our pressurized system that we live in.
Right. Just out of curiosity, do you think? What do you think space has oxygen or different gases in it?
Myself personally, I think what I stand on has nothing to do with what's above my head. Space is whatever space is. I'm not going to lay a claim to it because I can't go there, can't verify none of what I would claim. So therefore, it's nothing to do with what I'm standing on.
Okay.
But does that intuitively make sense to you, though? I mean, look at that GIF I just posted. That's essentially what they're telling you is going on at the line between our atmosphere and the vacuum of space.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Does it?
You're right. Does it?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, what you're saying does make sense. I mean, I can't verify it myself, so.
Yeah, she's not commenting on the GIF, gentlemen.
What?
I got you.
What GIF? I don't see a GIF. I see an image according to globe theory. This is what happens to air molecules. That's just an image. Is it supposed to be animated?
Well, yeah, no, what that GIF is explaining is that that's the heliocentric globe theorist model, is that at a certain point, the air, the pressure of air is what separates the vacuum of space from our pressurized system, which is just ridiculous. Like, can you hand me a glass of hydrogen with oxygen, all like in a glass of oxygen? No, you can't. Like, it's just ridiculous idea.
Yeah, that's called water.
You can't hand me any gas in a glass of any gas. Gas doesn't contain gas.
No, it doesn't contain gas, but if you have a glass of hydrogen and a glass of oxygen, that's dihydrogen
No
monoxide.
such thing as a glass of hydrogen unless it's within a container.
The language there was a little trippy there because I got your point, but I could see how it was confusing. Gases don't contain gases. That's the point. You need some type of container. I'm going to post a quick GIF for you. I know that was a little confusing as well because you guys were both talking about the same thing.
Yeah, this is. I didn't think this was a GIF. I thought I was looking at an image.
Misspoke there, but I'll actually post a GIF here. So here's a gentleman, and I do have the audio. He's got a very slick voice, but he's saying, "This is just basic entropy. Do you see how one side of the tube has bromine gas, and he flips that little nozzle in the middle, which opens the container, and what happens? The higher pressure where the bromine is moves to the vacuum."
When he opens a valve, the systems equalize.
I was just looking
Gas
up
field
what
place.
bromine was.
Just a guess. Let me play the clip. It's actually pretty cool.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. That is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
Was I lying, Leveless? I wasn't lying.
No, you weren't. No. I still think it's funny, but no, you were not lying.
I wish
Yeah,
I
he
could
has
talk like that.
that nice transatlantic accent.
One of these bulbs, a vacuum. These older guys, these older times, they used to speak really cool.
Yeah, that's the transatlantic accent.
Bring it back. Bring it back.
It's actually called RP, received pronunciation.
It was a common accent used to, I think, kind of make everybody sound the same across all like television.
Yeah. So that was received pronunciation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or
we used
mid-Atlantic
to have.
accent. My bad. I misspoke.
We used to have the same accent here, not too long ago.
Really?
Yep.
Can you still do it, or?
Nah, mate, no way.
Yeah, you can watch clips of Australian television from the 70s, and nobody sounds like that at all anymore.
Wow.
Sorry to interrupt you, Al. Please. Do you think you have learned anything else besides what you've discussed?
Let's see. I'm a little bit lost on because I've heard differing opinions on the ice wall versus other things. So I'm not sure what the consensus is on that.
There is no real consensus on Antarctica and ice walls.
Okay.
Some people like to extend the truth, perhaps, and rely on the information that we're given about this place called Antarctica that the majority of us have never been. From there on in, it ends on kind of speculation, logical speculation, though. This is the thing when you've got a heat source and water, and the further you get away from the heat source, it gets cold, and water turns to ice. This is why we have Arctic regions, I guess. Even within the global model, seasons and Earth's tilt to the sun and all that type of stuff. But it comes from a kind of logical argument. The further you get away from the heat source, then the water's going to turn to ice. But to make a claim to it, I don't know, this is probably where the consensus isn't. Because, it's hard to make a claim when you don't have verifiable evidence for yourself that other people can go and falsify.
Right. I believe I asked once before what would happen if you flew a plane in one single direction. I think somebody said you wouldn't be able to fly the plane all the way across the Earth because it would run out of gas. Does that sound right? So
Yeah, if you're talking about just one plane, sorry, buddy. If you're talking about just one plane, yeah. I mean, ultimately, there's a finite amount of fuel that a plane can carry.
Right.
But there is the next step of, frog hopping or bunny hopping your way across, going to certain stations, putting fuel down, and then continuing on your journey. That's not hard to do.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
But it's when it comes into context of flat Earth, where you're going and what you're trying to prove.
Military flights can refuel in the air as well, but that's a whole nother ballpark.
Yeah, I was just asking. I was just wondering about that. Do you think the FAA is in on trying to hide the truth?
I'm not sure if they have to hide it. Their pilots might not be aware of it. Some of them become aware of it after so many years of flying. Some of them are aware beforehand. Yeah, it's flat, stationary, not moving.
Mm-hmm.
So some pilots will freely admit it and come out about it. Same with other topics they'll come out honestly about. Cloud seeding and whatnot.
When you were talking about flying around the world, were you talking about east to west or north to south or south to north?
I don't think it matters.
Oh, it does.
It does.
Why?
It really does.
Why does it matter?
I could probably give you an example. Just a hypothetical. This might help you at least get the point of what we're coming from. So,
Mhm.
could you imagine the room that you're in? That's the entirety of the Earth. Can you picture that just for a quick scenario? Okay. So let's drop like a pole right down the center of the room. Let's call that the North Pole. Right? So the wall, you understand that the walls around that pole, like all the walls around you, would be considered south. So we have the pole in the center as the north. So how do we go east to west? We end up going around that northern point in a circle. If you go in a straight line, let's say your back is to the pole, and you go in a straight line, which direction are you heading?
If my back is to the pole, in which
Mhm.
direction?
Any direction. You're just going to head straight, like in your example with the plane. What direction would you be heading? So remember the walls around, all the walls. Because some people, when I give this example, some people will say, oh, well, this wall's north, that wall's east, that wall's south. But you have to understand that this room, that's the whole, there is no outside. So the pole in the center is the north, and we've got the walls around the pole, essentially. All the walls around you would be south. Are you tracking?
Yeah, kinda. So you think that you would be heading east or west if you walked in any direction?
So if
You need to look in the live stream voice text and then follow what CB's saying after that. Just have a look. There's a map in there
Yeah.
with a compass. Yeah.
Do you see the compass there?
Mm-hmm.
So the compass is going east to west, or it's going like east and west around north. So
Yeah,
you
that's
see
what I
that-
said, east
that's
and
a
west.
circle. So if your back is to the pole and you just headed straight, like in your plane example, what direction would you be heading?
I suppose east to west, right?
Be going
Or is-
south.
I would be going south.
Yeah, because you'd be heading toward a wall, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Right. So and the walls are south. So in your plane example, you'd end up going south
Mm-hmm.
at some point. So now we understand there's like a 60th parallel treaty. You know, are you familiar with the idea that there's an Antarctic treaty? You can't just like freely roam around the whole world wherever you want. There's some restricted areas and stuff like that.
And more importantly, can I just say, with the Antarctic Treaty, that just means that all of the countries that you think are enemies shake hands on this one.
Yeah, I know somebody who went to Antarctica. Like, actually, legitimately. Like, he's in the Coast Guard.
Nice. Yeah. Right on. So that's why you asked, like, why that you said, like, in your plane example, what happens if I go straight? And you said, like, what does it matter if I go east or west or north or south? Well, if you're going east and west, it doesn't seem to be an issue. You can just go around and around and around, no problem. But if you're gonna go south, eventually you're gonna reach somewhere, right?
Yes.
And we say that the Earth is contained as well. So you can take some inferences from that. I would suppose, but I've also never been to the South like your Coast Guard friend. So
Yeah, did your Coast Guard friend not tell you that Antarctica was icy?
Oh, he definitely took pictures and sent them.
Okay, so why'd you have to ask us? Confused.
What do you mean? No, I just asked. Wait, what question are you saying that I asked?
Well, you mentioned the ice
you
wall.
were asking about the ice wall.
Yeah. I was wondering if that was a common.
Well, travel is restricted, so.
Okay. All right. That makes
Ice wall just means cliffs on shoreline, doesn't it? Now there are documented photographs and people coming back and saying there's cliffs in Iceland in Antarctica. Awesome, we've got the White Cliffs of Dover down here as well. But the White Cliffs of Dover don't go around all of Great Britain. You just need a shoreline basically to keep the water in, don't you? You don't need ice walls. And there are areas that could be suggested to not be cliffs and just beaches and so on, or frozen ice. The idea of an ice wall, in my mind, it kind of throws up a little bit of a straw man from time to time because people think that we say the ice wall is the end of the earth. No, it's just the cliffs before we get onto the mainland Antarctica. How far south Antarctica keeps going, I don't think anybody here would be able to tell you that they know that answer. Right? So if you just keep going south over the ice cliffs and keep going over the ice and the snow and whatever, what limitation, if any, would you find then? So the ice wall seems to point at the limitation of the Earth, but the ice wall itself is only, or the shoreline of Antarctica is presupposed to be the containers of the waters of the Earth. Don't need cliffs, you just need a shoreline.
Okay.
I would also like to point out that Antarctica is the highest continent of all the continents as well. So
it is, yes.
Oh, okay,
Also,
you're saying it's above sea level. Gotcha.
yeah, on average, it has the highest landmass.
Also considered the largest desert.
Yes. Fucking dry though. Doesn't snow all that much.
I wanted to go back to that GIF of the compass. You do realize that the needle on the compass is only pointing at north, right?
Right.
You seemed a little confused with the. Eventually, you'll be traveling south, no matter what direction you get. Once you get away from that North Pole, I just wanted to make sure there was no confusion about that.
No, I wasn't looking at the GIF before I had to scroll up to see it. But yeah, I'm looking at. I can see that it's only pointing north.
Yeah, so I mean, you can verify with sailors, with navigators of the oceans. They're constantly course correcting when they're thinking they're traveling in a straight east or westerly direction, and they're constantly needing to course correct.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no traveling in straight lines in an east to west is basically what we're trying to say.
Well, that would be because of tides. That wouldn't be because of anything else.
No, not just for tides.
We're flying.
Hmm?
We're flying. Why'd you bring up tides?
You said.
Yeah. You're right. I was speaking of boats, but yeah, the planes do fly over the ocean, so they wouldn't need to correct for the tide. That is correct.
Right.
You did seem somewhat interested in the flight path kind of topic. I suggest you head down to that channel down there. Those were really eye-opening to me when I first heard about this subject.
Let me see. There are a lot of channels here. They are luckily in alphabetical order. There we go.
What you'll find when you look into these plotted flight lines on a globe Earth, if you say you've got a stopover, you'll find that even with stopover flights, you're going to be drawing straight lines. The shortest distance between any two locations is a straight line. And on a flat Earth, the majority of the time, that's exactly what you'll find. Or as close to 180 degrees as you can, if you've got 3 points or whatever. But ultimately, it appears to be that there's a lot of northern flights on the heliocentric model that you wouldn't necessarily have to take because you could, do the same kind of routes flying south, fly over the South Pole or as close to the South Pole as you could. These flights seem to be very, very, very rare. But ultimately, it's usually easier to plot your course on a flat Earth because it appears to be just a straight line.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at these images. Very few to Canada.
That's just due to bias, don't you think? I'm just kidding.
What?
I said that's just due to bias, don't you think? I'm just
Oh
kidding,
yeah.
though.
Well, I mean, there isn't really much of Canada that's occupied.
Are you in Canada too?
No.
Oh. Thought you were in Red Square with me here in Ottawa, maybe.
No.
Or anywhere in Canada. It's becoming more commie every day. Although Alberta's like Texas without the death penalty.
I mean, they did just pass that, where you can basically get doctor-assisted suicide.
Yeah, that's for everyone and anyone, though, not just the guilty.
Mm-hmm. So it is kind of the death penalty without breaking a law.
Well, yeah, it's actually complete insanity, to be honest. Yes,
that's insanity to supply people a way to commit suicide and then endorse. I don't know. It just seems crazy to me. The world has gone bonkers.
I mean, it's for people who are terminal anyway, and they don't want to suffer.
I'm going to tell you right now that young and able people are doing it.
Yeah, you just have to walk in and say, I don't want to live anymore, and they'll inject you.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm pretty sure it's not that easy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, right now, it is.
Do you know personally anybody who's done that?
Wasn't?
Hmm?
Sorry, my mic, I'm having an issue getting it off mute here. I do know people that have chosen it, and it used to be very difficult. It was, like you once said, you had to be terminally ill, but I think it was maybe 8 months ago they changed it all. Now you can just say you're depressed, you don't want to live anymore, or I can't afford living anymore, I want to die, and they'll do it. Without a letter from your doctor. You used to have your doctor write off on it.
Well, I don't know what to say about it, but it saves some mess because if people really want to go, they go. Not just to the doctor, but also in real life. And then there is the complications of people finding them, more trauma. Not saying it's okay and all that kind of stuff, but so don't get me wrong.
I see what you're saying, yeah. That's definitely a big thing. It saves people the trauma from finding their loved ones in a state that they never want to see their loved ones in.
But the one friend whose brother did it, he literally had dinner with him the night before. Cannot forget that his brother was perfectly fine and functional, and cannot forgive the government for putting his brother down now.
Well, people in that state, they tend to be really good at masking their their mental state. You don't actually see it unless that you are actually asking in and pushing for stuff. In many cases, I am not an expert in this psychology, blah blah, but that's just what I read.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people see a lot of stories in which people say like, "Oh, I had no idea that they were even depressed," because a lot of people with depression.
It's the same with a guy like me, for example. I'm on the spectrum with Asperger's, and I can be completely fine one day a week with company, for example, but it has drained my energy where I need to not be with people for 3-4 days before I see people again, stuff like that.
But yeah, I totally understand that.
But that's of course something for different, but it's in the same framework, I guess. Anyways, back to something more cheerful. A beautiful flat world, maybe.
Are you still looking at those flight plans or paths? Sorry, our listeners.
Oh, no, I started looking at something else. I did scroll through them though. The paths that the airlines take. They would fly, as they say, as the what is it? As the crow flies.
Pretty much. I mean, there's also corridors that these airplanes flying as well, so pre-designated routes.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's pretty much told where to fly, aren't they?
Right. I isn't that more for just keeping track of planes though? That has
Yeah,
nothing
of
to do
course.
with. It's,
It's just pointing out where the majority, if not all of those corridors are. The majority of them are in the northern hemisphere, which would make sense if you know, it would make more sense on a flat Earth than it would on a globe Earth. You would
to
have
have
more
them in the northern hemisphere.
to have more in the northern hemisphere because you'd literally have to cross over the Earth to get from, say, one location to the other that was far apart. Say, I don't know, South America to, say, Africa, Africa to Australia, New Zealand, and these places.
Yeah, I think that's just because more of the northern hemisphere is considered richer. You have the North America, all of Europe,
I'm
and
not talking
Asia.
about the popularity. I'm not talking about the popularity because people can afford it. I'm talking about the actual fight paths themselves. It would take you some time to have a look over them before you kind of understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. The North America has more flight paths than they would to South America or Africa.
Like I said, you'd have to have a proper look at them. I don't think you fully understand what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you examine flight paths on an example of a flat Earth map, an AE map, for example, you'll notice that they follow coastlines and the southern flights tend to go above the equator before they get to where they're going.
There's also another phenomena with the southern flight paths is that as soon as they leave coastline, they are off the GPS tracker.
Yeah, they do drop off of radar too. It's a very interesting field of research is flight paths. And there's a gentleman named Flat Earth Banjo. He's covered the topic quite a bit, and he's got 15 emergency landings that prove a flat Earth that you can look into as well.
Oh,
Women who were pregnant and needed to land and whatnot. And they were in labor. Imagine you tell your kid, you helped prove the Earth was flat, kid. I went into labor with you on a flight. They had to land in Alaska on the way.
Was there any other questions you had, Owlishness?
Nothing off the top of my head. Kind of exhausted everything that I had.
No worries.
I didn't really come here prepared to ask a bunch of questions. Meaning I just didn't have questions prepared ahead of time. I just came to see what was going on.
Well, we wait for any one of the many thousands of flat Earth skeptics and or globe heliocentric believers that have left the server telling us, I'm going to go get some evidence of curve and I'll be back to show you. So we patiently wait for any one of them to come back. And in the meantime, we help to open minds and let people know the truth that we know. That flat Earth is an observation and the globe and the heliocentric model is a claim.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm open to hearing, different ideas.
If it'll help you a little too, not that I'm trying to brag or anything, but I will. I jump from planes, so there's no curve from an airplane. The horizon does not curve. In case that might have been a question.
Oh, you've been skydiving, or were you in the
Yeah.
military?
Yeah, both. Yeah.
Oh, okay, neat.
It sounds like, Allison, that you're holding on to the idea that the flat Earth is merely just our opinion or our wild idea. I notice you like to use those terms. Maybe they're just ingrained in you, but
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't focus so much on the minutia of what I'm saying.
well, I don't think that's minutia.
No, I mean,
if you don't know what you're saying, then I guess it would be minutia. But if you're aware of what you're saying, it would not be minutia. Mm-hmm. Not to get into the minutia of it all,
Right.
I would ask like this: when did you come across this idea, and when did you actually start to think about this idea?
Oh, Flatter. I joined the server. I don't remember when I joined it. I would have to check my thing because it'll tell me.
November. I see. So recently new.
Hey, that's what I did.
So personally, I don't like to join servers that have a specific what's the word I'm looking for? I don't like to join servers where the majority have an outlook. What's I don't know the best way to say this.
You want to use the word bias?
I was going to offer agenda, but
well, I don't like to argue on a server. Like I don't think it's fruitful to come to a server and to tell you that you're wrong, in other words. If you know what I mean. So I wouldn't want to join here and sit here and try to argue till I'm blue in the face that you're wrong about XYZ. So that's not what I like to do.
That happened with you and QE. That happened with you and QE.
Right.
There was a little vodka involved too, so.
Yeah. But
conveniently, though, it can't be argued.
Yeah, well, it's not like I'm not down to some debate. However, I'm not going to push that hard on it. I still want to be welcome here, so I want to listen to you guys,
I understand. Also, if you haven't noticed, over the left side where all our names are, you can scroll down and we have a complete section, or an extensive section where there is a lot of information where you can read and watch videos about specific topics. For example, Coriolis effect, currents, curvature, stuff like that. And if you have some free time, definitely explore those also, and ask questions whenever.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I see there is. Yeah, wow. There's a ton of information here. I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Yeah, I mean, at first it looks like a mess when you open up the different challenges because people have just stuffed things in. But yeah, it's a good tool for get a lot of information about very specific topics instead of just the grandiose idea about flat Earth. Like going into the specifics of the physics and the optics and all that kind of stuff.
While we're grilling Owlishness, I'm just curious if there's anything behind the name. Anything, any cool stories behind the name?
Behind my name?
No, Tim's name. Yes,
Oh.
your name.
Alright.
Actually, Tim means Timothy, and in Greek it means honored by the gods or something like that. So that's the backstory for that. But I'm pretty sure he meant Olisness.
Yeah, like do you have a pet owl or something? What's going on?
No. I just. I think this was a name that I used on Reddit at some point. Obviously, Owl is not a very unique name, so Owlishness.
It's cool. Creative.
Yeah, I create all sorts of usernames. I change my username every so often because I don't like to stay as any one name online. It makes it less easy to track me from website to website.
I always feel like somebody's wife.
Keep going.
Do you have like on witness protection? Do you have stalkers or something?
I have had one person online, not stalk me, but it was a person I knew in real life, and he started trying to find me. But in general, I just like to change my username. Just so if you search my name, you only come across certain websites, and I don't have my name on Facebook or anything either.
Gotcha.
I don't use my real name online. It's just safer that way.
Yeah, this is not my real name either.
Really? Your real name's not Toby Dog? Interesting.
No.
I like this one.
Okay, my bad. I just accidentally posted a bunch of maps in the wrong channel.
Hey, Alishness, I have a ridiculous question.
Yeah, what's up?
If you found out that there was a server where everyone was in there telling each other they believed Santa Claus existed, would you go in there to tell them they were wrong? Or would you go in there to laugh? Or would you go in there or would you just not go in there at all?
Like I said, I'm not in the business of going to...
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. This is a hypothetical. If you found out there was a Discord where people believed in Santa Claus, would you A, go in there, tell them they were wrong, B, go in there and sort of participate, or C, not go in there at all?
I would go in and participate, just like I'm doing here. I wouldn't tell
Participate
them
in
that they're
what
wrong.
way? If you weren't going to tell them Santa Claus didn't exist, you were going to start talking about what? Toys that you got from Santa?
No, it's kind of a.
Well, you said you'd participate, but you wouldn't tell them they were wrong. So, just wondering what it is you would do in that Elven Workshop enthusiasm server.
I would probably look at the information that they have, and
Hold
I
on,
guess
you
talk to
think
them about it.
You think Santa might exist?
What do you mean?
Do you think Santa Claus exists?
Well, I know been Santa before.
You what? I mean, Saint Nicholas was a real person, but
No, I'm talking about the fat man who flies around with flying reindeer and delivers presents down people's chimneys, eats cookies, drinks milk, leaves. Next house.
I was being serious but rhetorical at the same time. I've done what's called a tree angel, so I've been a child Santa. But
Yeah, and I've stayed up filling stockings. But we're talking about the fat man on the flying sleigh enthusiasm server. How would she participate? Just wondering. If you're not going to tell them they're wrong, how would you participate? And do you believe in Santa Claus? Is that a difficult question?
no, I don't believe in Santa Claus.
So how would you participate in the Santa Claus enthusiasm server?
I would probably do like I said. I would see what evidence they have in.
But you know he doesn't exist.
I don't understand the comparison that you're making here.
Yeah, conveniently, huh? I'm saying Santa Claus doesn't exist.
There's a little bit of a difference between saying
no, the
something
globe,
observable.
The globe and Santa Claus are akin to one another. They're only seen on TV. They're only played out as tradition.
Not really. I mean, there's a big difference.
Okay, well then, what do you mean not really? Please elaborate.
Not really, because you have observable evidence, right?
Of
flat Earth, right? There's
We're talking about the globe.
evidence.
We're talking about the globe and Santa Claus being the same thing. You said no.
I'm a little bit confused as to where we're going with this. Are you
Well, it doesn't matter where we're going. Where do you think? I don't even know where it's going. I'm asking. You said that Santa and the globe are not akin to one another.
Wouldn't you compare flat Earth to being Santa Claus? Because I joined this server and not.
No, golf on the moon and flying reindeer, same thing.
Golf on the moon?
Yes.
What does golf on the moon have to do with anything?
Well, it was a stunt that the heliocentrists pulled.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was because of round Earth that they pulled that stunt, or?
That was to confirm. That was to confirm a lot of things. Those are the first photographs of Earth, first images of Earth as a globe. They claimed that they made photographs on the moon, confirming that the moon is a solid object to be traveled to. Those were the goals back then.
There was a flight around the Earth before they went to the moon.
Oh, brother. Okay, you can if you run around a track, have you run around a sphere?
If I run around a track, have I run around a sphere?
Yes.
Yes, if the track is round.
Oh, brother. Let me ask you one more time. If you run around a track, have you run around a spheroid?
Yes, I ran in a circle.
That's not a sphere.
Circle and sphere are not synonymous. You get that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you run around a track, if you take a flight around the Earth, have you run around a sphere? Have you flown around a globe?
No.
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, it's just like the room example. You can just go around. You can just go around and around and around and around and around, and no need for any ball or sphere or anything like that.
Yeah, but the Apollo narrative was definitely to substantiate the Earth as a globe and the moon as a rock in space.
Well, they already knew that the moon. Well, maybe not the Earth was round necessarily, but
What did they know about the moon?
They already knew the moon was there. They had telescopes, so they could see it. So they were
Okay,
already
yeah.
aware of the composition of the moon.
Oh.
Sorry,
I
how
see.
can you be aware of the composition of the moon if you haven't been there? You can just look at it. So
Yeah.
there are ideas back in before NASA that the moon was plasma, but this is just people looking at the moon.
You said they thought it was plasma? Is that what you said?
Before NASA, yeah, there was a couple of scientists that said the moon was plasma. But whatever, it's just people standing on the Earth. You can't tell what it is unless you go there, right?
A few months into my flat
question
Earth
there.
journey.
Oh, I asked a question.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
We expect to be able to get observable facts about the moon fairly soon. What is your theory? Well, it is by now rather more than a theory. 10 or 11 years ago, I stated to various scientists that the moon is not a piece of rock, but it is plasma. Plasma. And that this fact will eventually be confirmed. I made certain predictions which...
Wow, you pulled that up really quickly. Did you have that ready?
CB, that was the interviewer, that was the old Australian accent too, if you're interested.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Who was that?
Some guy.
Please, the re-investigation of the laws of nature is necessary, because if the moon is a plasma, no man will ever land on it. The soft landing attempts will all fail.
Do you understand when you said that they knew what the moon was before they went there? They didn't. You would have to go there to know what it was. Can't just look at it and make declarations.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. As long as you understand that point, mate, that's all.
Right. Who was that though? The scientist who said that the Earth was plasma.
I'll post it for you. Let's see. His name was R. Foster, or Among R. Foster. I'll post a link for you.
Okay, thanks.
Am I clear now?
The moon is plasma. My bad. Sorry.
Now, we don't necessarily. This isn't like our idea. It's just that it's just showing that some people in the past, they didn't even buy this idea that it was like some rock and you can just go land on it and stuff like that.
I wonder how they thought they could.
Maybe they just want you to believe that.
Maybe.
This is the idea about the space race, right? So, already the Earth is a ball, okay, and that is a moon that we are going to go to. And I'm just going to give you stories about that to reaffirm the story that they really wanted to believe. That the Earth is a ball, and that's the moon is orbiting around the ball Earth. It's just a story that we've all been told, right? But this is primarily how they proved it to the world. They went to space race, right?
Right. I think I've seen a couple of. They were either videos or GIFs, I can't quite remember, of the International Space Station being a green screen, I think.
Yeah.
Is that what I didn't want to make assumptions as that's what you necessarily thought.
Well,
okay, you do. Okay, I got it. I see the video somebody just posted.
That's part of the illusion, right?
Right.
So in some instances, there'll be green screens.
Well, if I wanted to film Interstellar, I'm sure you've seen Interstellar before, like Gravity, those two space movies that came out in the last couple years. It's not like they filmed them in outer space. So it's like, Why isn't it possible that this stuff is just in some studio somewhere, just like those movies?
Interesting.
Thus the Santa Claus comparisons. Because in reality, I mean, water seeks and finds level. It's simple as that. There needs to be no story of reindeer with electric noses or light bulb noses.
Which they also have really, really nice movies about. You know, like convincing movies about Santa Claus.
Yeah. I think it's just kind of a tradition at this point.
Well, Kurt Russell just did two movies, like a series of movies that some people find very endearing.
For Santa Claus?
Yeah, Kurt Russell and what's her name? Crap. She was the one he played characters with an overboard.
Goldie Hawn.
Goldie Hawn, that's it.
That's an interesting comparison. Santa Claus versus Globe Earth.
People don't like the analogy, but I think it's quite good and very analogous.
Yeah, not really. I don't know. It's
Well, you told us that don't you think that Santa Claus is more akin to flat Earth? Yet,
right.
3 minutes later, you're sort of telling these stories, and well, it's this and that. Well, in reality, water seeks and finds level.
Mm-hmm.
No story involved.
What is? Yeah, water seeks and finds level.
Well, it would need to be if the Earth is a spheroid, water wouldn't be seeking and finding level.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? What's the most distinguishing characteristic of a sphere?
That it is curved.
And so if you live on a globe,
Mm-hmm.
that would necessitate the oceans curving around the outside of the globe, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So how would it go about doing that? When has water ever demonstrated to you that it would behave in such a way?
Where it doesn't find level.
Yeah, just play the extrapolation game. If we fill up a cup of water and we let it rest.
Mm-hmm.
Describe the surface of that water to me.
The water is in fact flat.
Yeah, it's perfectly flat. I've actually hung pictures doing the same exact thing. So we go to a bathtub. We let the water rest. Is that water? And we shoot a laser across the top of that water. Is there going to be any curvature on that water?
No, there will not be.
In an Olympic swimming pool, same experiment. We pull all the fat kids out of the pool. Water comes to a rest. Shoot a laser. Is there going to be a water hill in the middle of that pool?
Right. If you were to pour water over top of a ball, though, it would wrap the shape of that ball.
Oh, it'd fall off.
Would it?
Yes.
Just fall off.
It would drip to the bottom and fall off.
Yeah, it's going to end up at the bottom.
Uh-huh. But you're saying that it would.
And then if you start spinning that, if you start spinning that ball, the water will fling off of it in an outward direction. It will not stick to the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You seen an ocean basin before?
You said an ocean basin?
Yeah.
What about an ocean basin?
Well, they're just basically giant bathtubs on the face of the Earth, and no geology textbook ever depicts them as like curved around a ball. They're just giant, huge bodies of water with flat surfaces, and the ocean floor is called.
I mean, does that make sense? There's huge bodies of water where we can measure them, and they don't demonstrate any curvature. So, what makes the ocean special? Why does suddenly water start changing the way it behaves, and it starts to curving around the outside of a spinning ball, hurtling through the vacuum of space? How does that make any sense? Where's the delineation line between demonstrating flatness and when it actually starts to curve? How big does a body of water need to be before it will do that?
I think in terms of the spinning thing, though, if you were to take a cup of water and I think this is accurate, but if you were to actually spin it in such a way that the centrifugal force would actually keep it in the inside of a cup.
It's very different.
The only thing that's keeping the water in the
Sorry, I think you cut out.
Hey, owlishness, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, so the importance right now, I think that we're trying to demonstrate Levelist was the convexity of the curvature of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the most important thing is that if you have a globe of a set size of dimensions, then you have like the physics that work on the globe. So everything that comes with the globe is all due to the fact that the measurements are verified by you, me, and everyone else. Like we can go check it out. And if it doesn't stand to reason that you can measure a globe or drop over distance, then you don't have everything attached to the Earth being a globe, which is the idea that the gravitational pull is being with an Einsteinian bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. So there's a lot of things that are attached, like I would call them derivative topics, that you might think, like what the Earth is doing in the vacuum of space and so on. But if you don't have a globe in the first place, then that's already throwing things into question. You know what I mean? Like you can't then assert that if you don't have convexity, then you can talk about like the Earth doing something. Because you have to first demonstrate that it's an actual globe before you go into the next step, which is that it's actually moving, you know. The first things first, if you don't have any evidence for that, that's what you really got to hone in on. And, you know, just kind of make it important for you to remember that, because we can talk about different things to do with the Earth, but if it's not the shape and the measurement of it, then we're never going to get to the bottom of like what it actually is and what it's doing. So going to another topic like the spin of the Earth is not going to satisfy the question if it is a globe or not.
Can I address the actual question though, if that's okay? I think Owlishness asked, what's the difference between like spinning a bucket full of water and have the water being contained versus the Earth? Was that your question, Owlishness?
Oh, I was just saying that, like, if you were to spin a bucket of water around in a circle, the centrifugal force would keep that water in the bucket, so it wouldn't fly out. Now, I understand what you're saying about if you have a ball that is saturated with water, that the water will fly off of that ball because there's nothing holding that water there. So
Or
I
how
do
about,
understand that.
Well, that's the
or
point.
how about putting the handle on the bottom of the
That's
bucket?
the point, isn't it?
Hold on, Flatman. One moment, Flatman.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? Is that you need to really consider in which direction the water is actually being forced, right? So, in the bucket example, you've already said that the water is being forced outwards, and it's being kept in by a physical containment, right? So, on the Earth, what would be the equivalent physical containment for the water?
I guess the deepness of the ocean.
So the water is containing itself?
No, the water is, you know, deeper than the land masses.
That's the
so
wrong
therefore, it's
direction.
contained by the ocean itself.
That's the wrong direction.
Yeah, so effectively you're saying that the water contains itself.
And not quite. If you were to look at the ocean compared to, say, the land masses, which are all, not as deep as the ocean, you would have the idea that the bucket itself is the ocean, right?
No, because in that example, the bucket isn't made of water.
It's the wrong way round.
No, I'm saying that the ocean floor.
Yeah, but then, so that would be like having, let's just say that you took your bucket and
So
you were swinging it around,
right.
but you're actually, the bucket was 180 degrees different. So the plastic bottom was on the inside. What would happen to the water then?
If the bottom was on the inside of the bucket?
Yeah, and you swung it around. What would happen?
The bottom is on the inside.
No, the bottom's on the outside when you're swinging it around. That's what keeps the water in.
Right.
So what if it was on the inside?
As in, you turn the bucket around 180 degrees.
Right. So, okay. So you're saying... I'm confused what you mean by the inside and the outside, considering...
The inside of the rotation.
Okay. The bucket would, in fact, pour out.
Yeah, the water would fly everywhere. So that's analogous with the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So using a bucket swinging around in a circle isn't actually a good analogy for the water on the Earth.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Hey, Jedi, you got a second?
Yeah, of course, man. What do you want?
I'm gonna drop you a call.
Okay, man. Yep, sure.
Right. If we're going to use a bucket, wouldn't we need to put the water on the outside of the bucket?
Yeah, I guess so.
To compare it to the Earth, yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
I think if we're still going to use the bucket example, I think the flat earthers would say that the land is more like the bucket. The water's not... We're not spinning, so it's not trying to fly off or go anywhere. It's just being held within the land, just like a lake. Or, or a natural body like a swimming pool or something like that. It's being...
Yeah, I mean, that's a different argument, isn't it? It's because we actually don't even think we're moving at all. But what they say is that, well, we're moving and the reason the water doesn't fly off is bucket. And then you realise that actually isn't analogous anyway, even if you accept that the Earth is spinning, which we don't.
I'll have to read more about the tides, because I would feel like if the Earth wasn't moving, the water would become quite stagnant.
Okay. How many, okay, what causes the tides? What do you think causes the tides?
I guess the moon.
Okay, how many moons are there?
1.
How many tides are there?
I guess there's a lot of tides.
There's 2 a day.
Yeah.
So how does one moon... so how does one moon cause 2 tides?
Because it is daytime and then nighttime. Right?
No.
No?
No, the moon can be out in daytime or nighttime.
Right. You can see it, but it's not on that side of the Earth. You can't always see it, though.
You've got 2 tides on different sides of different parts of the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So which one is the moon causing?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and what's causing the other one?
Wait, Crypto.
Yep.
Can I ask her a question?
Yeah, sure. I just want to finish this and then I'll stop talking. So
it was just
one moment, AG.
Yeah, I'm gonna just mute myself.
But I'll be done soon, I promise. So the moon's causing one of them. What is causing the other one?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, we're not sure either. just to give
right.
you
Okay.
but it's like their explanation can't be correct. Now, what I'll tell you what their like official explanation is, and then I'll go on mute. Is that they say that the moon and the sun cause like a gravitational tug rope, which causes two like water peaks on either side of the Earth. That the Earth effectively rotates through. So that's what they say causes the two tides. Completely unprovable. And the other thing to note is that the tides don't correlate with where the moon's position in the sky is. But that's like a different topic. Well, it's kind of the same topic, but whatever. There's so many issues with it, and fundamentally they never proved it in the first place, so there's no reason to believe something that someone just says. So anyway, that's all I have to say on the matter.
Right, okay. That makes sense.
AG.
Damn it. Okay. I had to unmute myself twice because I have two mute functions. So I muted there and then I started talking. I started talking, had to mute myself. And then I had to unmute myself again. And now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, right.
AG, your hot mic.
Yeah, your time is up. You talk too much.
Dang it, I got myself flustered. So anyway, everything you did just kind of nullified the question anyway, because I was going to yes and what you were saying without saying anything. I was just going to be like, wait a minute, do you know how tides work first before he goes on? And then I was just going to leave silence. But, dude, never mind. I should have just shut up anyway. You were doing awesome.
You're good, man. If you want to talk.
That is so weird. They act like there's two different... It's like, come on, there's one moon. So if it works that way... come on.
Tides more likely are due to underwater eddies and currents, as well as there's temperature differences in the water. So cold water mixing with hot water causes the water to move.
Mm-hmm.
And Al, no, the reason, and I'm not talking to you that way. It's just in my head. I was like, so many people have asked that question over and over. I've seen it run through. How do tides work and blah blah blah. Right. And I'm thinking all these people, and it's like they're not even taking into consideration their own question. But how do tides work?
Right. I know that there are
and it's just peculiar about
currents. Like you have the I can't remember what it's called, but the current that runs from the North America, or from North America up through Canada. You can see a lot of weather systems that follow that current. Has nothing to do with tides.
I just became aware recently that there's a waterfall, an underwater cold waterfall that is like twice the height of the Angel Falls in Venezuela, but it's under the ocean.
Oh yeah, that one has to do with the
water temperature.
The water temperature, where is that?
The water temperature separating. The cold is on the bottom and the warm is on the top.
Where is that?
Everywhere. But there are cold underwater, like when the cold water hits the ocean and starts mixing, there is a place where there's an underwater waterfall that's twice the height of Angel Falls.
Oh yeah. I just looked it up.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that's what causes tides, but makes more sense to me than a moon or gravity or whatever other crap I've been told.
Yeah, I mean, we could also try to follow the dynamic system, and we could say that the sun heating up the earth periodically, different places throughout the day, would be, let's say, the start of it. it is vaporizing, rising. It is changing the temperature. Water is vaporizing, creating high pressure points and low pressure points, which is making the air move and all that kind of stuff, which is making waters move, which is making waters clash, which is making waves down into the ground, down to telluric currents and tension in the earth stacked upon other earth and stuff like that, So it's like a big dynamic system, but it's hard to pinpoint like a single cause for many of the things because it's an accumulation of things.
What do you mean, the Earth stacked upon itself? Just land masses?
Yeah, I mean, first you have dirt, then there is maybe bedrock, and already there it has created some tension because it weighs down on what is below. That is stored up energy in some sort of way because we know potential energy. If you remove the rock underneath, the earth would fall. So,
Okay.
I just tend to look at it all as one big system, and if you move one thing, well, it causes a ripple somewhere else.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I'm still here. I think someone joined recently. Truth Reality. I saw you in the chat. You want to say hello?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, can you hear us all right?
What's up?
Hey, there you are. What's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
Good. Yeah, do you want to... I can just pull up some of our chat from earlier. Maybe we could touch on some stuff from our conversation in the lobby.
Sure.
All right. Truth Reality. You've been here for a while, since you've been here since October of last year, so thanks for rocking with us.
Yeah. I just said refraction explains the observations that we're making that don't fit within the globe geometry.
Yes, I think I copied that. That was a good point.
Thanks. Yeah.
Because, from my understanding, when I joined the conversation around this topic in 2017, the flat earthers were saying one thing, the globe earthers were saying another. Globe earthers were claiming that the horizon is a physical curve of the earth. You can go plant a flag right there. It's the geometric horizon where the earth starts to curve away and block boats that go over that or whatever. Okay, so then the flat earthers were saying, well, there's different factors for why the horizon appears where it does. There's your observer's height, there's weather conditions, refraction. But the response back then was, oh, that's just perspective. But now, for some reason, they've hijacked refraction, and for some reason, that's just proof now all of a sudden. I don't think so. Refraction's been a big topic. I think I get the idea that like new people who come here, they see the globe earthers talking about refraction, they think that's like a winning argument. A lot of them haven't been around long enough to understand that that's been the flat earthers' arguments for years, at least since I've been here.
That's right.
I'll post a GIF if that would help. But it seems like you understand that already. Truth.
I don't know about that.
Here's a gift for you. Are you saying that the refraction explains why it is a globe? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think refraction is a valid explanation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying for years. But now all
Explanation
of a
of what? Sorry.
Seeing too far.
CB, do you want to pick that up? Or?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the issue we have here is we have an ad hoc assertion, and then we have basically the justification for that assertion, but we don't actually have any evidence to go on. So they say Earth is globe. We say, but you see too far, and then they say, well, light bends. Okay, but at no point has any evidence for a globe actually been presented. It's just kind of the counterpoint has just been hand wave dismissed with kind of an ad hoc assertion to go with the original ad hoc assertion. There is another problem with this, of course, in that when we actually think about what refraction is, you start to realize that the horizon itself doesn't stay in the same place. And so any horizon distance that was then used to calculate a radius is based on the weather conditions on the day that test was taken. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So then how do we know what the radius is? Like, to even base the second argument on. So we're saying we see too far based on a radius that we can't possibly know. Right, so it's just asserted that the globe is this size and that it has this radius. And then when we say, well, actually, there's problems with your logic, they just make another assertion that it's bendy light. But there's also another assertion in that the bendy light would always present the result of a globe. Right? So there's they just layer assertion.
Just from space.
Sorry?
Pictures from space.
Oh yeah, I've got some really cool pictures from space. I've got Marnius Calgar beating up a Tyranid. That's a really cool picture from space.
I have one of planet Namek.
I've got one of
Yeah,
Tatooine.
but that's anime, though. I mean,
yeah.
Right.
What do you
so what? So how do you know which one's real and which one's fake?
Yeah, you got me.
Right.
I'm really confused. Is that your actual YouTube site in your bio? Dude, I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, my YouTube channel.
So you fake being a flat earther on YouTube and you're a globe earther in here? What's going on?
No, I'm just LARPing as a glober right now.
Fair enough.
I mean, the pictures from space rebuttal to refracted was pretty good, so I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a pretty good argument.
Welcome back.
If by good you mean common and retarded, then yes.
Yeah.
It was a classic glober move. Let's just put it that way.
No, to be fair, you had me going for a minute. Fair play.
Yeah, I have clips of EXO, mostly.
Really?
Nice.
Yep.
He does like his flat Earth, that XO.
He sure does.
If you got some of EXO, you must have some on evolution then.
Yeah, I do.
But you know, guys, that we all evolved from monkeys.
It's fact.
Well, my granddad was a monkey.
Mine was a complicated rock.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah,
You've evolved much quicker than I have.
Such thing in my world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
I mean, like, that, you know that meme where it's like, tell me you're mentally ill without telling me you're mentally ill?
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Yeah, guys, just a word of advice for anyone here. If you're ever at a bar or a club and you see this hot girl and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to go and talk to her, then after a couple of minutes she tells you that she's a complicated rock, and that rocks are your cousins, yeah, just walk away slowly.
Hey.
Don't worry if you didn't finish your drink, it's not worth.
Hey, bro, you think that's your girlfriend? That's not your girlfriend, bro. That's a complicated rock.
Right. Well, like psychotic.
That's by the way. No, that's a reference to a meme about the. That's not your. Yeah, never mind. Those who know get it. Those who don't, whatever. It was funny to me, and probably like 3 other people out there who may see this.
Well, rule one of being amusing is amusing yourself, to be fair.
Hey, I'm here to entertain angels. You might not see them, but they're laughing. Oh man, let's talk about complicated rocks. I know a complicated rock. I mean, he's a rock of ages. That's pretty complicated, but it's not what she was talking about.
Imagine if you were to go to like the dealer on the street corner and be like,
"Can I get a complicated rock?
Got any of those complicated rocks?"
No, man, I don't want those regular. I don't want that normal crap. I want the complicated rocks.
Right. Oh man, you got to sort me out.
They charge you extra because it's complicated.
So there's a globe LARPer.
Kind of how I was earlier.
He's just having a laugh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
The owlishness, are you like you're firmly on the spinning water ball, or are you kind of not sure?
She's gone.
Complicated rock.
Crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
I was thinking of a Travis Tritt song. You're gone. Tell me I was dreaming.
Nice.
You have a trained warble.
Beautiful.
To bring an end to opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Humberton has walked out of the ring. Wait, what? I cannot believe this. Never seen this before. He walked out of the ring. He's not fighting. He walked out of the ring. I've never seen it before. Curtis.
That's not too loud, is it? I can go back to the live stream and check up.
Not loud enough.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Turn it up, DJ.
I just particularly love that clip, dude. If you're familiar, I'll post a GIF. But yeah, boxing match starts and dude just walks right out of the arena. It's like, how many times did we see that? Obviously, that's not what happened with owlishness, but that does happen here a lot. There was a guy earlier, Frog. Do you guys think the Earth is flat? I think that's dumb. Leaves the call.
Oh, right. Well, that's definitive.
Well, that makes sense. That's a valid response. I mean, it's definitely an opinion. So,
yeah,
there's that. He just told us what he thinks. Okay. He didn't the evidence is it's anecdotal, and there you go. Short and sweet.
Yeah, if only most people listening to this kind of topic were as open-minded as, we've heard Owlishness, and like actually allowing themselves to have these discussions,
Hey, I'm impressed by her flat Earth impression though, because that means she's been paying attention. Like she knows exactly what's going on here, and that's cool.
Right.
And she's interested enough to pay attention. So cool.
I was putting that pressure on too. Baller Max over here.
You got to use more strawman fallacies and ad hominems next time.
I got called a nerd the other day for calling someone's strawman fallacy out, and I was like, you don't just get to fallacy and then call me a nerd when I notice. Like, that's not really how this works.
Yeah, they ad hom their strawmans. That's the way you're supposed to do it, right?
Right. It's like you're compiling fallacies now. This isn't better.
Stop saying what I'm doing, nerd.
Yeah. But then what's really funny is like they don't realize that like. So let's put it this way, right? So in high school, that whole kind of like nerd jock thing would be like the jock is normally the guy who doesn't play by the rules. So it's like they have in their mind this weird cognitive dissonance where they are hyper-conformist but think they're being rebellious.
Yeah.
Oh, I already said that this whole globe thing is the revenge of the nerds. It's the inverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. But you see what I'm saying? Like, in their mind, they want to have both. They want to be the alpha who's, like, playing by no one's rules, but also enforcing the rules. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have your cake and eat it too.
It does not.
You go ahead. I was going to hold my thought.
Go on, Ether.
I was just going to say, we're going to stick it to the man by following the rules.
Right. They're going to enforce the rules harder than he is. Like, wow, you're so cool.
I'm the hall monitor. Start like picking on all the kids now, because they have a little sticker. It looks like a police badge.
Right.
We're living through the revenge of the nerds, the hall monitors, and whatnot.
They're not even nerds, though, I would say, because a lot of them are pretty thick. Like, they're hyper-conformist and not very bright. I mean, maybe they're dorks. Like, they're not nerds. They're like...
I guess I'm referring to the anti-flat earthers, I guess. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm thinking in my mind, too. I'm like, you ain't hanging out with Kosho or Fight the Flat Earth. You're not having a beer with those dudes.
Just to be clear, for anyone listening, it's like, what I'm describing isn't just people who think they live on the globe, right? So people who think they live on the globe, like, most of those people are just normal people. They don't really give a shit about this. Or they're undecided, whatever. They're just normal people, no problem with them at all. It's the people who, like, aggressively oppose us. They're just cringy. Weird.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Huh. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I just heard Indio refer to it as the sunk cost fallacy, the phenomena whereby a person is reluctant to abandon a strategy or course of action because they have invested heavily in it, even when it is clear that abandonment would be more beneficial.
Right.
Too late for them.
Yeah, it's true.
Gamblers suffer that all the time. Keep on keeping on. Jump. Hey, Levelist, jump.
What's that?
No, the Levelist posted. Oh yeah, I was like, hey, Levelist, jump. The meme. They get the animated. Like jump, man. Be okay. We're invincible until it's summertime to go. Anyway,
Jump man.
you can find like it finds its level. It'll be alright. You're the Levelist.
Don't get it.
I actually do. I've seen that before. Not that, but I've been to a place that it was rushing just like that. Like me and my family went on this thing, and we walked down this huge path, and it was the path like it was a really long path. It wasn't huge because it was the skinny path that's right there next to it. Like you walk like 10 feet, and you could just kind of jump off into it. And it was rushing about like that, but yeah. Rapids. That's something I would probably not do. I've done those little like lazy river things where you can just kind of ride in a whatever. The inflatable tube thing. It's actually tractor tire inflated with air, but whatever. Those things are fun. The tube that goes inside of a tractor. Now I want to go to the mountains and see some waterfalls. I've also swam at a waterfall. There's a place up in the towards the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Cool.
And I went to a summer camp. And walked down this huge path. Again, well, not huge, kind of a long path. And at the end of it was this. I mean, it wasn't anything like that. There's kind of like a pond where there's a waterfall that went into it. And then, like on the other, there was a bunch of rocks that had a natural wall, so you could swim in there.
Complicated rocks.
They were a little bit complicated, not as complicated as some rocks are, but then it flowed over, and there was kind of a sheer drop that went off, and it goes off into this pretty big river. Like the river, like after it fell, it was just a normal river that was flowing down. Well, I don't know, you couldn't tell, but that was what we walked past when we were going there. And like I said, it wasn't like that. This was just a river that came after the waterfall. And we like went up this thing, and you had to climb ropes to get back to the camp from where once we had gotten back to the thing. It was like this steep path that you went up, and we used these really big ropes to get up it. Back to the waterfall. That's the thing. But yeah, we swam there for a while, and they told everybody not to drink the water because it'll give you diarrhea. And dang, I think I got some pictures of that waterfall. The place is called the Wilds. In fact, they'd probably have a picture of that waterfall there. North Carolina camp. Here it is. Oh. I thought I was going to post a better picture than that. That ain't even it. I mean, it is, but they have multiple camps.
Do you think some people come here thinking that they're going to get a laugh out of us, and then they start thinking, oh shit.
Absolutely. It's like walking onto a highway or something, you know?
Oh, these guys are going to be retarded. Oh, they're talking sense. Abort.
Yeah, maybe that's why they start acting like so foolish so soon. It's like, oh well, I don't really have anything to go against this intellect, so let me just spiral as a, I'm just gonna go low, right? I'm gonna go low. Can't meet them at their level, so I'm just gonna, on the ground. Or as
Here it is.
Crit would say, start screeching.
Squirming.
It's terrible. Every now and again, though, you do get some genuine people who put up their best effort. You know what's funny too is like it usually goes so much better if you're just humble, like have some humility. Hey guys, I don't really know, like what's up, what's going on.
Oh, we're living in 2023. That's not gonna happen.
It's rare, yeah.
Alright, I found it.
I mean, were you guys around?
That's the waterfall.
Experience the wilds.
What's funny is they clip the video so it doesn't show you where the waterfall goes. And it's probably because I think that would scare some of the parents off. This is an ad for a summer camp, and they don't want to show people things that are super scary. But it does show you everything else, and you can see where everybody would swim and hang out and stuff. It's kind of cool.
Do the if you did go to the wilds, is it dangerous?
Only if you make it.
Wow.
If you follow the rules and you'd be a good camper, then I think that it would be okay. I did jump off of the jump-off tower there and bust myself in the balls like by hitting the water wrong, and that hurt really bad, and it was about like 3 or 4 stories tall, so yeah, that was fun.
About 40 feet? Yeah.
But it's only dangerous if you make it.
It's only dangerous
good
if you
times.
make it. Did you say that? Did you say
Yeah, it's only dangerous if you
make it?
If you make it dangerous.
Make it dangerous by falling 40 feet.
Jumping. It was a tower out in the water. In fact, I'll find the picture of that too, because that's probably there.
Well, see, me and Lunatic got into an argument. I was telling him that I jump off 40, 50-foot cliffs, and I freaking love that shit. I mean, it always hurts when you hit the water, but it's fun.
Oh yeah, they had the blob too, and you can jump on it and they'll launch you and launch like kids across the damn. Here, I'll show you.
No, it's all good. It's just like he was like, "You don't do that." I was like, "Bitch, I'll do it right now. I'll jump 50 feet in a heartbeat."
Just don't don't step off and go straight down. Like you have to.
No, you have to know where you're landing. Yeah, no. I drove straight down with my arms down to the side. You know, I don't try to dive 50 feet. No.
So I'll just tell you how to do it the wrong way. So when I was a young teenager, so when I did this, I was afraid, and so I just stepped off. I didn't dive. But I froze up.
No, I run because I knew that it was, there was plenty of room. I went down in the water like 20.
People jump in a pool and they'll do like that pencil thing where it just kind of makes them go really deep and then they can kind of swim back up. Kind of like that, except for that high up, and yeah, the water went.
And don't look at the water while you're heading toward it, because it'll give you. I got black eye from freaking looking at the water when I was jumping from that high. You know.
Oh, so yeah,
you smack your face. I mean, you just pretty much just want to stand in like an arrow, put your hands to the side, and just point your feet down. Boom.
No, when I did that, that hurts so bad.
Yeah,
you got to hit the water
it's
right.
Fun, and you climb up and do it again. When you're a young
the higher
man,
you go, the harder it'll hit, and end up being like concrete if you hit it hard. Like if you go high enough, it just smacks.
That's why you just after you do it a few times, you learn how to land. You just like point your feet down. You put your.
Well, I know how to jump in water now.
It was funny though. The reason I figured this out is because there was this big cliff that was near where I grew up at Grease Ferry Lake in Arkansas, and I can't give the exact measurement, but I know it was at least 40, 50 feet. And when I was growing up as a teenager, you weren't supposed to. They didn't have it blocked off when I was a teenager, so you can go there and have a party, and freaking take a 12-pack out there or a case or whatever. And we'd camp in the campsite or whatever, and then we'd go down there and just like jump off and like woo, and it takes freaking like 10 minutes to climb back up after you jump off. But it's just like I did it so many times. It's just like I know how to jump off this fucking cliff now. And depending on it was right near the dam.
Yeah.
So the lake level would be lower or higher. But I jumped off it so many times that I knew I wasn't going to hit anything if I jumped off. If I jumped out far enough, right? Which really is far enough is only. It's a sheer cliff, basically. I've jumped off it probably 20 times and never hit anything. So, yeah, and jumping off and hitting the water going down, like inside the water. I never touched bottom, and I never touched rock. So I was
when you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock.
But it was so fun. It was just like, it was like Lou was giving me a lot of shit one night. It was like, dude, I know this freaking rock is at least 40, 50 feet high, and I know it. And it was fun. And so, and I've done it as an adult and when I was a teenager. So I know exactly.
To answer Resolve's question, I didn't really play. I mean, we played once. I didn't really enjoy it too much. There's some of the other guys were really good at it, though. I would have fun doing it if I practiced and got better at it.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird.
You have to land right.
That disc golf, yeah. This one guy though, he was really good at it, and he was like from a great distance, he could just kind of like throw it and kind of curve. That reminds me of like that movie where they had the assassins, they could curve the bullet. They'd like throw the damn disc and make it curve, and then still go into the go into the goal.
That's called the Wanted or something. Not the Wanted.
Is that Coriolis effect?
Oh, what was that called?
No, of course. What are you about to say?
No, I'm just trying to think what the movie was called. Where they kind of like.
It is one. I think it is one.
Oh, I think it is called The Wanted or Wanted or something like that. Yeah, it's got Angelina, what's her face, and a bunch of other.
Jolie.
It was a pretty high profile movie. It was well done too. Weird, but. I guess if you can.
I don't know why I jumped in. I heard you talking about waterfall. You were talking about that in the eastern.
I really want to go see. Eastern NC. The mountains are up there. Are awesome. I'd love to get back.
Carolina. Is that like
or Western North Carolina? Like, I'm in Eastern North Carolina, so it's on the far other side of the state.
Yeah, it's a Smoky.
And it's one of my favorite parts. Well, I went to the Blue Ridge area.
Oh, cool. Sounds fun.
I only went once, but yeah, it was fun.
There you go. Was that CB?
You already know.
Go chasing water.
Archery.
I mean, it's like some waterfalls. I mean, depends on. Anyway, I'll jump off a 50-foot waterfall if I knew there was enough. It's just like at 50 feet, 60 feet, I could probably do it. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I don't know. I just have to know that when I Put my body in a straight line motion. I know it's gonna hurt.
I just noticed,
but
guys,
I'm gonna
that
live. I'm gonna live.
I just noticed Dr. Bob's in the call. I was wondering what he thought about water hills.
Water hills. Ooh, that's a good one.
I don't know. What's a water hill?
Water
Can you play the whole clip?
It's also a horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy. It's a water hill.
I don't know. What's a water hill?
From the same kinds of nutters who brought you complicated rocks.
The same type of person. The same type of person that I've been talking to in the YouTube chat for a bit through text, for the past couple of hours. So it's your turn.
So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Dude,
I'm watching a serious movie, but you guys got me cracking up in the background.
Dude, it's like flat earth jujitsu. It's so easy, man. They just like put an arm out and you just wrap it up and put them in a choke. It's like you don't even have to throw any punches. They just tie themselves up into a pretzel.
What I find amazing is like, what I find amazing is how willingly they'll contradict themselves just to make the Earth a globe.
So
they want
don't go chasing water hills.
I don't care what their argument is.
So don't go chasing water hills. Please stick to the flat level water you're used to.
Oh, you got to make a song out of that one, Kim. Don't go chasing water hills.
I mean, I guess it's a good globe debate tactic in a way, because if your position is every position, then you can't always be wrong. Like, what do you think? Yes. Okay.
So derpy, man. Like, ultimately. It's, especially, the people that have been following us for a long time, and the people that chase us around on the YouTube, they're like, it's like, you just keep banning. Their main focus is on, you ban me for no reason. It's like, nobody bans anybody for no reason. What the fuck are you talking about? And anyway,
what you talking about, Willis?
What you talking about? Nobody bans anybody for no reason. If you're a comfortable and a reasonable person to talk to, that's why we're here.
No, wait, please. We can make a deal. If you spare my life, I'll give you a planet. 3 planets. 2.5.
You just went down.
I'm a haggler.
I just imagine
a
Glover trying to negotiate his band status.
Dude, did you scroll up through that YouTube chat, CB? Oh man, I've been dealing with those idiots for a couple hours. Go ahead, Crypto. I'm sorry, brother.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything. But it's kind of like, there was that guy who was trying to sell like pieces of the moon. It's like, I'll give you the this crater and I'll give you this crater. So okay, dude, no one's going, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, but that's actually a thing you can do. You can buy property on Moon. You can buy property on Mars right now. People can make money off of that shit right now. I could make money.
Sellers are making money.
I could make money off of selling property on Mars.
Go on then.
I'll buy it.
Do it because I'm not a dishonest prick. But
a buck 05, all the property you got.
I'll take your entire stock.
Shut up and take my money.
Insert cash or select payment type.
One of my favorite things that globalists do, I got one to do it today, where they insult you. They're like, flat earthers are so stupid, you're mongoloid, inbred idiots who need education, and on and on and on. And then I'm like, anything else? Anything else you want to spaz out about? He's like, no, and he ends with a "you're welcome." YOUR. I'm like, I go, it's amazing. You think you can insult somebody?
Yeah, I was going through
And
the
you
same
fuck
shit
up.
in the chat earlier. You know, they were just like saying shit that made no sense. It was obvious they were like 20th account in the fucking YouTube chat. I'm just like, bitch, get your ass in here and open your microphone and come in here and talk to us. If you want to really have a conversation. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and freaking get arthritis talking to your ass all night long.
It's like if you're going to insult someone else for being dumb, at least spell the right your.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, come on, dude.
Well, this is the thing: is like when people say like, "Oh, what?" Like when people are like, "Oh, why are there all these rules in the English language?" And I'm like, "Well, for that reason. It's so that we can tell the retards from the normal people."
That's awesome.
Well, and they think we're dumb because they believe they're the believers, not us. We used to believe the Earth was a globe too.
I mean, I have my. Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
No, you're exactly right. Or whatever.
I got my share of typos too, but I'm not going around insulting people about them being dumb as I misspell words and look dumb doing it. I just might type a sentence and be like, hey, whatever. You can look at the bottom of the boat, and if it gets closer, and I might spell like bottom, like I hit Y instead of T on the keyboard.
Yeah, I try to pay attention. I try to pay attention to that to make sure that I'm at least as smart as them.
Yeah.
But it's really about their belief, right? They just don't like that we all used to believe it. Now we don't anymore. And they're, for some reason, really pissed off about it. I have no idea why.
Well, I mean, they tell you, sort of, that the reason is because they think that we think that we're above them because we've kind of found out some secret knowledge that they weren't clever enough to figure out. So that's why they take it as an insult.
Ooh, maybe that's it.
Yeah, here's this guy, one of the on that modern day debate. I challenge flat Earth theorists to explain this. Their baseless accusations and assertions that have been found to be reputed by centuries of scientific observations, math proof. In my own case, a personal experience, the idea the Earth is flat is simply on the table, a lack of a bygone era of superstition and ignorance. In conclusion, my friends, I urge you to embrace reality of a curved Earth, reject the foolishness of a flat Earth. The evidence is clear, the arguments are strong. The conclusion is inescapable. I thank you.
Well, that sounds like some obnoxious freaking weirdo nonsense.
Set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
I like doing that sort of dramatic readings of these like emo posts. Like
yeah, it's like hyper cringe because they think they're like saving the world or something. It's like they've got this really like
from us. Right?
Well, yeah, but they've got this kind of savior complex, which is just like so cringy. It's like you're not saving anyone, bro.
Yeah, hear this. I just page down. This next comment. As someone who spent their lifetime fighting against ignorance and superstition, I find it so deeply disheartening that intelligent people would abandon all reason and embrace conspiracy theories. The defense of reason, the pursuit of knowledge, should be a lifelong commitment, not a childhood phase that you simply outgrow. For those who would defend the absurd notion of flat Earth, I say this. It's never too late to reclaim your intellectual integrity. Join humanity. Join the pursuit of knowledge. But if you insist in your delusions, you will only have you to blame for your descent into intellectual darkness.
Yeah, but all of that intellectual darkness started with their stupid heliocentric idea with us, and we've ascended from that into a reality, something we all observe in the natural phase of reality.
Yeah, it's all I said was water finds its level, and this dude goes on a fucking like rant.
Yeah.
Like holy crap, what are you talking about? Like like base like. So the worst claim you can make about my idea is that I'm a couple hundred years behind you, while your idea is literally batshit in all shape, matter, and form.
All right, but we're as far as all the people that have conversations in these forums, we're all here together. We're what's the word? The word escapes me now. As far as like equals, in the conversation, can't remember the word, but anyway. So like you think the Earth is a globe and we think the Earth is flat or whatever. Whereas we all admit we used to think the Earth is a globe, and so we're kind of we're targets for them necessarily. I don't know why they're so obsessed with trying to stop us from telling other people about the information we've come across. The word will come to me.
It's like because my take is that they're suffering because they realize the world is so fucked up. They had expected by now, 50 years after the Apollo program, that they would have like George Jetson. They could take a car into space and have lunch on the moon. Take a vacation on some moon of Jupiter. All this stuff was gonna. They thought 2001 was going to be too slow.
Yeah, but that was Hollywood bullshit, right?
Yeah, but they believed in.
There was mainstream. Oh, sorry, Crypto.
The narrative. No, I'm just go.
Yeah, you came in a little.
Yeah, you were breaking up a little, Crypto. Or are you good now?
No, I wanted Crypt to go ahead anyway. Go on.
No,
I was saying because at the time they had news articles that said prepare for a moon base, 1978. They were thinking like by 2001, what are you talking about a moon base? It's going to be like interstellar travel, like warp drives, shields up, red alert.
Yeah, and they're just limping towards that now. Secret freaking weirdo nonsense, like people like freaking Elon Musk. There is nothing that they have. Nobody's going to the moon. Nobody's freaking going to space that way. But 40 years ago, 50 years ago, they believed that, in 2020, we'd be there. But look what's happening. We're space. What do you mean by space? Outer space. What do you mean by that? We're still on Earth. Same place we've always been.
That's racist.
It's spacist.
So the article, Zany Space News, that I posted today was sky sparkle, or sun sparkles. Sparkles appear right before solar flares. That scientists don't know what they mean. And then one of the funny comments I saw from a flat earther is he said, well, at least we know they identify as a they.
A they? What the fuck is a they?
They, them.
Well, it's just I mean, it's like they, them is plural, isn't it? Can one person identify as they?
Well, you got the.
I mean, I think the rule now is. I think the rule now is who gives a fuck? Do what you want. Like there are rules to this game.
CB's holding back. He's probably got like freaking 18 buttons ready for the they them shit. I saw it just.
This is a good.
All we need.
A good showcase too. Just ask a globalist: does the sun have sparkles? They'd be like, "No, there's no sparkles."
The sun has sparkles. I've never heard that one before. What is that?
Yeah, look at here, Miami Herald. Mysterious sparkles appear right before solar flares. NASA says, "What do they mean?" I guess they mean they identify as a they. This will be like a Kosho. Be like, "Hey, Kosho, what do you think of sun sparkles?" There's no such thing as a sun sparkle. I'll tell you. You link them the article, and 5 minutes later, sun sparkles have been observed since 1938. Like, you moron! What the fuck?
You might have to start with the solar flare. What is that? I mean, a solar flare.
Yeah, you ask him, "Do you know anything about solar flares?" Be like, "Hey, Kosho, do you know anything about solar flares?" He's like, "Yeah, I know all about them. I wrote a book on solar flares." Why is there sparkles before a solar flare? There's no sparkles. That's never happened. You link the article. Oh yeah, that's just that sparkle. I knew all about that.
That's literally about 10 different conversations I've had with Zanuck as well.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's just like I'm not gonna bother with any of that bullshit.
I go like, you guys just don't know this model, because like, if you're telling me something in the model exists, but it doesn't exist, but you knew about it before it existed, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, because you're contradicting yourself in real time, like in the middle of a sentence.
No, they sound like religious priests preaching their globe model that they can't actually give any evidence for. And they're very compassionate about it. And they will say anything and everything to support it, even if they have to make it up. And which is really sad for them. And I kind of feel bad for them, almost a little bit, because they really have no real physical evidence for it. Now, no, granted, this is just a Discord live stream or whatever talk, and so they can say almost whatever they want, but it seems like they really believe it. And they might say the same thing about us. But seriously, where's the real evidence for this globe that they're confirming? We show the evidence, they'll share links, we share links, and we analyze the evidence. It's like, which one is the real evidence for this physical globe that they claim? I don't think it really, in my opinion, I don't think there's any real evidence that it exists. There was somebody in the YouTube chat earlier. It's like, oh, well, reckon they went to the moon or the ISS and all that kind of stuff. It's like, bro, those ISS guys are clowns, man. They're just clowns, just like flipping around, like making burritos in space. I mean, that's not real evidence.
Yeah, Brian Cox. You take it right from the guy's mouth. He goes, "The only way you know the Earth is a globe is because someone told you and you believe it. If you think seeing is believing, you would have to go in a rocket ship, blast off, get to space for enough distance, turn that ass around and look." And the guy says, well, my drone took a picture of the curve. Yikes, dude. It did? Can you mathematically define this curve? You can't. Well,
and do you know this guy that went up there and did that? That's another thing.
Oh yeah, like someone you trust, right? Like, is it somebody who's going to tell you some bullshit?
Right. I mean, just like there's 600 astronauts that have been to the ISS. It's like, do you know them? No, but I believe that they actually did what they said they did. Okay, well, you can believe that all you want, but there's 600 people that have claimed to went to space, and we're over 6 billion people on the Earth. Which if you believe the population numbers, that you're going to trust 600 people that were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. They could have lied. Is that a consideration? I mean, you might consider that. I'm not saying they are lying. I'm just saying when I saw them on camera, they looked like they were just clowning around pretending they were in space. That's what I saw. Could have been on a freaking parabolic airplane flight. And then they're going to throw out the tour of the ISS with the guy floating through. I'm like, here's our here's how we bed down, and it's like moving through. And that's like a 40-minute video. I've seen all the shit, bro.
Well, we tried to get somebody in here, but he quit.
Hey, Kim. How you doing?
What's up? I've been up in the lobby squad.
No, it's all good. You've been in the lobby? Oh, that's a shithole.
No, it's great.
Oh, is it?
Keeping them on track.
Cool.
Yeah.
You keeping them on? You keeping them on?
Especially if there's stragglers that aren't getting addressed, I'll address them.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I don't like hanging out in there, but yeah, if you like it, roll with it. Roll with it, baby.
That's how you get them in here.
Yeah,
Lobby squad's important because that's how you get them in here.
That's cool, Kim. I'm glad you're doing that.
I want them in here.
We do. We all do, man. Well, yeah, we do. We want them in here, if they're going to be at least a portion of intellectual honesty.
That's why I test them out in the lobby.
Yeah, that's cool. Cool, Kim. Yeah, I appreciate your work. If you're doing the lobby work, that's good stuff.
Well, there doesn't seem to be a lot of ladies around. Diversity seems to help a little bit.
Cool.
Us flat earth chicks aren't dumb.
Definitely not.
Although heretic schools me every time. But CB does too. Old Haas also. Dang. I'm trying.
We're a bunch of mansplainers.
What's that?
We're just a bunch of mansplainers.
Did you just mansplain that, Central?
Just a bunch of mansplainers.
You know what? You know what's even worse is that I'm currently sitting very comfortably in a chair with my legs really wide. So I'm actually
your balls are dangling.
And spreading while you're I mean, I'm just explaining it to oppress women. It's nothing to do with comfort.
No, sure.
I'm feeling impressed right now.
You know what's really cool? I mean, I'm
even oppressing some of the
Go ahead, brother. I was just going to talk about Kim a little bit. Kim's been a member here now for I can't remember when you joined, Kim, but it's been over a month now, and she's really
November.
been active. And she's enjoying what we do here. She's kind of getting the feel of like traveling around the server and kind of checking all this kind of shit out. I really dig it, man. I really dig what you're doing, Kim.
Yeah, I'm new, but like I know that it is flat. Like I knew that before I even knew this server existed. So here I am.
Yep. Yeah. Shout out to Kim Hopkins.
Shout out to Helio.
Awesome chick from the
Helios.
flat Earth realm where we all exist. That there is, no matter what they say, however many times they say it, there is no stupid spinning ball. It doesn't exist. Third rock from the sun, that's a story. It can't exist.
Agreed.
How can it? Other than the story, it's like, well, their gravity idea, it's just like, all right, well, show me this gravity that you say is, and then boom, we all know the step by step information about gravity and all that kind of. And as a matter of fact, Kim, and I think you probably did, and everyone else used to think that we were the third rock from the sun in the solar system.
Yes, I'm very new to flat Earth too.
Yeah,
I'm only over a year in.
Yeah, and I grew up in Christianity. Well, I was raised Catholic, but I thought for some reason that the heliocentric model was plausible with because of ignorance about it, right? But then after I graduated high school, I got into the Bible more because I'm going to tell you a secret. Catholics don't teach people about the Bible. Anyway, but that's another story for another time. Anyway, so when I started studying the Bible, I was like, wow, the creation really makes sense more than I ever learned in my entire life. So I was, and then I long before Flat Earth, I was already into like government conspiracies and stuff like that. So I was already into that. And I think that's a common story amongst a lot of people here. So. And when I saw Flat Earth, I was like, man, no. I'm a conspirator, but not that big. No, I'm going flat Earth. Flat Earth. But it eventually hit me. And then I started finding other people that were talking about it. And some were against and for, same way that we're doing this now. But it's a different way than we're doing it now. It's like now it's like it's almost political the way that the dichotomy is involved. Like, you have to know flat versus globe. It's like, but it can't be anything other than what we all experience together. In my mind, I understand, the levels of the understanding from the bottom to the top. Well, you just ban people that disagree with you. People told me that tonight. I'm just like, no, I don't ban people that disagree with me. Oh.
I just realized that they upgraded my roles to lobby squad as well. Nice.
Yeah, Kim.
We report bright and early at 6 a.m. 0600.
Yes,
You'll be expected for duty.
It's like people accuse us often.
6 a.m.
I'm just.
Yeah, no.
But no, seriously, you must be out of your barracks. It's 0600.
It's 0600
Oh, yeah.
hours. That's where it starts. It's 0600 hours, wherever you may be.
You must fulfill your 33 hours of lobby squad training. So, yeah.
33 hours.
Yeah, and that's only for new recruits. Once you get inducted into the main hall, it's 5 a.m. into the mess.
Sorry for my little drunken rant there. I love you guys, and not to mention there is like if people want to get involved in a lot. No, I lost my point.
Well, I was in the lobby squad and stuff earlier today before I even joined the VC.
That's awesome because we actually need a lot of people to kind of help out in the lobby and get some of those guys in here. So yeah, awesome.
That's what I was thinking because it was very dead.
Awesome. That's pretty awesome. Because I've lost faith in the lobby, but maybe do you think that something can come of that, CB? I mean, maybe we can get some people that find the server. A lobby is you don't have to have VC verified to get involved in the lobby when you come in. You just join the server and then you can immediately start posting the lobby. So then,
well, I don't have the ability to ban folks, so I'm not ban happy.
No, me either. But what I'm saying is that people that find the server, the first place they'll find and they can start to get involved is right in the lobby. So yeah, you can converse with other moderators and stuff. If people want to join from the lobby into the voice live stream, or recruit them or whatever, however way however you do, whatever you do, you argue with them in the lobby. If they're curious about joining the live stream, then you can let them know that they're a place for them to actually talk to people. All right, now it's Helio hour.
When you get on your roll, I'm gonna just fire it up.
Yeah, no, sure. All right, well, check this out.
When crit starts going, I'm gonna do crit's hints. That was a really good idea.
Yeah, and if it was started with crit.
Oh, and Indio's here.
Crit or Indio. Crypto or whatever, anybody,
It's in the house with Indio.
Hey, you guys can call me out as a fucking dick ass drunk. Sometimes that's okay. I don't mind.
Not necessary.
Yeah, but I'm saying like recruiting people from the lobby. I think it can help, and recruiting people from the YouTube chat that can help too. I don't know, just to kind of get them in
out
here.
in their own spot. We got people in all different places, man. We got the lobby squad up there. I see you in the YouTube. We got people on, TikTok and all types of places. So y'all keep doing your thing.
Reel them in from wherever we can reel them in from.
That's right. They just need some good bait every now and again.
Hey, we're fishing, but also we're trying to have some brilliant talks.
It's weird as I'm doing this all from my phone, not a computer or PC.
Hey, your microphone sounds really good, Kim. So you always come through really good. So.
Well, I'm also not shy either. I talk with my chest, even though I'm a woe man.
We definitely know that.
Man.
And I've never had a problem with that. I like you, Kim.
What is a woman? Like,
first,
have a vagina.
guys,
have
you
a
should know that the first.
See how easy that is?
Guys, you should know
I didn't need a flow chart, diagram, like.
She said, "I have a vagina, dude."
So simple.
I have a womb.
You're gonna get canceled for stating the obvious. Anyway, what crypto?
Yeah, am I coming through?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, my internet's been a bit.
Sorry, we got a new guy in here, automorphic over here.
The first rule of the internet is that there are no girls on the internet.
Is that like a fuck that or something?
No, it's just it comes from a time when voice chat wasn't really a thing, and so what you would sometimes have is like you'd be having a conversation and then someone would give their opinion and then they would say something like, "I'm a girl, by the way," as if that means anything at all. Like
that's
opinion should be valid, or invalid based on the opinion or the logic being used, right?
I think it was clear that I was a girl from the get-go, so I never felt the need to say, "Hey, I'm a girl."
We weren't confused, but people used to. They still do it now. Now the girls don't do it. I mean, they would qualify like their statement with, by the way, I'm a girl. Now, like the let's say the LGBTQ community, they have to like inform you of their status for some reason.
But dude, I'm in Alabama. But I'm in Alabama. That don't apply to me.
Well,
we're very behind.
You should be happy that you're in a red state.
No. Just behind in the times, and we're ignorant. Okay, clearly, I believe the Earth is flat. Come on now. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's one of those many underlying kind of let's just call them bias isn't strong enough. Let's call it discriminations that we face. Is that having some kind of loyalty to the tradition of your culture is somehow backwards.
Yeah,
so like for instance,
if you're into the English language,
that women. Right. And thinking that women are like genetic and not just an idea that we all dreamed up, stuff like that.
Well, I want to let you know something from my experience living and growing up in Alabama. Shit just slides off. Nobody really takes offense to anything. Actually, we give each other shit just to show love. Like that's how we do that. So it's no different than in here. So that's why I feel like this is a place I belong. So
yeah, you can never take yourself too seriously.
What?
You can never take yourself too seriously, right? Good to be taken down some pegs.
Yeah, I don't.
Needs it.
Oh, you know how many times I humiliate myself so I can just get it out of the way? It's the best way to go by the way. Just go ahead and lay it all out there. break all the barriers down so nobody can use any of your vulnerabilities against you. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I just snap out on a gay person one time because, like, in the middle of like we're talking about flat Earth, there's like, oh, by the way, I'm gay. Like, what? Like, how would I ever know if you didn't tell me?
Oh,
Right?
so
It like has nothing to do with this conversation at all.
unless it's a different type of worldview, like a different shape of Earth or something, like is there a gay Earth or something? Like, what the hell does that have to do with anything?
No, they try to like bait us into saying like things. They've done all sorts of like tricks to try to get the server taken down. Like they'll come in, they'll try to race bait, or they'll say things about Jewish people, right? And they're trying to get us to like go along with it, right? So they can report the server and then get the server deleted. But like, they have all like, the basically whatever you could get canceled for, but they used to come in here and try to bait us to like feed into it.
Yeah.
Instead of just like proving the globe, which should be so much simpler, right? After all, was proven 2,000 years ago by some Greek caveman. So, I mean, it should be simple.
I'm still here. I'm about to end Helio Hour and fire up In the House with Indio.
Like Helio Hour. Come on, man. Speak up, Helio. Yeah, it's like, shut up. Shut the hell up.
But yeah, no, that Alan B guy, that Alan D or whatever, Indio. I was just typing in the chat. It's like a lot of people spend a lot of time working with him, and he just got to the point where he's like, "What? A sphere needs a radius? Why? Why does a sphere need a radius? I just don't understand." It's like over and over and over again. It's like, okay, dude, you're just wasting people's time, bro.
Yeah. Was he in the voice chat? Was he like
He wasn't the other day. People spoke to him in the voice chat. It's kind of the same kind of thing. What? I don't know. What do you mean by water? What do you mean by container? I don't know what a container is. Could you tell me what you mean by container? That kind of stuff.
Is he a foreigner?
No.
Is there like a language barrier?
No. He was just, regular Joe Blow,
Trying to make excuses for him, but it ain't working.
I was gonna say, just being mad slimy, dude.
Yeah. Well, like when they start like playing stupid, I often think that like maybe they're looking for content for some YouTube channel or Twitch or something, because they've done that before. I remember. So this is a few years back. So a dude came in. He was running a Twitch stream. He thought he was gonna be cute and come in here. He just ended up embarrassing himself because we figured out like he was on a Twitch stream, and we went over there into the chat, and it just became like a shit show. But he was literally embarrassing himself, and he was making his own fan base angry because he was just, we were making him look stupid. So he resorted, you know what they do, resorted to the insults and flat earthers this and flat earthers that and blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, that's red meat for his audience, right? Yeah, call him stupid. That'll show him. They'll come back to the globe if you insult them. I know they will. No one insulted them good enough yet. You just need better insults. Brainless.
Yeah, might as well be.
I think at this, I'll just say at this point in time, to think that insults would work, right? You're not the first person that started insulting us. If it didn't work yesterday, the day before, 2 weeks ago, 3 months ago, 3 years ago, is it going to be like, fine, like, that's the last insult. I can't take it. I'm going back to the globe. I don't want to be picked on anymore. Like, all of a sudden, I'm going to turn into a bitch and, like, change my mind because someone called me names. Like, haven't you figured out? We're immune to that shit.
It's not like it would work on them either. They'd be like, really? You're just going to insult me? Like, it just doesn't do much anymore.
Well, I think some of them cling to the globe because they're afraid. Well, you know how they come in here and they, like, we talk to them, they'll be like, oh, I wasn't really listening. I'm sure that's happened, right? Sitting there explaining something to them, they're like, oh, I wasn't listening. I was doing something else. And they keep doing that over and over again because they don't want to listen. Because those are the people that they're actually afraid to take it seriously. Those are the people that are afraid of social ridicule. They're like, if I listen to this and I actually start believing it and say something to my friends, I'm going to be kicked out of the club. And I can't have that. So I'll just stick my fingers in my ears and go, la, 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 la. And, that's how they're going to go about life. They'll never do anything that's against the so-called social norm or what they perceive the social norm to be.
What was that, Indio? I didn't catch that.
I said they'll never.
I'm just kidding, dude. I'm totally just kidding.
Shut the fuck up. I wasn't paying attention to
That's
you.
exactly what they do. You were just saying that's what they do. I just had to do it. Yeah.
Cheers, flat earth dude.
Hey, by the way,
Hey,
on that point,
shut up, Hilo. Shut up.
God damn it.
I just had to say that. Just for
Hot
fun.
mic. Hot mic.
I imagine. Hold on. I imagine that you're gonna hear a lot of "shut up, flat Earth dude" and "shut up, Helio."
Right?
Okay. Okay.
We're used to it.
I actually heard Flat Earth Dude say, Helios muted. Thank God. I heard him say that the other night.
Yep. I was like,
Anyway,
oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. What are you going to say?
Let's get PMAC up in here. and Helio and myself. And all the rest of you can just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Please. Just please not be nice right now.
I was going to talk some shit about the YouTube chat, but anyway, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, go ahead. I just say hi real quick. I'll be back. I'm here.
Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
Yeah, when I hear "shut up, Helio," that means "shut up, Helio." So whoever was going to say something before I started talking about something.
YouTube chat.
So you want me to talk about it now, even though you told me to shut up?
I was kidding, man. I just got here, dude. I was just like, I don't know.
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else.
I just got here.
He joined the server just to tell you to shut up. Didn't you know that?
That was it. I gotta go. I'll see you later.
Oh, my goodness.
What about automorphic? Did anybody check in automorphic? No. Maybe. You want to unmute him, maybe?
He's in the lobby at the moment. His last comment is he said he was just here to listen. I think.
Well, he just unmuted, so why not?
And stuff.
Yeah.
Sure.
What's up, buddy? Welcome to the server.
He's a flatologist. Sweet.
He's an entropist like Xanax.
Entropist? Is that?
Yeah, Xanax is an entropist. He's an expert in entropy.
So what up, buddy? You can go ahead and speak. Just speak over them. It's fine.
In my opinion, I think entropist means the end of everything, ultimately.
Anyway, I did see his mic flash. Otto, you can say hello, brother. Just we can hook you up with some roles and stuff if you want to time in. Say what's up. Don't be shy. But if you want to come back, you can get a VC.
Hey, we're not so scary. some people give us a lot of
Helios.
shit, but we're not so scary.
Hurry up before Helio starts talking.
Make it quick. All right, time's up.
For real, it's that quick.
CB, you did a great job being a Glober today. It was so cool. I was laughing my ass off.
Dude, I had to mute up because I was laughing on my own.
I was fucking cracking up. My wife, it's so funny. I couldn't explain it to you if I had to. It was just.
I've been working on it. It's not easy.
Yeah, I took a few notes, man. I'll put it into my next attempt. Let's see how that goes. It's just too big, man. All the scientists, yeah, they know it. They told us it's too big.
I mean, I'm just taking notes from what these goofballs say. They're like, "Well, you ask them
Right.
how big it is," and they're like, "Oh, just it's just big."
It's big. How far is the moon? I don't know. It's far, man. We went to the moon. So we went there.
It's so big. It's so big that it looks flat, right?
Exactly. Looks flat. All right. Well, so what else is going on? Anything fun? Is there a new Flat Earth documentary out I miss?
Do we need any more?
Not really.
I don't think so either.
Has anybody checked out Washing of Regeneration?
Oh, I'll text
Never
you in the
mind.
back chat.
Bye
I'll hit you in
bye.
the back chat with that, Kim. I've got
They
some
gone.
information on that.
They just left.
Oh.
Yeah, they're gone. Adios. Adios. Oh yeah. It's real big. It's real big. There's all kinds of space news going on, man. They're going to the moon. They're going to Mars. And you got 9 billion light year radio signals. Oh my God, all kinds of crazy stuff.
9 billion light year radio signals?
Yep.
I'd like to hear about that one.
Let me see if I can pull something up here.
Hey,
Automorphic, are you trying to talk? I saw you flashing up there.
Get your mic going, bro. We'd love to talk to you. Or, I say bro, but could be a female.
Is today Monday? Oh, shit.
Yes, in California it still is, and
Still
it's Monday
Monday, right?
here in Arkansas. It's right before midnight here in Arkansas. And we got like 3 inches of sleet today, and you can't go anywhere. Almost can't go anywhere because I drove freaking 10 miles to get cigarettes today on these icy roads, and
that is an addiction.
Yeah. And there's more coming tomorrow. That's why I went and did it today, because there's more coming tomorrow.
Did you make it into work today?
No, I didn't go to work because it was already icy then. And then it just sleeted all day today. And there's going to be more sleet in the morning and snow in the afternoon. So I'm going to... but I stocked up. I was like, I drove slow, made it on through, and I came back home. Got enough booze and cigarettes to last me a couple of days.
Excellent. Be careful out there, man. It's cold.
No, I ain't going nowhere for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I heard.
I've been not drinking that wine too much. Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
All that shit.
There's a bunch of people in Texas are kind of locked down. And
yeah, it's ice, man. It's all ice, man. It's all ice.
Just ice.
I was just like driving slow. I was like 20 miles an hour driving down this fucking icy road. And I was just like, I gotta get my cigarettes, my beer. And I made it back home. I'm safe and sound here in Arkansas. Made it back.
Nice. I don't think I've ever driven on ice. That sounds kind of freaky.
Well, not in California, of course not.
Well, we get some up in the mountains, but we usually have we put chains on anyway.
Well, it's just like, I mean, some of the curves, like the curvy roads where I live, they put sand on the corners.
Salt or
People
sand?
have to sand. They don't
Sand.
use salt that way anymore where I live.
That's
But yeah,
good.
with sand, you can tell. You know, it's just like there's trucks that run along. They just dump sand on the corners so you don't slide up into the ditch. But for the most part, the roads the entire time were completely covered in ice.
Damn.
So I just drove slow, rolled up, got my smokes, got my fucking beer and liquor, and I came back.
What kind of liquor did you get?
Vodka.
Vodka?
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't want to meet me on whiskey, I promise you.
You don't want to meet me on tequila, that's for sure.
Yeah, tequila's fun. Yeah, but I'm just
you don't want to meet me.
The whiskey I call True Serum, and that's.
I don't drink, so there was no other part to that statement. I was
right.
No, I get it. I get it.
No, y'all. Never mind. Y'all both missed it.
I got it. You know what I mean?
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Snoop Noob.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too much.
Drinking the wine too much.
Hey, I promise you don't want to meet me on the tweeds either. You know what I'm saying?
Smoking them tweeds and everything.
Shit, I might actually calm you down a little bit. Dude.
Ilya, I would love to see you come in here only on cannabis, just hot shit, and see what that's like, because that would be like a completely different person, but it would be
probably
awesome.
would. Yeah, it probably would be a different thing.
I don't know. You might not even talk as much. You get so chill.
Dude, yeah. It's like I think I've probably smoked more of the tweeds than any of you motherfuckers in your entire life before I stopped, and it's just like
instead of telling you shut up, people like speak up, Helio.
It doesn't agree with me anymore. But maybe it's because I drink too much. I don't know.
Yeah, it's because you're drinking alcohol, and then when you smoke, they both get inside of you and they fight.
Yeah.
It's like the weed's fighting the alcohol. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? This is our territory. They start having a gang. They have a gang war.
It's just like I can take one hit and it puts me somewhere I don't want to be. One hit, man.
All right. Well, don't be smoking that weed, man.
No, I don't fucking touch it, you know.
This even makes people think a lot, though. Their brain starts going, and they'll start overthinking.
Right.
Give them an anxiety attack if they do that too much.
Dude, I promise you, man, you don't.
Oh.
Yeah, that shit gets me somewhere I don't want to be anymore. You know? Even if I smoke, which I'm almost never sober, but if I just take one hit, it's just like.
All right, here you go.
I don't know. We don't have to talk about it.
So anyway, where's that curve at?
9 billion light years away from. What does it mean? Where is it? What's it mean? Where is it coming from? A radio signal 9 billion light years away from Earth was captured in a new recording directed by India's matter wave radio telescope.
It's all them light years, man, everywhere.
9 billion light years. I was like, what? I had to click on it, man. It's like one of those things I saw.
So they think that they see a dot that's nearby from a sound wave that they picked up, and they think that must be this based off of their mathematics.
Light years are received, not given, right? I knew you would get that part.
That's right. It's like a fence is taken.
Yes, it's taken, not given, right? Yeah, light years are taken, not given in the
I got
same
supporting
way,
pictures
right?
in this article.
Science fiction. I was listening to a astrophysicist today, and what he said was he said they can't see into the center of the Milky Way galaxy because there is a Fata Morgana mirage. I kid you not. I kid you not, man.
How do you measure? How can you
He was
possibly
just
measure light
trolling you.
years?
He was trolling you.
Like, all right,
Yeah,
light
he's
changes
trolling.
speed based off of the medium it's passing through, right? And all this cosmic whatever. How can they even measure light years? Anyway, well, you just said that it's freaking cosmic Phantom Morgana. How can you measure it? What the hell's even a light year? Like, what the hell is even that? No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Well, if you're looking in this space, where's the horizon? Because a Fata Morgana is something floating above the horizon. So, like, where's the space horizon?
Because the universe is flat, man. So it's on the horizon of the flat universe, dude.
Hey, here's something that people that don't understand about space-time. Space-time is flat.
Flat.
No, not flat. Because you don't know where the edge is, so if you can't tell me where the edge is, it's not flat.
Maybe space-time is concave. Or convex. Who knows? But what they say about space-time is the only reason as a flat thing is when mass is introduced, right? And so that's where we get our solar systems from. Is from flat space-time, you know. So it might as well be flat. It's good. It's as good as flat. And that's according to freaking Einstein.
It's flat. It is.
Space-time is flat.
Now what?
Oh, fuck off.
The universe is flat. Now what?
What you got? What you got, Globies?
I got, here's a Globey article.
The flat universers.
Universals. Universers.
Yeah, flat universers.
Flat universe.
Flat universe.
Didn't you know Columbus discovered that, the universe is a sphere? Come on, man.
These are
hey,
Cosmo
Creation
workers.
Bear, they got a picture of you on the on Mars there, man. Or where is it at? Yeah, Mars.
Cosmo Mongo.
Is that Creation Bear's face on
Oh god, no. Paraplegic's ad campaign for his coffee has gone too far. He needs to stop doing this stuff.
I have a shitload of his coffee and it tastes really good. So you should buy it. Good stuff.
He really should put that picture on and make a brand of make a version of his coffee. Using that picture would be perfect.
Yeah.
He went to Mars with his wheelchair and he went and did a big circle. He kept on going to circle until he did the big circle. And then Platter Day dug a hole here and here and then went up on a hill and rolled around a little bit to make a mouth. Yeah. That's my theory. It's my conspiracy theory. That's how they made that.
It's called
speculation.
Creation Bear coffee.
No, Paraplegic coffee.
Paraplegic Bear. Dude, I'll send a link. I got it.
This looked like something that he would put on one of his coffees.
He's such a trip, man. Yeah, he doesn't want any freaking stupid globies to fucking contact him, but he has, his phone number. He puts it out there. He put it on the live stream in the voice text. Just like
he's trying to sell coffee.
And he sent me a whole box full of his every different kind of coffee he has, and it's really good.
That's so awesome.
I'll send you guys a link. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to get some of his, man. I still got to get some. You guys say how good it is, so
It
gotta
is
check
good.
it out. I love good coffee. I'm gonna buy it
Well,
anyway.
I
Might as well
need
buy
to.
it for one of the crew in the house here.
Yeah, I gotta hit them up too.
I can afford, 10
Tab
pounds or
open.
something.
My favorite is Bike Thief. He has one called Bike Thief. It's a really good. It's a really good flavor.
It's awesome.
He has the Helen Keller roast and the Raghead roast.
Raghead roast.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
He's got that. But anyway, I have a tab open to his store.
So last week the Globers were talking about the horizon, or was it the curve? What was it? Fuck, now I can't remember. It was something stupid. Oh, they got a new term. Didn't they come up with a new term last week?
For what?
I don't know. They were always coming up with new shit to justify it being flat. Anyway. So yeah, NASA's up to all kinds of crazy. They got nuclear engines. They got a bunch of new spacesuits. They got there's some asteroids headed our way. They've checked that out.
Somebody.
Here's Paraplegic's link to his coffee. It's good stuff. You're gonna have to call him or text him, and he'll send you. I talked to him for like a couple hours on a DM or a direct call.
Yeah.
He's a really cool dude.
Yeah, he came in here.
He's cool. He really makes good coffee too. So. And he's a joker too. He's his phrase there when you just can't stand for crappy coffee. And he can't stand because he's in a wheelchair. See, Evan, he's a joker. Really good coffee.
I got my studio and office area almost done.
Nice.
I'm really just setting up a bunch of crap in the camper, but it looks pretty cool. So I got the ISS live stream playing on one of the tablet computers. I've got the live stream from the 24/7 Discord over here playing on the other one. And I've got I've got my desktop with the chat from the live chat and the chat from the lobby, and both of them in big text so I can see it from over here. I got the big screens connected to my other laptop.
You in trouble now.
And on my laptop, my main screen, on the laptop, I've got like the PC open so I can see everybody's faces and who's talking. On the big screen, I've got the live stream voice text and full access to doing all my other stuff. But yeah. I got a couple more screens to set up.
Hey,
but I'm almost there.
Go in that YouTube chat and give them a bunch of shit, please.
Oh yeah. I'll send a picture in a little bit. Where did I put my phone?
I just got my phone. But I feel like I'm navigating pretty well.
Yeah. You do good. You give them hell.
What's up, ball game? How you doing, buddy?
I like that I can switch and sorry. I'm gonna turn my
Don't know if Board Game has permission to speak if somebody wants to sort that out for them. Just a little conversation in the lobby, guys. So I think that Board Game may want to join in the conversation. Creation bed, do some work.
Well, welcome either way. We hope to have you in here.
Dude, I got an image of Earth here, man. You guys got to see this. It's taken from a Apollo 16 telescope on the moon. And this is infrared.
You're saying Earth, but you mean globe Earth.
Picture of the globe, and from a specialized camera that they had on the moon on Apollo 16, man. That's where you live. There's your stars in space, people. Woo! All right, here's the article. You guys can read it, but I just saw that picture and went, nah, fuck off. Oh, really? That's what they came back with back in 1970, 71 or something. Oh my. Space.com. Space.com. I can't make this shit up, man. Anyway, they're going to put another one of these telescopes on the moon, apparently, in 2025. 2025. Definitely. 2025. Definitely. Somebody should unmute that Adam Unsalted guy. He never talks. Move him to cog this. Okay.
Nah, man, he's probably some kind of Mongo.
Exactly. So,
A Cosmo Mongo.
Cosmo Mongos.
Yeah.
All right, let's shout out to YouTube, man. YouTubers. Helio, Ben's out there, of course. Bendy Light. Mr. Tommy. If there's a dome, how would the moon have impact craters? It's like they don't think it through. We don't think it through, man. If there's a dome, how the fuck does the moon have like impact craters? Come on. You guys ever thought about that? That's a good one. Tiger said the second law relates to isolated systems.
No, it doesn't.
Old dudes out there. Yeah, I'd almost give Bendy Light like $100 to come in here.
I think that guy needs to have it pointed out to him. It's isolated and closed systems. It's not just isolated systems.
Right. Yeah. All right, old dudes. He's out there, man. The world's fine. The world's gonna be fine. Old dudes on it. I got no worries.
And actually, that statement, the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to it. It applies to both of them. It's just that you can have consistent gas pressure in one and not the other. So he's not even stating that silly thing the proper way. I don't know. He's speaking nonsense, basically, completely.
Yeah, Tiger, come on in here. Come explain it a little bit further, maybe. I can hear your voice. I can understand you a little better sometimes. All right. Psyman was out there? Not Psyman.
Yep.
What?
Sorry, buddy. Just want to ask if you have the moderator of Gold Plus and Ring has the ability to give ball games the ability to speak. Been asking for a little while in the lobby. If there's a moderator around, that would be helpful. Or somebody who could help him.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
He's in the lobby?
Oh, he's in the live stream at the moment.
He's in the live stream. Okay.
Ball game.
Ball game. All right. Somebody.
I think I'm here.
I can hear you, ball game. Welcome.
Hey, thanks, man.
How the heck did you find this server, man? We're not easy to find, man.
You just along one of the ledges on the rabbit hole I've been falling down, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you get here. That's how I got here. Damn it.
Well, when you're looking for truth, you find some interesting places, and I'm happy to be here, man.
That's a great place, and you're welcome. And there's some really smart people in here. And I'm more the comedian type, but I like to make fun of all the crazy shit in the world because it's easy to do.
Yeah, you're scratching me right where I itch, buddy.
That sounds a little kinky. Well, welcome, man. What? How long you been looking into flat Earth?
Well, hey, I was a glober up until about, I don't know, maybe less than a year ago.
Yeah,
I'm 40. I'll be 47 this year.
Okay,
and I am 100% a true Earth guy. I don't call myself a flat Earth guy.
Right on.
I call myself a true Earth guy, and I do not believe we live on a giant space testicle flying through Earth in an infinite vacuum. That's for goddamn sure.
Shooting at millions of miles an hour around the Milky Way. Yeah, that sounds cool. Woo.
I never questioned it, and I literally found just this random TikTok video. It was probably a minute long. I don't remember what it was, who it was, whatever. And it was about flat Earth, and it just popped up, and I said, flat Earth. I thought that was well, as Wikipedia declares, it's an archaic, stupid theory. And I thought it was the same thing. And I looked a little deeper into it, and I said, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. And here I am.
Yeah, there's a lot that doesn't make sense about the globe, and we're here to look at where we live. We live on Earth, and we can check it out, and what does it do, what it doesn't do, and we've been looking for some curvature. We haven't found any.
I haven't seen any.
We've tried, man. We've sent up high altitude balloons, 130,000 feet. It's flat. I'm like, okay, well, that's about as high as we can go. And then we shot lasers across waters, 28 miles, 36 miles.
Well, it must be refraction or atmospheric changes. It must be something. They've got some kind of excuse. Yeah. Well, I also found a few, because to draw me in, and you mentioned, comedy and humor. One of the first videos I also saw was Owen Benjamin's path, and that 5 or 10 minute video when he fights against his introduction to flat Earth.
When he was yelling at all the people in the chat.
Asking, you just need proof.
Come on, you gotta help me out, man. I can't say gravity again. Gravity, that's not going to work, man. Come on.
Yeah, he's like, I can't be a flat earther.
I can't be a flat earther. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
And I hadn't seen him in a long time. I must have seen him in shows or comedy specials or whatever. And I'm like, that guy looks so familiar. And now I listen to his podcast every day. Like I'm a bear. Like I love it. It's just so fun.
There was a guy that came out like 2014 or 2010. I don't know, 2012 maybe. Named Matt Boylan or Matt Powerland is kind of his. But he did he went to like a comedy store, like a comedy open mic or something.
Right.
And he did this stand up, man. You have to see it, man. It's a must see.
What's the name again?
Adam Unsalted. Somebody's going to drop me the link to it, but
yeah, I'll check it out, man.
Oh yeah, we'll get the link in here in a minute, and it's absolutely hilarious, man. I don't have it on hand, but
that's great.
I think
man.
his channel got taken down. He was always doing live streams and talking about crazy shit.
Well, if you don't believe in the ball, your channel's probably going to get taken down. So,
well, there it is. Yeah, that's it. It's in the live stream voice text. I don't know if you have permission to see the live stream voice text or not, but
let me see here.
It's right above the live stream red dot.
Hang on, got it. No.
All right. Well, give us 2 or 3 of your best flat Earth things that you love, and
well,
you'll probably give us.
At first, it was the simple things, like you mentioned, the curvature, and some of the just the rudimentary stuff that doesn't make sense that you would never think about when you're just indoctrinated with the regular stuff. But then the further down the rabbit hole I went, and I met the man, Austin Whitsitt, and watching his debates is like, there's no way we live on a ball. Like, there's no way. Like, and then you look into what relativity is, the Michelson-Morley experiment. You go even further than that, and it's just like there's so much. I couldn't even give you like 1 or 2 or 3 things in succession because it's been such an overwhelming tidal wave of knowledge that I just either ignored or didn't realize.
All right, you have permission to look at the voice text and grab that link for Matt Boylan. You got to watch that, dude. You're gonna laugh your ass off, dude.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yep.
Okay, yeah, you got it. That's an oldie but a goodie, man. And,
I like it.
Owen Benjamin's great. Yeah, he's hilarious.
Oh, he's great.
There used to be a channel, like I said, like 2018. There was a channel called I think it was Flat Earth Comic. And he had some like animated character that was standing like on stage and talking, and I think he was doing the voiceovers, and and he had like a laugh track and everything. It was kind of funny. It was entertaining for 20-30 minutes or something, but he literally was running he would do live streams, man, for hours and hours and hours. Nice. It was pretty crazy, man. I don't know if any of you guys remember that guy. It was, he'd be like, yeah, NASA went to the moon. And then you'd hear the laugh tag or something. Yeah, it was pretty funny, man.
One of the things I do have a problem with is like, because there's so much information that I just want to just, scream out loud, there's just so many people that just don't want to hear it. A lot of my good friends that I would have conversations with about football or, any topic. Politics, whatever. As soon as I bring up flat Earth, they just roll their eyes. They're like, "Oh, here we go," and I'm like, I can't enjoy it. Like that's why I'm like begging to get into this chat just to talk to somebody about it.
Yeah, this is a great place to have. I don't know a place to actually talk about where we live, man, and we explore plant growth to moon, whatever, right. But mostly Earth, man, and we talk about the music and frequencies and magnetics and all these cool things that we can all check out for ourselves. Mostly, I love objective reality. It's like, hey, man, I can build a guitar. Really? Yeah. You want? Okay. That's reality, man. I can mow the grass. Yeah, it's reality.
Right on, man.
Gravity. What? Call us that, bro.
Yeah.
I can't touch that. It's the moon. I ain't got enough. It looks cool. It's right there, man.
How long have you been a non-glober?
2015.
Yeah.
End of 2015, early 2016. Yeah.
How'd you jump out?
I was doing a gig, man. I was running a soundboard for a music gig. And the guy in charge, William Johnson, he had done a lot of like high-end rock shows in the 80s, 90s. He was a little bit older guy. And Anyway, he's just like, hey man, we went through the sound check and run through whatever, and we had like, I don't know, like 10, 15 minutes till the show started, and we were just kicking back. He goes, hey man, check it out, man. All the satellite pictures from space, in space, are fake as fuck. I was like, what? I'm like, nah, shut up, dude. He goes, dude, check it out. And he whips his phone out. And he starts showing me a couple. I go, yeah, okay, and just, I didn't go cog this on him. I didn't go like, dude, you're a fucking idiot or anything. I go, yeah, dude, I'm gonna go home. I'll call you tomorrow. I got your fucking picture of your satellite in space. I got it. I got one right. Wait a minute. I start searching, right? Pictures of satellites in space, from space. You're in space, And I'm like, fuck, man, there's not a real one in the bunch, man. And back then, man, I mean, you could scroll for days,
Right. Yeah.
And
and you're like, fuck, I just need one picture.
I just need one fucking picture, man. And I could just go, dude, here it is. Yeah, fuck off, I would have just gone about my merry way, But nah. And then I must have clicked Eric Dubay at some point, man. At some point.
Yeah, I watched a lot of those documentaries, and they're interesting. Absolutely.
It was 200 Proofs. It was called 200 Proofs. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them all, man. I ripped through everything.
Yeah, you got to watch a lot of that shit. I started watching shit at like double speed.
Yeah.
I was like, zzz. But your friends, your family, they don't want to hear it. But you can hit them with other things. You don't have to hit them with the Earth stuff, man. You can just hit them with like.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You could tell them, do you know how the money system works? Or,
Right.
Explain that to them.
Well, one thing I learned through, like, especially with Austin, he talks. He's so like, logical. He goes through logic, and he basically says, just ask questions. Don't come at people.
Right.
He says, well, wait a minute. Well, answer me this question. How do you think? And then he just, lays out a question. And I find sometimes like soft approaches like that seem to open the door rather than like your buddies just kicking the door in and saying, look at these pictures. They're all bullshit, which worked for you, but it probably won't work for the 9 out of the other 10 people. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it won't work for most.
Yeah.
And it's a heavy claim, man. I mean, what?
Oh yeah. After 40,
I got a cell phone, dude. I've heard this. I'm sure everybody in this right now has heard. Well, cell phones work. It has to be a globe.
Oh yeah.
So, what?
Yeah. They never heard of.
How can cell phones work on a flat Earth? I've heard that too, man. I'm like, oh shit.
And I'm happy to say within only 8 months I could say, well, you got about 45 minutes, I'll explain it.
Yeah, I mean, you just hit them with one or two and then you move along, man. Let them
no, that's exactly right. You don't
what Whitsitt does is very specialized. He comes in here maybe once a week or something. A little bit less since he's had the baby and everything.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, he would used to come in here and hang out all day, man. And like,
he's a smart dude, and I enjoy watching his debates, man. And matter of fact, I'll go on. I'm sure you've been on Mindshock and watching Mindshock break down logical fallacies, and they're some of the debates.
I think we play some of those logical fallacy explanations in here. There's like a series of them. I don't know. Somebody plays them like when it's dead air.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think they play that shit in here. Pretty sure.
Well,
at least all the logical fallacies and fantasy fallacies and all kinds of crazy fallacies, man.
Oh yeah, it's crucial.
Yeah, I mean,
because the whole ball argument is based on fallacious arguments. It has to be.
Has to be.
So.
Exactly.
And that's why, and Witsit, like this guy that runs that Mind Shock YouTube channel, he's got a lot of different things on that channel, but he does so much on like just logical fallacies, and he'll break down a whole debate, and he'll say, I'm not pro Earth or pro flat Earth, and then he'll go through a whole debate and point out all the fallacious arguments, and every time it's a Glober, man, they are stacking fallacies.
Stacking
Yep.
fallacies up one after another. Yeah, yep.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah,
and he also says that Austin is like the king, like he's like the debater of all debaters too.
No doubt about it.
Because of the logical fallacies and the fact that he points them out and everything. So
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
So what do you think of Nathan Oakley and his debate thing over there? What do you think of that?
Nathan Oakley. I don't know if I've seen any of Nathan's.
Oh, okay, he runs a show every day. It's about an hour. I don't know where you are, but it starts like I'm in California.
Yeah.
It starts at like I think it's like 6 a.m. my time.
All right, so that would be I'm Eastern time. So that would be
like 9 a.m.
Yeah, right.
And then it runs an hour, and then he does an after show that comes out like 8 hours later, and it's whatever happens after the show that they talk about. They sit in there and talk about all kinds of.
And that's on YouTube or is it Discord?
It's live on YouTube every day.
Nice. I'll definitely. I love debates, man. That's where you get the real juice.
He's a real ball buster, man. When he gets at somebody in there with some fallacies or something, man, he's yelling at them, calling them idiots and fucking morons and all kinds of crazy shit, man. All the things I would never do. It's not my style. I'm like, hey, we're here to talk about the subject, not if you're an idiot or not.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah.
Witsit doesn't do that bullshit.
No. Witsit's he wants to prove how dumb they are, but without even saying it.
You got to have a Jerry Springer in every group, man, and he's our Jerry Springer, man.
Yeah,
for sure. And he's great at it, and he knows his shit as good as anybody. And that whole crew over there is exceptional. And a lot of those guys come in here too, time to time. A lot of the guys in here now have been on there many times. But he's been doing that for like 4 years straight.
Oh, is that right?
Something like that. At least 4 years, maybe 5. I don't know. It's been a while.
Well, I find this community is also like, because, we're just looking for truth and just getting along, and it's a fun community. I don't see a lot of animosity between anybody in, there's disagreements and that kind of thing, but.
Well, there's other Discords that are, a little bit more, a little hot and heavy.
And that's okay.
This one's really we're bringing in new people here, is what we do, and introduce them to the idea that we get a lot of people in here coming in here that don't know anything about the globe, and they think they know they're on a ball, and we just try to straighten their out their thinking a little bit. We've got several ways we do it. We keep it. This room is very tight. It's very well moderated. Yep. We don't let nobody's going to come in here and yell at us for more than 20 seconds, and that shit, it's going to be over. If there's like any name calling or anything, they're gone. Yeah, pretty quick.
I appreciate letting me in. You didn't know who I was.
Well, that's all we do. I mean, this server's been going. The people in this server have been doing this for 4 or 5 years altogether. But this particular server is our second one. That's why it's called 2.0.
Yep.
The first one got destroyed by certain mods got a hold of it and just fucking wrecked it, and that happens. You know how that goes.
Who else is in here? Anybody else live?
There's a bunch of great people in here. They're all just hanging out listening.
How's it going, man?
Good, you?
It's doing all right.
Yep. Hey,
I'm kind of listening and working on.
Yeah, I don't want to bogart the whole chat though. So
no, you're good, man.
No, you're good, man. Yeah.
Just
hey, let me straighten something up.
Oh God, now the chat's about to get bogarted. I'm picking Helio. I love you, man. Go ahead.
Straighten it out, Helio. Straighten it out, baby.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, I'm seeing, here in the live stream voice, say people saying that new people, when they join, when they don't get a role, they can't actually text in the live stream voice text.
Is that true?
They only have. I don't think it's true because I see it every day. I see people that are brand new with no roles text in the live stream voice text.
Really?
That they only have terms to text. They can't post links. They can't post images or memes or anything like that. They can actually get involved through text. And now I'm in an argument with not an argument, but
so
you see what's going on in there.
So ball game.
Bro, yeah, but is there someone that is actually in here that doesn't have a role? That can you please go ahead and try to post in there? Because
I've never
not post, but just type hi. Hey, I'm glad to be here or whatever. Just type something in there. Because I think that's the way Indio has it set up. I mean, it's not. It's.
Well, it makes it easy. I mean, we just don't want a newcomer coming in here and porn bombing that live stream. Right?
Well, they can't if they're limited to just words. If they're limited to just text,
okay.
They can't.
All right.
And I think that's the way it's set up. But for some reason, these guys think that's not set up that way.
Pill. Take a pill. Just post it, man. Take a pill. Just post it. He doesn't have shit fuck all roles, right?
Yeah, everybody has listening pads, which is a shit fuck all role.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah.
Hey, take a fill if you're listening. I'm gonna take that roll off. I'll give it back to you. Try it again try it again now. Take a fill.
He just did. He typed no.
I know, but it was about the same time.
Okay. So ball game, Helio here runs a live stream on YouTube of this Discord.
Okay. All right. So Heretic saying,
and it's up there in the welcome page, or it's in the.
Unless I give him the. So take a fill pill said he's not. Well, and Heretic says he's not going to be able to. All right.
All right, you'll figure it
out. I stand corrected. I'll give take a fill pill back the listening pass.
Yeah.
I'm relatively new to Discord, so I'm still kind of feeling my way around it. So.
All right. So yeah, it takes a while, man. It took me like a year to really fucking get my head around it. I was like, damn.
Yeah, it's a lot different than everything else I've ever used.
We used to do what we call Google Hangouts. I mean, I don't know, you might use those. Those were great, man. Fuck. You could just go on YouTube and go click and start a live stream with 10 people on the panel. And go.
Right.
It was great.
That was the max, though. That was the max.
It was the max. But you could hand over controls and audio settings and to other people, and it was like, here, I gotta go, man. Take over. And people were live streaming, sharing screens, and we were reading articles, and we were, a lot of video sharing back then because we could play anything. We could play movies.
Right. So when you first join the server, you don't have any roles. The only place you can actually text is in the lobby, right?
Yeah, that's where
I could swear that though the people without roles have at least texted in the live stream voice text when they're listening. But anyway, if that's not the case, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, to me.
If I click on the live stream where it's got the icon for the chat box, it just says live stream welcome, and then it says done reading, check out lobby, and then it tells me basically go to lobby.
All right, cool. Hey, take a fill pill. Says hi YouTube. Is this Professor Phil?
No.
Do you guys want to talk? Do you think it's him? Do you guys want to talk to him?
I don't think it's him.
I don't know, because I was antagonizing that motherfucker in the YouTube.
Well, he was in the YouTube chat earlier tonight, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
saw
might
that.
be him. Who knows?
But you invited him to come talk. Right?
No, he actually asked me if if I could unban him, which I said no, because unless we schedule a talk and I talk to other moderators,
I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I think that was it. You invited him to talk, and
for a talk, like if we're scheduled talk, not just willy nilly. I'm just going to unban him because I don't. I mean, we're a team here. We have to. I had to confer with other moderators and say, hey, I just can't unban Professor Phil.
That's right, Phil. You just sit there and listen.
He does all the time. By the way. Yeah,
no.
Yeah, he's always listening.
They're our hugest fans, and
shit. That's like half the chat. Half the chat on YouTube is fucking a bunch of fucking.
Okay, he won't leave. He'll stay right there. I'll watch
him.
I'll watch him. You stay right there, Phil.
And even if he comes in with an alt account, I mean, I still need permission from other people, other moderators. So we agree. All right, we'll give you, a little bit of time here. But otherwise, for the most part, hey, Prof, we've talked to you before, bro. So it's like we can schedule a time where you can talk to us, but I can't just willy-nilly just fucking unban you. No, it's not gonna happen.
No, willy-nilly, fuck that.
He's still saying hi on the chat.
Yeah, because he's a huge fan of us.
Yeah, they're huge fans. Yeah, we got to appreciate our fans occasionally. Bendy Lights out there, and Tiger, and
we are pretty cool. You have to admit.
Simon, I even as nerdiest guy in the room, Matthew learns, and I go, dude, isn't this place cool? He's like, yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's.
I was like, all right, thanks for the honesty, man. It is. I mean, if you like to talk about Earth and numbers and measurements,
well, just like they love to listen.
Awesome.
They love to listen to us talk shit amongst each other all day. Yeah. But then when they come in and they want to talk their shit and the people in the room aren't comfortable with them, actually just they make the room just toxic, sort of. And then they'll bitch about it and then say, well, you just ban everybody because they disagree with you. It's like, no, we don't. We actually let you in here. And then they'll create another account and be like, you didn't like my fourth account either. And it was like, no shit, asshole.
No shit, asshole. I've had the same account since 2018.
Yeah, me too, bro. It's just like, bitch, I haven't had the same fucking account for 6 years.
I did change my name. I mean, I was just flattered, dude. If you click on my name, it just says dude. I'm like, dude, whatever my number is.
Yeah, it was just like, well, that's dude, what I was fucking with them in the YouTube chat earlier. I was just like, all right, is this your 18th account or 19th account? I mean, and they're just whining about, oh, you just ban us because you don't agree with us. It was like, all right, well, I didn't ban you, but somebody that's a moderator here probably did ban you because you were probably rude and being an asshole. So then you came back because you're such a huge fan of the conversation here.
Hey, ball game.
Yes, sir.
You just joined Discord today?
No, I've had Discord for a little while, but I just kind of like looking around. Yeah.
What, did you have a different account or something?
No. I've had the same account. I just joined probably.
It said September 26th, and you joined here on the same day.
Yes. So I was looking around.
You joined Discord to join 24/7.
Correct.
Damn. yeah, I joined Discord and was confused for a lot of years, and then finally joined here, but I couldn't figure it out.
I landed here and it was, part of the journey because like Witsit was talking about Discord and Jaren, all these guys, and I'm like, I gotta find out what Discord's all about. So that's how I ended up here.
It's kind of difficult to navigate, once you first start, but once you get it, it's just natural, kind of like.
Yeah, I find myself pressing the back button a lot, trying to get back to where I was.
Yeah, man, there's some navigation to be had with Discord, no doubt.
It's cool, man. I'm here.
I mean, from DMs to videos to live streams to different people are playing movies over here and there, and all, it's different rooms. Dude, this particular Discord is loaded with shit. Have you checked out some of the?
Yes, I have.
I've links and videos and shit that are in here.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep. Well, and again, I mentioned debates. I went on the debates that you guys have on the hashtag Flat Earth Debates, and was watching a bunch of that stuff that was posted, and I was enjoying myself. So this is the first time I've actually been on a live chat. So
awesome! Welcome,
welcome, ball game, man.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
dude. Thanks for coming. You sound totally legit to me. You seem super sincere to me.
No, I'm in it, man.
So you said you listened to some other Flat Earth debates with Witsit and others.
Yeah, I kind of got hooked because I watched, of course, I started with Owen Benjamin and his page and some of the stuff on TikTok, and TikTok is really where I got started because I just literally downloaded the app. I was against it for a while, but I said, what the hell? And I started going through it, and a couple of, Flat Earth things came up. Just organically. I wasn't searching for it. And then I just went down that rabbit hole, and I ended up, watching some of the, I guess, clips of debates. And
so I found in the past year or so.
Yeah, within the past year. Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I started watching, some of those clips of the debates and stuff, and Austin came up a bunch, and Dave Weiss and a lot of these guys, and I just started looking into it, and I got hooked on those debates, man, because that's really where you see, the Globers are really they really expose themselves when they have to explain their model, and I would be in the same spot because I don't have a fucking clue on how to explain the globe.
Or maybe you do, and it's embarrassing when you to what we're saying, because I used to be a glober too, so it's just like I know more about the globe now as a flat earther than I used to as a globe earther, right?
Exactly.
So it's just like,
ain't that the truth?
Before I ever found out about the flat earth, I knew about the 93 million miles and 230 miles, the moon and all that kind of stuff. I knew about those numbers and the size of the supposed ball Earth. I knew about all those numbers. And so when it really hit me, it hit me hard.
But we didn't realize we were not in science. We were in scientism. We were in a belief system, not science. And that's what really woke me up, because it's never been about science. Not since the beginning. It's all been theoretical nonsense. It's based upon people's ideologies and just imagination. Nonsense, yeah.
I'll be right back in a few minutes. Hey, Helio, I sent you a message on the DMs. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a cigarette.
No, this is cool. Yeah, I'm loving hearing this testimony here. Go ahead, continue, brother.
Yeah, man. It's such a cool, interesting journey. You're more recent, and Helio and I and a couple of us in here that have been around 7 years. It's great to hear that you're coming and seeing all the obvious things that are. We were kind of like tricked into believing, right? And
Not kind of. We were. I mean,
oh yeah,
nobody was purposely teaching us the globe as a.
Here's the shithole part of that is that they do tell us the truth, but you're so far gone you can't pay attention to what they just told you. They tell you like, Jim Carrey's going on the talk shows. How they went to the moon. What a fish story.
Yeah, they say it a lot. Buzz Aldrin, that drunk Freemason, he can't keep his mouth shut.
Right. He was talking to that little girl going, well, let me just tell you, we didn't go to the moon, and that's what happened. And if we didn't go, then we got to figure out why we didn't go. And I'm like, fucking cringe city, man. All those poor.
Hey, man, my favorite Buzz Aldrin is when he's at that Q&A at the college, wherever he's at, and they asked, what was the most dangerous thing about going on your journey?
Well,
and
we didn't go.
We didn't go. And then no, it's the circuit board that malfunctioned or something. He's like, what?
That is on the moon, man. It's like, dude, we didn't go. Yeah.
We never went there. He wants to spill the beans so fucking bad.
Oh yeah. He did it twice, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But he did it with Astronauts Gone Wild too, where he fucking knocks out the movie maker guy.
Yeah.
You
don't get mad if you're telling the truth, man.
That's right. I mean, if you're exposing somebody's lie, man, that's when they get upset like that, right?
Hey, quick question. Is there any feedback coming from my end? Because I'm sitting in my shed smoking a cigar and I got a fan blowing out the window. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound fine, man. I give you
we can hear the fan, but your voice.
I give you like a 9 on your audio out of 10. That's
like 90%. Yeah, we can hear.
You're like 90% good.
Yeah, you sound good. Way better than a lot of people on here. So
yeah, some people come in and go, and they go, oh fuck.
Appreciate it. Because I got my phone on a little grab stick here, and I'm sitting in a lounge chair smoking my cigar, and I got my fan that's about 5 feet away from me, blowing the smoke out the door.
Nice.
I'm in a shed right now, so it's awesome. This is
awesome.
This is my happy place right there.
You got a little heater in that bad boy, or what?
You betcha, buddy.
Okay, I'm just double check.
Got a little propane tank with the little heater bulb on it.
Nice. All right, enjoy.
Yeah.
You sipping any whiskey or anything? Or?
No, I'm at my coffee right now. I had a couple of beers earlier.
I love coffee, man. We had a flat earther that makes his own coffee, man.
Paraplegic?
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier.
Oh, yeah. Owen Benjamin makes fun of him all the time.
Makes fun of him.
No.
Hey, check this out, though. I mean, he sent me a bunch of his coffee. It's really good. So, my favorite is called Bike Thief. You should.
Yeah, that's Owen Benjamin's story when he was 1991 when his bike was stolen.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, he's
Bike
off.
Thief.
Bike Thief. That's the name of it. He named a coffee blend that he makes of this. So yeah, it's freaking.
He's on.
Tastes awesome, man. I mean, I love.
Yeah, I think he's big on Facebook. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
He's always on because, like I said, I mentioned earlier, I listen to. Usually, I'm a day or two late on Owen's live streams, but he's one of the guys that's always in Owen's chat, and Owen always he always rides him. But it's all in good fun because he's a bear. He's one of the bear community.
Right,
that's right.
Yeah, that's what's so fun. I mean, what's fun?
So
Bear Collegiate doesn't actually join here very often, but when he does, it's always fun. He's a really cool guy.
So, Owen's on what platform live streaming?
He does his thing is on unauthorized.tv.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, man.
That's his own. Their own website. Yeah, it's him. Vox Day, made by Jim Bob. Those guys, they all have their own live streams on that. So it's like $5 a month. You get unlimited all his streams, like 1,600 or whatever he's done. So,
damn. That's a lot of content for.
I would suggest logging on to that because he's got all his live streams. You got Made by Jim Bob. You got Vox Day, he's like a good good economist type of guy, and a lot of good stuff there.
Well, I'm glad you plugged in, man. Everybody has their information's information. I've heard it said around here 100 times, 1,000 maybe. I don't know. But information's information. Who you get it from, I don't give a shit. What they do, if they're shills or whatever. But if it's good information, I'll take it, man. And you just got to take the good information and decipher what you think is not, jiving with you or doesn't work,
I feel like the more information you get and the more that you can decipher,
right,
you could pick up right away what's bullshit and what's not.
Exactly. And I think I got a pretty decent radar on that.
Sure.
I think most of the people in here have a really good, decent radar of that, actually.
Well, if I got a good radar now, and I've only been quote unquote, woken up to this for less than a year, you guys must have a bit of that on me.
You're going to want to hang out here and listen while you're working and whatever you're driving or whatever. Just tune in because the conversations around here are deep, juicy, informational.
Sometimes I play them back on YouTube too when they play on there.
So you never know where the conversation is going to go and what we're going to run into. But for I'd say like at least like 25% of the day, you're going to get people coming in here that want to say that we're all idiots, and because we think the Earth is flat, and that's my entertainment. Is when I really, we got a new customer. And I start laughing. And I'm like, oh, shit. This guy don't know fuck all about his globe. And it's exposing the obvious is my, it's my pleasure. Really, it is.
We could sit here and shine each other's poles all night, but it's no fun until they fucking come in and start talking shit, man.
Well, that's it, man. We're always inviting people. We're dropping links. People making videos saying, "Come over here," blah blah. Everybody's putting out links, right? I know I do. If I leave a comment, man, on a YouTube video, I'll leave a link to this place. Fuck yeah.
One thing I haven't done yet is drop any hint of flat Earth on my YouTube. I mean, my Facebook page yet. So I haven't officially come out to the community, if you will. But I'm interested to see what would happen when that goes.
You're in good company because I only used Facebook, man, when I was trying to reconnect with like people I went to school with or lived in the neighborhood with or something.
Yep.
And it was a tool that we didn't have after, when I left high school and went on to my career or whatever, for decades, we didn't have that shit.
Nope. I'm with you.
And when it came out, man, I was like, oh shit. I watched my wife, man, connect with a bunch of her old friends, and I was like, oh, fuck, this is cool. Okay. Shit, I got to do this. So, yeah, that's when I joined, and I was like, shit, I just want to connect with my old friends. I don't want to post, hey, look what I had for dinner, Fuck. Are you kidding me? Fuck. No. I just want to connect with my old buddies or whatever we grew up with. And it worked out so good, dude. I mean, I connected with so many people that I would have fucking. What am I going to get a phone book and start calling people? Hey, I'm looking for George. Yeah, and do you know George? He grew up in what? No, I mean that's how we used to have to do it. Ball game, bro. Dude, I wanted to buy a certain Pittsburgh Pirate hat for my friend, right? And he's like. It was a smokestack with the 3 lines in it. It had the P, yellow, black. Cool hat, man. Yep. I went to the library and had to call places in Pittsburgh, like sports shops or whatever in Pittsburgh. and say, "Hey, man, I'm looking for a size 7 1/8, blah blah." I mean, literally, it took me like 2 days to fucking buy a hat, bro. I mean, like a certain thing, and I remember busting my balls to want to get this hat, right? And that's how I had to do it. I was just literally went to the fucking library and grabbed a Pennsylvania phone book and started flipping through it and writing down numbers. Went home, called them, said, "Hey man, I want to get this hat. You got one?" And sure shit, I got it, and they delivered it, and it worked out. But yeah, it wasn't like now, man. You can just fucking search engine, Pittsburgh Pirate hat, 1974. Yeah, blah blah blah. Yeah. Oh shit! Here's 10 million of them to look at. Yeah,
right. Amazon. I'm a Giants fan. New York Giants, not the baseball team, the football team. And
the New York football Giants, the football Giants,
the football Giants. And in 1975 was the only time they had the straight line insignia, the NY.
Right.
And
it looks so cool, right? Yeah.
It's awesome. It's my favorite, my favorite insignia or logo, and you can't find it anywhere. I live in New England, and in New England, there's a lot
on the internet. You can't find it on the internet, man.
I found it on Amazon. I got two. I got a winter hat and a ball cap. But it's not easy. It's still not easy. But like you were saying, if I was on my rotary phone back in 1988, I would not be able to find that.
Oh, we had push button, but yeah. It literally was like, oh shit, I got to call this fucking Joe's Sports Shop in, whatever, Erie, Pennsylvania, whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember, but I remember calling like 5 of them. And it's like, hey, I'm looking for this certain hat, man. And they're like, oh, well, yeah. I knew what year it was. It's called the smokestack hat. I think it was like the 1974 Pittsburgh or the Pirates. Yeah.
Yep.
And it was a certain hat. He dug it, man. He had mentioned it to me. I don't know if it was his birthday or something. I'm like, dude, I gotta fucking score this hat for him, man.
You're a Pittsburgh fan through football?
Not me, man. He was.
He was, yeah.
Yeah, but I scored that hat, and it was a cool looking hat, man. Like, it's a different looking baseball cap, man. It's distinctive for sure. But anyway, so yeah, that we used to have to literally call people on the phone and go, "Hi, my name's Kenny," blah, whatever. And explain what was going on, or what we wanted to do, or I want to order some lumber.
Right.
Yeah. We didn't just go online and say clickety click and fucking 10 minutes later, I just drive up and pick up my load of lumber. No.
Well, I don't use Facebook much. I used to use it more when I was more political than I am now. That's the other thing.
There's no one ass, faggot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there is the Facebook. There is a lot of Facebook flat earthers, man. I couldn't believe it when I actually searched it out. Dude, there's groups with 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people. They're getting 50 comments an hour. Some of them, I was like, oh, fuck off, man. This place is bumping.
You guys are getting no comments and you get no bitches.
And when you...
Did you hear that guy?
Yeah, I did. I don't know who that was, but I'm sure one of our moderators will take care of that shit.
Oh, no, invite him in.
All right, well, invite him in then. Okay, who was that?
I like that kind of shit.
Wait, if he wasn't already invited, then how could he actually get away with saying that?
I don't know, man.
Okay, then he's already here. And it's just I can jump and he's inside anybody's Discord server and yell, "Pussy, you fucking backward." I can just say whatever I want to in anybody's Discord.
They could say the N-word 47 times straight.
Somehow they found their way through the
They found their ways through the system, and they just dropped in here. P. Mars just dropped in and said the N word 47 times.
I heard from that idiot in the wall.
Oh shit. Anyway, that's an old. Yeah, you had to be around a minute if you know who P. Mars is. Oh, fuck off.
No, I don't recognize that name, but
no, and you never will, man. But it's the only time you're gonna hear it because I think he's bounced. I think he's gone, unless he changed his name. But probably changed his name to something else. I think he changed his name. Ariaxa. Did I say it right? Tell me I fucked it up. Then they left.
Pussy.
Damn, they left just that quick.
Called them out.
All I had to do was say their name, and they left. I wish that would work in the YouTube chat. I swear to God.
Life.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
To finish up what I was saying about Facebook is I was on there, I obviously same thing for connection, that kind of stuff. And
right.
I was political, I lean right, or I did not until I found out that along the same journey, by the way, it's all bullshit.
Same game, yeah.
Yeah, it's two wings of the same bird, and I was, embarrassed to say I was ensconced in that kind of bullshit. But nevertheless, I have 500, 600 friends or whatever on Facebook, and it's like, do I change my profile picture to the Gleason map, or like, do I want to open that can of worms yet? And it's like,
you know what? You could just get like a really great picture of you with the flat horizon behind you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They wouldn't pick up on it, though. They'd be like, oh, that's so beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful? Oh, my God. So amazing. It's like crazy. Like, wow. Yeah, they're going to freak. No, they're not. Yeah, that's not going to do it, man.
No, you'd have to have. I got a T-shirt. I don't know. The only T-shirt I have right now is
I got whatever 300 friends, 400. I don't know. And I was like, I'm not going to even go there, man. With those.
Nah, I've decided not to. I like to kind of.
Yeah, I just like, what, I'm going to leave that one. I'll go on YouTube. I'll start a YouTube channel. I'll do other things, live streams, whatever. Come on Discord. I'll do these kind of things. I'll go out in Hollywood Boulevard and put up a flat earth sign. I did that.
Well, I like this spot. I'll be coming back, man. No question.
I went out in the public. I always wanted to go out in the public and put up the earth is flat sign and say, hey, man, what do you got for evidence for the globe?
Yeah.
And I'll just sit here and you come to me with your evidence and I'll just sit here and watch you destroy yourself. It's kind of fun, man. It's kind of fun. And most people don't know fuck all about nothing because you can make them look stupid so easy, bro. It's like, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, right? It's stupid, right?
Yeah, they'll cut you off. They'll call you names, and
they'll totally get triggered. Being in Hollywood, going out in Hollywood, man, and doing it on the streets, I only encountered a couple of times, man, where somebody really got pissed off. But we talked to thousands of people, man, and there was only a couple of times that somebody triggered on us. And I knew that Hollywood would totally accept us. I just knew it.
Well, they have to. They're the ones that produce the moon landing.
Yeah, exactly. And then and then on the street, we're right there like Hollywood and Vine, man. We're Hollywood, Highland, Hollywood, that whole district. It's like fucking tourist fuck all city, man. And I knew that nobody would hassle us because I'd seen other people try to go out and talk to people like near a university. And I've seen like where they flip their table over and throw shit at them and throw their phones in the lake. And I'm like, oh shit, well, I don't want any of that, pick up my phone for my live stream and chuck it in the lake. Totally triggered people, man. Yeah, I've seen Witsit, man. He got fucking wrecked. Somebody came over with like a baseball bat and smashed his speaker and shit. Yeah.
Oh, when he goes up like on the steps of the State House and shit. Matter of fact, I didn't put two and two together, but I remember seeing videos of him doing that. And that was like 2 years ago, and I didn't know who he was. I saw it and I watched it. I'm like, oh, this guy's pretty interesting, and I didn't know who he was. And then 2 years later, I'm like, that's fucking Witsit.
That's interesting. So yeah, he was out getting chased and hassled and arrested, and tickets. Yeah, he was out there, man. Being in most cities, yeah, they're gonna fuck with you, but Hollywood, man, they don't give a fuck, man.
So you're out there in Cali near Hollywood?
I went out there and we did live streams. We had banners. We had a model of the Gleason map. We had lights. Yeah, we were doing the whole Hollywood thing, trying to just hang out and talk to people about Earth, man. That was all I was doing, and it was a great time. But there's nothing like talking to people directly on the street, man.
Yeah,
I would recommend it if that's in your wheelhouse. Do it, man. I mean, it's fun, but doing this like a very liberal kind of open place, man. Because, yeah, some places, man, they get trigged, man. They get totally trigged, man. And
yeah,
be careful.
The only problem I have is I'm in law enforcement and I'm in a small state. So if I'm recorded and even if it goes sideways,
Don't fuck up your career over it, for fuck's sake. Don't do that.
Hey, I retire in 4 years, and I'm not going to be a Glober.
Yeah, don't fuck that up. Yeah, just hang in there. You'll be good.
But I'm retiring in 4 years, so I guarantee I won't be a Glober in 4 years. So I'll get to it.
Well, you ain't a Glober now. So
that's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
I can get.
There's no such thing as a flat earther, from what I understand.
There's no bookie in Vegas that's going to take your bet, man. No.
No such thing as a former flat earther is what I meant.
Hey, once you go flat, man, you never go back. Somebody wrote a song about that. I swear. Anyway, so what do you think of the music in Flat Earth, man? I mean, have you heard some Flat Earth songs or?
Oh, what about that Adele song? I like that one.
Which one?
The Adele song, the Hello song.
Oh my God. Yeah. Isn't that done amazingly? Yes. That was pro, man. I don't know who the fuck. I'm pretty sure the CIA did that one, man, or something. Fuck. It was too good. It was too fucking good, right?
It's pretty tight. It's pretty
tight. That was a little too good in my book, man. I'm like, holy shit, this is really good.
I'll take it. I don't care if the CIA did it.
You know what? We got to take what they give us, bro.
Fuck them. I don't care.
Fuck them,
Hello, it's me. Sorry.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there you go. Kim, please hit a couple more bars.
I was wondering if after all these years you'd like me to go over everything. I don't know all the rest of the words.
Holy shit, Kim! You just fucking. Oh,
Kim,
fuck. I just
pull it up.
Hold on, Kim. Hey, Kim, if I send you to Muscle Shoals recording studio, how far are you away from Muscle Shoals?
About 2 hours.
All right. If I pay for the trip for you to go there, have lunch, hang out, enjoy your day, cruise, I'm paying for the whole trip, man. Whatever you got, you gonna stay the night? I don't care.
I've got siblings.
You got siblings.
You wouldn't have to do all this.
I'll flip for a hotel.
You wouldn't have to do that.
We could do it this spring, summer, whatever. It's a cool time. Probably summer, probably early summer, maybe. I don't know. But you have to go there and just stand outside the studios for like an hour and just sing.
I would do it.
Just stand there right on the porch, man. Stand there.
With my guitar,
And I
with my
swear
guitar,
to
I
God,
would do
man,
it.
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm willing to pay for the whole trip. I want nothing in return, man. Nothing. I just want those motherfuckers to hear your voice. And I know Muscle Shoals recording studios is pretty fucking famous. I don't know. It would be just a fun thing to do, right? Wouldn't it be fun?
Or you could just get the words and just sing it to me, and I'd be okay with that too.
I don't know all the words to "Hello, My."
You don't have to sing. I just
And
want
I'm a
her to
little
go
hoarse
sing.
right now. I'm a little
Sounded
hoarse.
good to me. It sounded good to me.
I know,
Dude,
but I'm trying too hard.
It's like 1:20 in the morning or wait, no, it's
No, you don't have to do it tonight. Just get your pipes right. Get your pipes right and come back and sing it. It's all good.
You guys
No.
seem really excited about Kim's vocals. She is awesome.
dude, man. I mean, her vocals put your shit to shame, bro. And you're a fucking great singer.
Dude,
Fuck's
wouldn't
sake.
that be awesome if me and Kim sang together?
I want to hear it, baby. I'm producing it. Can I produce that? I want to produce it. I swear to God, man.
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
You know, I'm in the music business, man. I'm in the music business. I
Well,
can
you're
help.
in California. I'm in freaking Arkansas. She's in Alabama. I mean, freaking.
We got the internet, man. We can make it work, man. The first track's going to be cut at Muscle Shoals Recording Studio, and then we'll add your vocals after that. Okay, Helio, and then
I'm fine. I'm fine with
that. Then we'll bring in you guys. Will rehearse together, figure it out. But yeah, and that would be awesome. And then I got the Muscle Shoals band to back up.
Why do we sound like a freaking bunch
the
of panting
whole thing,
dogs going? Her voice is so.
It is. It's fucking that good.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean,
Swear to God, man.
even as is a vocal.
I've listened to the greatest female voices in my entire life, from Chrissy Hines is one of my favorites.
Kim's probably cringing right now.
Let him cringe. Let him cringe.
That's all right. It's
Really have bad conditions.
I've heard Patsy Cline,
but I don't normally. I'm not normally under the weather like this. My voice.
Yeah. You're, dude. I've heard enough.
Well,
of your
let me
voice.
ask you. Well, let me ask you this, Kim. I mean, as far as like your voice, was it a thing when you were younger? Like you sang in church, which I did, and sang at weddings.
Hey,
all that kind of
Helio's
stuff, all that.
Helio, you're a classically fucking trained singer, bro. Classically, which is like
here's the thing.
Sure,
it's amazing.
But anyway, I was just wondering. I just want to hear Kim's story.
So I've been singing all my life.
You knew you could sing when you were a little kid, right?
I've been singing all my life, yes, since I was a little kid.
Me too.
And I remember being in the bingo hall that was like a fire station, but also like a bingo hall.
Bingo hall.
A bingo hall.
Let her finish her story. God dang it.
Bingo hall. I love bingo halls, man. God, those are great places. Oh my God.
I used to call bingo. Anyway, go ahead, finish your story, Kim.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Singing some old country songs, especially gospel songs, to these folks. And then I kind of grew up a little bit in my teens, like 1 to 2 years in the church. I sang one song in front of the church,
right?
Besides being in choir. And then after that, I wasn't in church. And I was on my own at 15, so kind of did my own thing for a while. And finished high school, went to college, and I was in jazz band because I was in band all throughout high school.
So you play instruments too, like piano and guitar?
I played piano, alto saxophone, and on the side, the professor slipped me a little bit of music for guitar. and I classically trained myself on guitar. So there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It was awesome.
So,
I sang a little bit of
music. Let me
I
ask
sang
you, Kim, is music like in your spirit, in your mind? It's just like a part of you. It doesn't.
Absolutely,
You don't even have
it
to,
is.
almost don't have to try.
I went to college for it. Yeah, I don't have to try. I can harmonize without trying. I can do all the things.
It's just, I got a full tuition scholarship out of high school for choir, but then I flunked out the first year because I'm not a scholar.
You're not a scholar. Helio,
I scored.
no
Let me tell you something.
fucking
Let me tell
way,
you
man.
something.
You're not a scholar. Fuck off.
On my compass test, I scored highest in all of the subjects, even math. I only had to take one math course to pass college.
Damn. That's
See,
awesome.
I was the opposite. I just was. I knew I was going to be a rock star, or whatever.
Helio, you are a rock star, baby. By the way.
And so is Kim. That's what I'm saying.
And so is Kim.
Something that comes right. It was just like I knew I was a singer.
I am a rock star fucking producer, man. I swear to God.
Looks like Helio's wire star, isn't
Not star. I mean, like a Hollywood star, not necessarily.
Nah, fuck that.
I was a singer since I was in, a little kid.
What do you guys think about a flat Earth Walk of Fame?
Ooh,
with stars and shit.
Where would we put that?
They'll put flat Earth on it.
Where would we put that shit?
It just came to me, man. It was like totally spontaneous.
We're gonna have to put that shit on the equator.
On the equator, I love it.
That's in Ecuador.
I love it.
I got two names for you right off the bat. Einstein and Buzz Aldrin. Got to put them on.
That's my boy, ball game. My boy came to play. Fuck all, man. That was a fucking home run, man. Fuck yeah. That was a great.
Flat Earth for Dave.
We gotta get. I love that. The first. Hey, Buzz is still alive. Maybe we can get his fingerprints in the cement. What do you guys think?
You give him a couple whiskeys. He'd be in it.
We got to get his fingerprints and make him sign the cement. The whole thing. Yeah. We got. He's the first one. Buzz Aldrin is the first flat Earth Walk of Fame, baby.
He's a flat Earth man. He is totally.
Only reason I'm being such a dick is because CB changed this to the Helio hour when it's been over an hour, and
the Helio hour.
I'm just fucking with you guys. I fucking love all you guys.
Hey,
I actually want to, Kim. I mean, she has a great voice, and I'd love to see some more freaking sing.
Yeah, Helio, we're gonna rock it. We're gonna do it right, man. We're gonna do it the fun way and in the right way, and it's gonna be great, man. Kim and Helio. Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, dude, I bet we could do.
Oh, fucking! It's gonna be stupid, man. So
I bet you.
Everybody rest
any
your voices.
fucking money if we could
shut up and rest your voice.
No.
Shut up and
I
rest.
Bet
your
you
voice.
any fucking money that if me and Kim could do Islands in the Stream.
Yo, you get no bitches. Fuck you. Shut up.
Who did that?
That was Window Shopper. Window Shopper.
It was Window Shopper.
Window Shopper. All right. Well, take care of that, motto.
I gotta tell my wife I don't get any bitches.
That's heavy, man.
She's probably going to be satisfied with that. Go ahead.
Music. Who's your favorite flat earther musician, man? There's a lot of them. Damn, there's a lot of them. But my favorite, I'll tell you straight away, man, is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, man. That's my favorite of all the Flat Earth music that's come out. And And I hung out with Alex, which is, Flat Earth music guru, or was it? Yeah, Alex. Flat Earth Man is his name. I'm Flat Earth Dude. He's Flat Earth Man. But
my favorite Flat Earth musicians is Iron Butterfly.
All right,
they're
explain, Helio, because Iron Butterfly has a lot of songs, and which one in particular that made
all
you?
Of them.
All of them are Flat Earth songs. Talking about people, making songs about the flat Earth, man. I mean, there's so many of us out here that have made a flat Earth song.
Does any of the Iron Butterfly lyrics altogether mean anything at all?
Are they in the server at all, the songs?
I'll be right back. I got to get another cigar.
Smoke them if you got them, people.
Smoke them if you got them here. We got some Iron Butterfly coming on to the.
No,
I'm gonna YouTube that.
I don't think we're going Iron Butterfly.
Okay.
I think we're going more like Chief Crow.
I mean,
everybody's gone.
I like that one. I like that one.
Started. Everybody's gone. Totally retarded. I love that.
See, you can do that. You can do the murmuring.
Yeah. Yeah, I can get some low frequencies. Hey, man, tune all your instruments to 432, please, man. If that's one thing I can tell you guys, if I can tell you guys, man, 432 is like it's like the tits of the tunings, man. If you're in the tuning instruments,
the tits. That's where the milk comes from.
It's where the milk and the tits and it's the tits of tunings, man. 432.
Why are we doing this tonight?
I don't know, man. Hey, Helio, shut up, man. Shut up.
Fucking amazing. I fucking love you guys. I mean, who has a better like a show? It's just like Saturday Night Live, right?
Saturday Night Live, man. Does anybody have that dot? Dude, I'm gonna search up Saturday Night Live.
Every fucking night here, right? This is why we're so we're not the biggest channel on YouTube or anywhere else, but people like to listen to us. Fuck it. It's fucking crazy.
All right, here we go.
Got some new people in.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, let's talk to the news. We got
we're just
got Window Shopper, take a fill pill. There's one other one. He's gone.
Me, I just joined on Window.
Yeah. Hi, Alpaca.
I've been here before. I just listen.
Okay.
Yeah, and every single day of the week ends with the word day. Did you notice that?
I know.
Sure.
Continue.
Sure. What kind of answer is sure? Yes. Every day ends with day.
Hey, I'm just playing. Playing around.
Every day is night here, surely.
I know, bro. Don't get me started.
Hey, now, if every day ends with day, right? What about the months? Why do the months change? We've got January, February. That's 2 Anuaries, right? And then we have September, October, November, December. Why is it like that? But every other month is different.
No, hold on. Like Chris was trying to introduce a new person to the topic. Is that?
Oh, it's all right, guys. Don't stress about it. They've all gone up into voice checking. So what I'll say to anybody else in the live stream, if you haven't got permission to speak at the moment, windows down the bottom, a couple of you in the lobby are asking to be unmuted. Go to voice checking number 1, and we can properly check you in, then you can come down and have a conversation. So Windows, go to voice checking number 1 if you want permission to speak. Creation Bear is taking in bookings right now. There you go, guys.
And Creation Bear, by the way, please stop Helio Hour.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the sake of everyone.
Please.
And I'm asking this as Helio.
That was pretty funny, man. That was hilarious.
I fucking love all you guys.
Fuck yeah, that was hilarious, man. Thank you, man. That was hard. Oh my god. Oh shit.
It's like, who's the biggest dickhead in here? Well, it's Helio Skeptic. I'm the biggest dickhead of all time.
Hey,
I own that shit. Everybody knows it. So
everybody knows it, man. You got to know your shit, man. Yeah. And yeah, that's.
Can you go ahead and do that right now, CB? Can you go ahead and do it right now, please? As a favor.
I literally just joined as I heard my name. What's up?
As a flavor.
I'm asking you to stop Helio Hour. What the?
Stop it. Stop the Helio Hour.
Done.
Oh, done.
So wait, is that mean you're done, or you guys done?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't stop.
I'm not saying I'm done.
I say half hour.
I'm more of a participant now, and
half an hour.
What you thought was going on? But anyway,
just give us a half an hour, CB. give us half an hour. We'll be done. I swear, man. I'll be done. I don't know about the rest of you, Mongo. I'll be done.
Let's just get back to regular 24/7 live stream. Let's do that.
Hey, has anybody found any curvature lately?
There is some new people, folks. We just checked in Coin Sauce. If you guys want to talk to him.
Hey, can we let the new guys talk, please? Yeah.
Here we go. Carry on. New guy.
No, I want you guys to talk. I'm about to go smoke again. I'm on smoke break. Y'all. Bro.
Stop announcing your silence, Helio.
So yeah, we just checked in Poro and Coin Sauce.
I'm back.
I got my.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
What's up, you bunch of fucking. What make you fucking people believe? You know what I'm saying?
Oh God!
Well, hold on. Let him speak. Be fair.
So what makes you fucking wops believe that, you know what I'm saying, the Earth is flat and all that?
Can I answer that?
You're ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what makes us understand that the Earth is flat is through direct measurements of the surface of water over vast distances. So with the Earth, can you stop typing in the background? And if you are, put yourself on mute.
So how we got gravity and all that shit explained? I mean, in the Bible it does say it's 4 corners of the Earth.
So hold tight, mate. One thing at a time. Let me answer one thing, then you can go on to your next baseless assertion claim. One thing at a time, yeah?
Yeah.
So you asked us why we understand the Earth is flat. And I was literally just halfway through my answer, and you brought up another question. So I'll start again. We understand that the Earth is flat because it is measurably flat over the vast distances of water. So water, if you are on a ball, must curve. We measure the waters of the Earth not to be curving. That's why we are here. Next question.
Can I ask a quick question?
I mean, the waters haven't even been, you know what I'm saying, fully researched, not even 94%.
But we're talking about the surface of, we're talking about the surface of the water,
There's
not
like
what's underneath the
94%
water.
that's not discovered, my bad.
Dude. We're talking about the surface of the water, not deep down in the oceans. The surface of the water where the boats are and they navigate, not deep down in the oceans.
Fucking what, mate? Yeah.
Hey, Coin Sauce, keep that same energy you
You're going to
had.
talk for it,
Keep the same energy you had in the VC check-in. Don't come in and be fruity in the check-in and then come here and switch it up. Keep that same energy.
Hey.
Coin Sauce, I have a question.
What's up?
The extraordinary claim is that the ball flying through a vacuum of space is your claim. We just say it's not the case. So the burden of proof is on you. It's not on us. So my question to you is,
How are you going to interrupt him before he gets to his question?
What evidence?
It's written on stone and they're round.
What evidence do you have? Evidence, empirical evidence that you have that we look at a space rock flying through a vacuum.
So then you guys believe in Planet X and everything else?
No.
Can we go through the Black Swan? I posted it. Do you see what's in the live stream voice text above this channel?
I really hope that we let Jedi.
All of you's got the Michelangelos. I guarantee it. 2 inches.
Coin, do you see what's in the live stream voice text? Do you see what I'm talking about above this channel?
What's that?
So above this channel, there's something called the live stream voice text. Can you click on it and look what's in there?
Yeah, I see it.
All right. So do you see the photograph of the ocean off the California coast? Just a few little bit above whatever's there.
That's some bullshit y'all made.
Anyway, you see the photograph with the oil rigs off the California coast, right?
This doesn't explain nothing in a fucking picture.
I know. But if you'll be a little patient, I'll explain to you what this means. You want to know what this means? All right. So you believe the Earth is a ball, right? Like a sphere, a planet, right?
Yes.
I mean, it says we in the 4 corners of the Earth, right? So we got a firmament. Then you explain how does not be pointing all this bullshit and all that. It's all lies.
Do you believe the Earth is a ball or not? I'm a little confused about what you're saying. Do you believe the Earth is a ball, yes or no?
It's actually an oval.
Hold tight, my friend.
Okay, maybe you believe it's an oval, whatever. Do you believe it's a ball? Whoever the hell said that?
Nah, it's flat, but it got a firmament on top.
Oh, all right. So,
right.
I guess this guy's a flat earther. I'm a little confused on what we were arguing about a minute ago.
I'm fairly new here. I just had a couple quick questions.
He's a fucking wop. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to understand what you guys are
doing. My friend, you come out of slurs like that again, then your time on this server is going to be short. Just a friendly warning, mate, yeah?
Come on, mate. You're acting like a wanker, mate.
There you go again. So your time is now going to be shorter if you don't act like a reasonable. Can you act like a reasonable adult and have a conversation with other reasonable adults?
Listen.
Right.
So you were being extra friendly in the VZ check-in to get your pass to speak here. So, like I said, don't come in here and switch it up.
Come on,
be consistent, bro.
I gotta get in.
You could have got in totally fine. Just being the.
But just talk to the other guy. There is a guy in here.
I gotta be my fucking self. I can't be myself. You fucking wops. Come on, bro. I'm the life of the party.
Listen for a minute while we talk to an actual glober.
What's up?
So you said you believe the Earth is an oval shape?
Yeah,
or something?
It's an oval. I don't believe in a perfect sphere shit. It's an oval.
So when you say oval, you mean 3-dimensional sense?
No, like a 2D dimensional oval.
Oh, so you would say that the Earth is flat, but you're talking about
oval, like a disc.
This guy is just trolling. Please don't.
I'm not trolling. I actually been looking. I do my research.
Back away from you.
By astronomy group.
Step away from the mic.
Bro, stop eating your microphone. Oh, Ryan, you got to talk to him like a kid, okay? Because these guys aren't taking it seriously. So.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Can I just ask a couple quick questions?
Questions just to work through the trolling.
Well, you can also.
Yeah, there's another
just
person
don't
here,
have to talk to
Windows
him like a
Hopper.
child.
Windows Shopper. So try Windows Shopper Orion.
Oh, he's the one that calls everybody fucking bitches.
We'll do that again.
I
Won't be
haven't
calling
called
anyone anything else.
Yeah, no, I just had a couple quick questions.
Okay, mate. What are the questions?
Is that okay? All right.
Hey, are you guys having fun yet, man? Oh my god, I'm over
Hey,
here
let's
laughing.
just let's get his questions. Yeah.
Yeah, just real quick. Yeah, so basically, I got into the whole flat Earth thing on YouTube. Me and my girlfriend Liz, we watch YouTube quite a bit, and we went down the flat Earth rabbit hole, and came across the server. So I just want to know what you guys were all about.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I just want to know what you guys were all about.
I would like a direct question, if that's okay.
All right, I direct the question to you then, Kim.
Yeah,
No, it's
please.
not a
I would
direct
love a direct
question.
question.
Okay. What are you guys all about?
That's not a direct question. That's very vague.
He's a troll.
What are you about, bro?
No,
What kind of question is that?
He's the one that
I didn't mean to be vague. I thought by direct question you meant I directed it to you.
Okay, well, we're 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so that's what we're all about, buddy.
I suppose an answer I could think of is the word empiricism, if you know what that is. So anything that's testable, repeatable, and observable. We're very interested in those things.
You guys ever do like in-person meetups and go like measure the Earth and things of that nature?
Look, we do that on our own, but yes, we do that together sometimes.
That's awesome.
Do you meet up with your friends to go measure the globe?
Yeah,
So
but
that's where we-
we implore you to do so as well.
So, Shopper, what YouTube channels do you check out?
I mean, it'd be hard for me to name a specific one. I would kind of just go down the. I mean, Reddit was an easy way to kind of like find stuff, but I haven't really gotten.
What's like you must have watched a YouTube video. Like, give me one video.
Yeah, I watched one where, actually the first one I saw was basically, I think it might have even been a Netflix documentary where they were trying to debunk, or like make flat Earth.
Over the curve.
Might have been, yeah. But basically, like they were trying to make him look dumb, and in that video, me and my girlfriend Liz were watching, and we were like, "What? Maybe these flat Earth people have something right."
Well, the only thing I can say to that is I would go back and watch that and see where the horizon is behind the flag.
Like in that specific documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a
And
television.
the other one I would watch would be Professor Dave. You know Professor Dave?
Yeah, with Flat Earth Dave. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen it. It's.
Hey,
man.
how many times did Dave Weiss get called an idiot? How many times?
In what, the documentary?
The debate with
I would rather ask how many times did supposed Professor Dave get his math wrong, because he did every time.
I don't know exactly how many times, to be honest with you.
If you look at the mind shock recap of that video, his argument was 297 fallacious arguments in a 1 hour debate.
Yeah, it was a huge number, right?
But that doesn't even matter. Everything that he brought up that was like math, he got it wrong.
Well, I agree, Kim, but it does matter because everything he says is ad hominem, straw man, and fallacious arguments stacked upon each other. That's why he gets all the views, because people stacked up.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He had the most fallacies of anybody in any kind of debate. You can't win
funny.
if you're trying to be more fallacious than him. You cannot win.
No.
Literally every sentence, every sentence he had 3 like fallacies.
Oh yeah, yeah. He would open with a fallacy, middle fallacy, and then finish off with a nice fallacy.
Isn't that how it's done? Come on, everybody, come on.
But on top of that, he was wrong about the math.
Wow.
Well, that's because he's an idiot. He's not a real scientist or anything. He's just an idiot.
He was just trying to make David Weiss look like an idiot.
Hey, Grim just posted
Anybody
that
that's
picture.
stupid, not stupid, anybody that's ignorant, not stupid, I'm sorry, would think that he was winning that debate for sure.
What if they're just indoctrinated, Kim? Hey, Grim, you just posted a
Bless
picture.
them, buddy. Bless them.
Bless them, right? Hey,
yeah, this
Grim just
documentary.
Sorry, we got new people.
Documentary.
Everybody's
Just trying
talking
to
over
direct the
everybody
conversation
at this point.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. So
Yeah.
There
what I'm
seems to be
saying,
a lot of talking over each other.
direct the conversation back to the new people, and not so much talk amongst ourselves, because then we lose the new people, right? So one person at a time. If we can.
Yeah, feel free to ask me anything. Feel free to ask me anything.
And especially for the new people that have joined the server, there is a certain way that we do things here, guys. So maybe just button up for a minute.
Yeah. So, Window Shopper, you're talking about that documentary that you watched?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so if you look in the live stream voice text, 41 minutes after the hour, I posted a picture.
Oh yeah, well,
This is one of
Grim.
the tests they did.
Grim, is that your username?
Yeah. This is one of the tests that they did. If you look in the top right, it shows 6 stripes. That's an overhead picture of their little boat they were on that they swam out there with. So you can see there's a white stripe at the top, and then at the bottom there's a red stripe. Right? They said in the documentary it was covering 2 stripes, white and red one on the bottom, but there is no white one on the bottom. So it's only covering maybe half that stripe that you can't see. That's due to the angular resolution of your eye. And if that was covered by the geometric horizon of the Earth, the horizon wouldn't be behind it. You can see water behind it and land and everything. So there is no horizon blocking that. The reason you can't see half that stripe is due to the limits of your eye.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Are Globers not allowed in the server?
Oh no, you guys are welcome. We encourage you guys to come here and talk to us, and if you can have a respectful conversation, you're definitely welcome to stick around and get roles and hang out and all that stuff. We got lots of Globers that come here all the time.
Why is that one guy muted?
Probably for reasons, mate. So moderators try to, keep the conversation going. Sometimes people jump in without asking to and cause a disruption, so sometimes they get muted. If they ask politely in the live stream, then they'll get unmuted.
Makes sense.
You have to remember as well, we're live streaming as well 24/7 on YouTube, so people are watching that want to be informed and educated about the subject, so we try to keep the conversations.
Oh, where's the link for that?
Just Google 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll find it straight away.
I can put it in the live stream voice text if you'd like. Here you go.
Do that, buddy.
You know why Globers are allowed in this forum is because they understand the same thing we were all taught. It's the standard narrative. We can support the standard narrative 24 hours a day if you want to. I mean, it's easy for everyone to do that. Isn't that what we all experience? If you don't have the alternative idea, right? It's just the standard narrative, right? That's the glober thing. Now, so globers, yes, are allowed here. Now, if you want to support the standard narrative and you're comfortable with having a discussion with us on the contrary,
yeah,
go ahead and freaking have the
on
conversation
the contrary, that's very French of you. Contrary.
Okay. But seriously, though, I mean,
do you guys know the? Do you
it's
guys
just
know?
like, I mean, it's so easy for everyone to say, well, I accept the standard narrative, which is the glow Earth model, right? All right. So, who experiences this globe Earth?
Hey, I went to Disneyland, and I swear I was on a spinning globe ball thing. I was at Disneyland, for fuck's sake. Come on. Everybody knows this.
Well, cool.
Do you guys know
where did you experience your Disneyland experience? I've never been to Disneyland.
At Disneyland,
on Earth, right?
Well, yeah, of course, it was on Earth, definitely.
Okay, was it on the globe Earth?
I don't know. It was on Earth. I don't know if it was a globe or whatever, but it was a structure that when I plant my feet down and I can walk on the beach, on the sand.
Well, I mean, what I'm getting at is that was a silly question.
Yes.
Like, are
you guys
not
know
allowed here? No, we accept, people to come here and discuss the same thing that we all were taught from birth.
Window
From
shopper,
birth, man.
Window shopper's got a question, I think.
Window shopper.
Do you guys know of the? Do you guys know of the YouTuber under the name Lakai? He's a really good YouTuber on this subject.
Yeah, cool. I don't know him personally. I don't know.
Really, no one.
I've never heard of him.
Lakai is?
No. Literally, I've never heard of him.
What about Ari Gert? You guys know Ari Gert?
Hey, check this out, though.
Nope.
Ultimately, what you say? Have you heard of this guy? How about what you think about, what the discussion is?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was just offering up, some other, but no.
I get that. Check this out.
I appreciate it, man.
We've been through many discussions for several years, right? So why, how can you? Are you trying to change our mind, or
no, I'm not. I'm not
anyone's mind.
No, not at all. No, I mean, I'm just here. I'm just here to learn.
Can Jedi get in?
Yeah, we're all here to learn from each other. So that's the ultimate place where we are. So if the Earth is a globe, wouldn't it be a globe?
Hey,
don't apologize for me.
I'm not going to apologize for you. Fuck's
no, it just sounded like Kim was trying to apologize.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, Kim. No.
But Jedi just muted up because you guys are talking, and he's trying to get in. Just saying.
No. Good. Please, Jedi, interject.
No, this is where we entertain the ideas of where we live, and the ideas of where we live are vast and wide, right? And this has been a subject that's been discussed, I'm pretty sure, for a long time, man. But we are Plato. All these people that came before us would love to have Discord and have the interruptions of people chiming in about ideas of where we live. I mean, they would have loved this shit, man. They'd have been like, yes, I'm a Discord Mongo, man. Here we go. Let's do this. The information that gets shared here is so amazing, man. I just want you guys to kind of pat yourselves on the back and say, hey, man, we are kicking ass and taking names. And this place kicks ass and takes names above many places I've been. Many. I've seen the worst and the best. And you guys are amazing.
All right, let Jedi get in. Let Jedi.
Jedi, go ahead. I'll mute.
It's okay. I just don't want to lose cohesion with the new people that we're speaking to. So you understand, guys. Is there anybody that's new that's got any questions? So Windows, did you have any other questions? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, buddy. I do apologise.
You asking if I had any
that's
other
at you.
questions?
Yes, buddy.
Who's the leader here? Is it Indio?
The leader.
No, it's all
the
of
owner
us.
of the
It's all
server.
of us. We're having open dialogue.
Okay, I just didn't know
All of
who I should respect the most.
All of us.
All of us.
Okay.
I'm the newest,
There
so
is no
probably me the least.
Either way, I mean, speak your mind. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I usually like to just figure out the power structure to figure out who I should, respect the most. I just try and be respectful.
Well, some folks are maybe a little under the influence, and that's a thing to consider.
If you read Matthew chapter 5, you would say the least will be better than the most.
Is that what Matthew chapter 5 is about?
Wait.
Ask Jesus about that one. But anyway, you just speak your mind, just like I said. If you're honest with us and honest with yourself, then you're going to have an honest, open dialogue. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
Nobody's trying
overall,
to trick anybody here.
No, I know for sure. I really just was looking to direct my respect. I'll evenly distribute it for sure.
Well, then go ahead and speak your mind.
Hey, I want to say that leadership defines culture. I want you guys to think about that for a couple of weeks. Leadership defines culture. And that is an amazing revelation. That's all I'll say, man.
Do you have a question, window shopper?
Yeah, well, do we have to stay on the flat Earth topic, or that whole topic? I was wondering, maybe ask the group.
Not necessarily, but it should be pertinent. It should be pertinent.
It is 24/7 flat Earth Discord. So yeah.
Okay, respect.
But it just depends. Like,
yeah, we don't limit discussion.
Yeah,
go ahead, Kim. I'm sorry.
No, we would love to hear your questions, but don't be mad if we dismiss them.
Okay, yeah. I mean, one question I had was, does anyone here like to trade stocks?
Yeah, dismiss.
Okay. Are you talking about the stock market, like Wall Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not what a discussion we have here.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, it is sometimes, but not with the people that are here.
I know something about it, but I won't. I don't think it should be
no problem. No problem.
Necessarily here.
I have a question for Jedi.
Yeah.
I'm kind of new to Discord, and I was going through some of the debates. Was that you debating, and they kept throwing you on mute, and you had to come in on your own channel to get your opinions out?
No, haven't got my own channel.
Oh, okay.
You might be thinking of somebody else, buddy.
Same voice, almost identical.
I can appreciate that.
Hey, everybody has an identical twin. What do you guys think of that theory?
I don't think Jedi has an identical twin.
He's an ugly motherfucker.
I don't think I have one either. Anyway.
What about take a fill pill? Do you have any questions? Wait, does he have any roles?
At the moment, Kimmy's just got a list.
Because I actually encouraged him in the YouTube chat to come in here on another account, which maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not.
I remember him in the lobby, so okay, never mind.
Well, I've recently been like sharing some flat Earth like memes because of the meme channel, and people are like being really ugly to me. They're calling me like a flat earther, like I'm stupid, when I feel like the memes that I'm sharing show that I'm not. Why is everybody so mean about that? Why are they like, why is it so bad?
Well, you should be ready to be persecuted for the truth.
Why?
Because, the truth is not a popular idea. And when it's not popular... Sorry, go ahead.
I just was going to say it's really hard to, like, share your things that you think are, like, because I have an open mind, so I'm going to share them. And then people are automatically labeling me something, and it's like...
Where were you sharing these?
I just in Discord, Discord servers that I'm in, I liked the memes and I thought it was neat and I wanted to see if anybody could dispute anything, and they instead of disputing anything, they were just ugly and
ridiculing.
That's really messed up.
Sorry. That's what
Yeah,
happens.
that's what happens.
Whether you're in conversation. Yeah, that's what happens whether you're in conversation with somebody or you drop them a meme. They don't argue the point, they will just ad hom you. Like, they will tell you that that's stupid. They probably haven't even read the meme. It's just the fact that you say it's flat earth or it's flat earth related. And the common reaction is, well, that's dumb and stupid, right? You get it in any form of flat earth conversation. You'll find it a lot in here in the live stream, in the text rooms, and when you start throwing around memes, you're going to come across people that think the idea is ridiculous, and the best way that they have to sleep at night is to point out how stupid they think you are.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, and you can always just tell them, oh, I didn't realize we're living on a spinning water ball. I guess you're right.
Oh, that's a good one.
Or even add monkey spinning monkey water ball.
What I would
That'll get him.
What I always suggest is, and memes are a good tactic, but typically you want to drop that during or in the middle of some kind of a debate or conversation. But when you want to get something started, I find a question is usually the best, because if you open it up as a question and something they can't answer, like, have you ever seen The Curve, or any flat Earth question. Typically, they're not just going to come out and say you're stupid. They'll try and answer it, and then you got the door open. That's just my.
Here's the best question. Here's the best question. Who has, at what time, ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Who has, whenever, like at any point in time, directly?
Well, that goes with a lot of questions, Kim. Who, what, where, when?
Seriously, this is something that cannot be answered. They can tell you who decided that it was a sphere, but they presumed it, like it was a presumption. You don't have direct measurement of a sphere, so nobody's done that. No one.
It's a great question. Another one, which is more direct, because they'll come up with refraction and atmospheric changes and all that kind of stuff. Another great question is, what experiment has ever been done to prove the rotation or orbit of the Earth?
Honestly, it always leads back to the direct measurement, because if the geometric horizon that they're using to shoot rockets off, that was presumed before they did it, it had to be established before so. So you got to figure out who established it, who directly measured it, And if it's not directly measurable and so elusive, then how is it something that's definitive in the first place? So if the Earth isn't curving, then all of the other things fall away.
And you could tell them, based on their model, there is a circumference and a radius. So based on their geometry, you should be able to find the curve very easily. And they won't be able to tell you because you can't see it, you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. It's always some other reason why you can't see it. It's a mirage, it's atmospheric changes, it's refraction, it's whatever.
And the refraction that superimposes the, like bringing the curvature up to just appear flat, imposes the radius of the Earth, of the presupposed sphere.
Correct.
So fuck that.
And any time they invoke refraction, you could say, wait a minute. Based on the geometry, there has to be a set point where the horizon stops. It can't be infinite. So even refraction debunks that whole theory. So they say it's their point when you can actually say, no, refraction doesn't work on a globe.
It's your point. It's your point because you are experiencing like distortion. So you can't see that far. And then on a clear day, you can see very far, way too far for it to be a sphere. And then they want to say that that's refraction also. And that it just makes it appear flat, which is bullshit because it's flat, period. It doesn't just appear that way in some magical, specific condition because it does that on, if they, even the superimposed refraction doesn't amount.
Superimposed? What is that? Yeah, damn.
Yeah, the superimposed refraction still doesn't account for how far you can see.
Talking about like
Because
Skunk Bay where it just goes up and down and up and down.
But even if it can bring it up for you to see something that you shouldn't be able to, we still see too far from there. Period.
Because ultimately people want to believe the globe because it has to be a globe. But that's the generic point. The Earth being a globe, that's the generic point.
If Heretic was in here, what is the radius of the Earth from the furthest point that we can see with the Black Swan?
Yeah, where is this globe?
It's like it is a huge, huge radius. Huge.
I think it's like 250,000 miles or something like that, Kim. Just absolutely insane.
It's absolutely insane. Nobody.
I love strawberry blondes. I really do.
And there you have it.
That's just ultimately creepy. That's so creepy, bro. That's not even funny.
Go ahead, Liz. You defend yourself.
And that's a boy, by the way. Weirdo.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your, I need those sorts of retorts so that whenever I do talk, it is more of a me asking them, give me your explanation of why it is this way. And they can't, and they get so mad and frustrated that they can't answer my question because what's the big deal if the Earth is I believe that the Earth could be flat or that it's at the bottom of the universe and all of that. So that's kind of my, where I've gone because my journey is very slow here. It's taken a long time for me to grasp that. So
and that's cool. That's really what's so cool. Just they don't even let you get far enough to understand it yourself. Because they just want to tell you, oh, well, you stop talking to those flat earthers.
I know they've said that. And I'm like, I don't understand what y'all are even talking about. If you go over there, they're intelligent and they have these conversations that, people don't normally or can't understand. They're not intelligent enough. So I mean, it's crazy. I don't know why they're so afraid.
We are intelligent. You can tell,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So,
In my
Y'all are.
short journey. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Kim.
No, you're fine. Well, I'm just saying, our point is that we need empirical, like repeatable and observable. All of these kind of things need to be something that we can test ourselves.
Wait, you mean science?
Well, no, observations and
That was a joke. We
geometry.
actually need real science.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not even science at this point. It's just being able to test something yourself and observing it yourself. These dimensions are things that we are able to, they're not very big. So
Well,
you can test yourself.
That's the thing about science and scientism, Kim. You hit it, and it is science because what you just said is literally the scientific method. You form a hypothesis, you test, you repeat, and you come to your conclusions, and that's it. But that's not what the globe is all about. So Liz, what I was
Observation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What's the?
Observations aren't science.
Sorry.
Observations aren't science.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, I have to point. I have to ask a question to Ball. No, it's okay, Ball Games. What's the phenomena when we're measuring something? If there's science in this, there has to be a phenomena, right?
I agree.
Yeah. So a phenomena would be something happening, wouldn't it?
Sure.
Cool. So when we are measuring the Earth, what's the phenomena? Something happening.
I've never measured the Earth.
Yeah, with
This is where we sometimes
measurement. Yeah, with measurement, you just
well, no, measurement is not. Yeah, there's no science in measurement. I agree.
Yeah. So sometimes this is where some people get a little bit misunderstood, I think. And I'm not pointing this out to you. It's just for anybody else that is listening that obviously science is cause and effect relationship based. We want to figure out the cause of an effect. It's very different from measuring stuff, though we can keep it as close to the scientific method as possible by keeping everything repeatable and testable.
And measurement can be part of the scientific method.
Which part?
Well, it depends on the observation.
It's a very small part of anything that has to do with science, though.
Sure, it's a calculation you can utilize in the scientific method if you
it's very small, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get you. I know what you're going at, but that's only something that, is small compared to what you would.
Yeah, I'm not discounting either one. Like a measurement is just a measurement. Scientific method is observing a natural phenomenon, and then you go through the scientific process of determining the why it's happening.
Would measuring electrostatics fall in that category?
Measuring electrostatics or seeing a phenomena that you want to assert the cause of? Got to be doing science. Want to know the cause of the phenomena.
Well, you would have to manipulate an independent variable, and you'd have to. Right. Okay. Agree.
So we
dependent variable and a control.
We could do this with the horizon. So the phenomena could be the horizon's moving. What's the cause of the horizon moving? Well, we can put that down to optics, right? Atmospheric conditions of the day. So if we say the horizon is a phenomena, something happening, which it is moving, the cause of the phenomena is the optics and the atmospheric conditions of the day. Correct?
Correct.
That's as close as we really can get. We can, yeah. So within that, we can use known distance markers. We can measure those. right? Just so we got a baseline so we can figure out if the horizon is moving or not. Those can be our control variables, because those oil rigs don't move, right? But the horizon on different days, that does. So what's the cause of this phenomena, right? That can make the apparent horizon be apparent and not physical. So we can cite something.
The horizon, by definition, is never physical. Never.
Correctly defined, it is not physical. Incorrectly defined, that's the sphere edge. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, that's a good point, Helio. You're right. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I definitely don't want to confuse anyone.
No, of course not, buddy. But these things are important for all
So if say you're in the Pacific, right, and there's no land around you, when you move toward the horizon, are you getting closer to the?
No. You're getting closer to something, but it ain't the horizon.
I'm sorry. I love the term horizon because it's just so. What's the word?
Elusive.
Elusive, and some people think it's actually a thing. That's weird. It's really it is a thing, but it's only optical. It's not a real physical place. But they want it to be.
You know who doesn't think it's a thing? Pilots. Pilots don't think.
Yeah, you're right, ball game. Ooh, that's a good one, ball game.
I've talked to pilots.
Explain that to me.
They don't see it as a fixed point. Like they know the Earth is flat. They know they're flying on a flat plane. Their instrumentation, everything is.
We know that too, ball game, and we've talked to pilots, and don't tell anybody.
Oh yeah, no, they won't say it out.
All of the pilots know they're flying across a level stationary plane every time they use an airplane.
They know why it meets their eye level, no matter how high they go.
What do you think about ball games so far, Jedi? Sounds like
I like ball.
Ball game.
Smart man.
He sounds like a legit dude. Anyway, let's move on.
Good, man. I appreciate it. This is my first time here, and I'm loving it.
I would be very sorry, ball game. I would be very careful about making the claim that the horizon rises to eye level with altitude. So pilots in an aircraft, the horizon's risen to that eye level. That's a bit of a dodgy claim.
Yeah,
it doesn't necessarily rise up to the midpoint of your eye level.
Can you give me an example?
It rises up with you. I'll give you that.
Sorry, you're cutting out, Jedi.
Jedi's breaking up. No, the reason that you can't determine whether it rises to eye level or because you don't even know what it is or where it is. And I mean, the atmospheric conditions can make it change.
Doesn't.
Anyway, go ahead, Jedi. If I said it wrong, you were breaking up, Jedi, the whole time you described that.
Oh, yeah. I apologize, man.
No, well, I think I described it, to him. Did you? I was just saying that the horizon can't be determined, and it can also have variations with the atmospheric changes. So you wouldn't be able to say it goes to eye level. And if you're on Earth, you're moving toward the horizon, you don't know what it is, whether you're on a ship or an airplane or anything like that. You're not going to be able to determine that.
I think my point more to what pilots would see and what they know is not necessarily whether it changes or fluctuates, but more like it disappears like it should on a spherical ball. Because if you go up, it has to. If it's a fixed point, it has to drop. and it will eventually.
Wait. You said a spherical ball. What spherical ball? Are aircraft flying over or ships traveling?
That's what I'm saying. If it were, hypothetically, if it was a spherical ball, the horizon would be. I know that. I'm not advocating for the ball, Helio. I'm saying is if somebody was arguing that it's against the rising to eye level, and if it does fluctuate, yes, I understand that. But if you're going to rise up, 30, 40,000 feet, that horizon will drop significantly just based on geometry. I mean, we're talking about a radius of 59 miles.
Well, and if you're flying an airplane at 40,000 feet, you're definitely going to have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, yeah, of course.
Anyway.
Well, you'd also have to bank based on angular momentum, and you'd never be able to catch up to your fixed point. So we can go into all that too.
Yeah, you already know ball game. Boom. Do what it do, don't it?
Sorry, Jed. I hope I hit something there. I'm not sure.
You were spot on, mate. Thank you for that. Sorry about the right button as well. Do apologise.
No worries.
That was good. Down with that. And Just Liz, man, was making some really good points too.
Thank you. I enjoyed the server.
Liz, I do have one suggestion that I'm only new, less than a year into this journey of flat Earth, but one thing that I learned relatively recently, and I know Jedi already just from the conversation here, is not necessarily the content of what we're talking about, which is important, but how you talk to people or how people talk to you. If you can identify fallacious, illogical arguments, it's going to be so much easier because they're all fallacious. Everything they say is fallacious. It's straw man, it's ad hominem, it's red herring fallacies, it's reification fallacies, it's appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to emotion. If you understand those,
the idea, I mean, is to help them recognize that they don't really have an argument. They don't have a dog in the fight if they're using fallacious arguments. So when it comes to, it's like, well, I just believe that the Earth is a globe because everybody else does.
That's an appeal to popularity.
Authority fallacy, right? So I mean, you just point out their fallacious arguments, then you get them to use critical thinking. Once they figure out that they don't have their own thoughts.
Yo, I'm coming for Creation Bear. He's gonna drag me, but just know I'm coming for him. He's fucked.
You just break down every fallacious argument they have, then they have no choice but to use critical thinking. So anyway, that's where it goes.
Thank you. I'm sorry you get trolled so hard. It's weird.
Well, that's
just.
Go ahead,
sorry,
Jedi.
guys. Just adding on to the really good questions that maybe you should ask within your conversations. One of my favourite questions to ask is how you can have gas pressure without a container. I do love that question. So if ever you're on Facebook or talking to anyone on social media, just ask them how you stop gas from fucking off without physically containing it.
Especially
That's a good one.
I was going to ask if you just say that a little slower so that I could get it. Use gas and
Sure. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Or how do you stop gas from dispersing without physically containing it? Does that make sense?
Yes. I just thank you.
So you understand why that's relative when we're talking about the spinning ball Earth flying around in the vacuum of space with uncontained gas pressure attached.
Yeah, that's exactly the gas part. Like you're talking about what everyone says is like the atmosphere. I mean,
Yeah.
there's sphere in the name. I just thought of that when I said that.
It's an oxymoron. So, atmosphere, gas has no inherent shape. Sphere, that's begging the question.
Whoa!
Another fallacy. I love it.
Whoa!
You're learning.
Atmosphere is small comparing to vacuum. Even you cannot imagine how it's small.
That's exactly right, girl. Hey, you can't have air pressure without containment. You definitely can't have air pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum at 10 to the negative 17th torr.
Now
And the whole atmosphere is absolutely a fallacy in begging the question, because if it's contained, that just means that the pressure down here on Earth means that there's a density gradient.
Their instant rebuttal will be gravity, by the way. Just be ready for that.
I cannot imagine density gradient. I cannot imagine density gradient on the globe because we are moving 66,000 miles per hour. That means that the gradient also moving 66,000 miles per hour, and that's impossible.
No, nobody here claims we're moving 66,000 miles an hour.
Well, really?
All those sixes.
Read books.
Written by who?
Who? Everyone. Can you tell me that we are not moving 66,000 miles per hour? That is written somewhere that we are not moving.
Show me one experiment that's proved that our planet is moving.
I'm not showing an experiment. I'm telling you that's the narrative.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm telling you it's false because there's no experiment that's ever been done to prove that the Earth is.
I'm telling only in comparison of moving. How can gradient move 66,000 miles per hour?
But we're not moving 66,000 miles an hour.
He knows that, buddy.
That means that gradient doesn't move also.
Are we arguing the same thing? I'm not sure.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From slightly different points of view.
I'm sorry, my bad. Thank you, Kim, for meeting that.
You got it.
Because globers invoking the gradient, but they have the movement of the air together with the atmosphere.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. In the vacuum.
Oh yeah.
Around the sun.
Yeah.
That's not only that movement. Of course, axial rotation and other movements. How many?
Oh yeah. With tilting and wobbling and all that fun stuff.
And then you have gradients standing there,
Yes. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were going at. My bad.
Like layers of ionosphere, stratosphere, All that layers need to follow the air.
And here's where the problem is that all the gases in question come from the Earth. Boom.
That's a massive problem. When the gas of the Earth is produced within the Earth, in the lakes and within the seas, and in the chemical and biological reactions upon the Earth, the gas is then moving away from the mass. But that's a huge problem, being as, the answer to why we have gas pressure without a container is gravity. Well, ultimately, gravity is just a vector downwards. The gas is moving away from that centre of mass and going upwards, so 180 degrees away from the assertion of gravity. It's a massive problem. The very thing that's said to be keeping it here is releasing it.
And the only thing to describe why it is the way it is in the density gradient, is that it seeks equilibrium. There's displacement. It's not necessarily weight, but density and displacement.
We do have somebody else in the server that's got voice verified. I'm going to butcher your name, Sunshine, so I do apologise. So, Amorokim, somewhere at the top begins with A, so just above ball game. Amorokim, you've got voice verified and permission to speak, buddy. If you want to get involved in the conversation, you're more than welcome to do so. I see Liz has actually left the chat, guys, so I think we were speaking to her and helping her out, but she's no longer in the call.
Gotcha.
I'm probably butchering that person's name, Kim. Can you help me out? Is that
Rather listen. Thank you.
Amorson?
No problem, buddy. That's appreciated. Sometimes, though, it's a good idea to give us a subject to discuss so you can then sit back and listen. Otherwise, we'll just end up shooting the breeze amongst ourselves and talking about crap. But welcome to the server anyway, man.
Yes, welcome. Please introduce yourself. We'd love it.
Even if it's just to tell us how to pronounce your name properly. I understand what it's like being put on the spotlight, buddy, so you keep yourself on mute as long as you want. If you do want to get involved in the conversation, just unmute yourself and pipe up. No problem, my friend. Did the other gentleman go as well, who was down the bottom of the server? I can't remember his name. Was it Window Liquor or something?
He's gone. But we were making a great point there.
We always make great points, Kim.
I know. At least make these people think about where they live and go test it for themselves so they know. It's all that matters. Just know the things you know. Don't believe blindly in anything unless it suits you for the better. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now that the globe doesn't suit anyone for the better. Go ahead, ball game. I'm sorry.
I forgot what I was going to say anyway. Must not have been important. But you're right. Now I have a 5-year-old, so now my conundrum is now I'm not going to try and, I'm still trying to figure out if we're going to homeschool or not at this point, and I am leaning that way, but I have a pretty decent school system. There's not as much of the indoctrination where I live as much as, in the big cities and that kind of thing, but I'm still kind of, because, at that age they start watching videos about the sun and they teach them in the school about the sun and them stars and the moon and, it's interesting.
Not my phone.
Right, but now it's like, what do I do? Because it's entertaining for them. He enjoys it. But I guess my point is, especially going towards the homeschooling point, is I want to not necessarily teach them to believe what I believe, but to teach them how to think and not what to think.
Exactly. That's what you should be doing. Because children, sorry, I shouldn't say kids. Children, it's my southern thing, okay?
It's all right.
Children are very resilient, and also their minds are like sponges. So you can teach them so much right now at that age. So my son's not very much younger than your child. So he already knows how to add. Like, it's really simple addition. So don't think that he's just some genius or something. But
I'm sure he.
I started off teaching him math a little bit, and he's already grasped it. At first, it was like mathematics.
Yeah. It's a wonderful journey, man.
Well, just saying, you can teach him a lot of things at this point, and I encourage it.
I will, because there's nobody around me that I know of, nobody in my family, nobody in my friends, nobody in my friends' circles that I know of, where I'm at least, that are even remotely flat earthers. None. I mean, I am on an island out here where I'm at.
Well, that's not so much true for me. I've met just a couple, just two, and a couple of others that are, not super opposed to the idea, but don't fully like go into it.
It's fun when you can find somebody that's maybe not believing everything you say or absorbing it, but they're at least listening, and they're kind of looking up like, oh, wait a minute, okay, that makes sense, rather than just dismissing you altogether. So that's the fun stuff.
Well, my son, we call him the Booger. The Booger is learning so much. He knows how to spell his nickname Booger, and he knows how to add 1 to every number and get the correct
there you go.
outcome. He's learning how to add 2 right now.
Hey, I can tell you something you can take comfort in. Pythagoras, right? A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's a right triangle. That's true. Something we can test every single day. It's math.
It was just funny when I was teaching Booger how to add 1, and you guys saw the result of that.
That's 1, 2, 3.
Immediately after. No, you guys saw the result of it, because I was like, I think my son just figured out mathematics, and I took a photo of it, and I think it was Levelist. I'm not sure. Somebody zeroed in on one of his scribbles and was like, "This is an ancient occult symbol."
Oh, cool.
It was so funny. I love it.
Man, I mean, it's people are they're so confused and discombobulated about what Earth is. Well, Earth is this. And just like we oftentimes get in these arguments about sextants. You're looking at something obscure. Yes, that's the idea. That's why this sextant was designed. You don't know where that star is, but you can measure the angle of it, and it's a 90-degree angle on the horizon.
Well, I'm just amazed.
Plus B squared equals C squared.
Well, I'm just amazed that a little child that's not even like at the age to even go into kindergarten can already tell me that 21 plus 1 equals 22.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah.
He's so good.
There you go.
He's
That's
so
awesome.
good. He's not at kindergarten level. He's way younger. So I'm just very, very proud of him. Okay. Today he shocked me. He was like able to add 1 to any number and get the correct answer. And I know that's easy, but for a little child, that's awesome.
No, that's cool. Yeah, when my child went, I only have one son. He went when he was going to kindergarten. He already knew how to read. They didn't have to teach him in school how to read. I taught him how to read. Before he went to school.
Well, Booger knows how to read a little bit. If you say like, or if you write down everybody, he'll be able to read that. He'll be able to read Mama loves Booger, or he'll write Booger loves Mama. He can write that, like, no problem. No problem.
What about when he figures out what booger means?
I think I've already told him what it means. I've already told him what it means, but he don't care. He doesn't care.
It's just a nickname.
Yeah, he would be very happy to hang out with his belly button, with his finger in his belly button. You know, like, he doesn't care.
That's funny, Kim. That's cool. But yeah, it was so cool. It was just like my son would be like, "Shut up, Dad. B sounds like what? Buh." I'm like, yeah. What does C sound like? Cuh. Well, not in the word center, does it?
Well, Booger already knows. Booger already knows his English alphabet and Spanish alphabet, so he can say both.
I can't even speak Spanish, so I know it.
He knows his entire Spanish alphabet, along with English. Yes.
Wow.
It's only one
some
extra.
words in Spanish, but not very many.
Well, here's the thing. When it comes to Spanish, you have to say like it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
How do you
H,
know it?
I, J, K, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z.
How do you know it? Was this a personal journey of yours, or were you influenced by one of your family members or something?
It was just because I took Spanish.
Espanol? Oh, you
I
took
took
it in
Spanish
school.
1 and 2 in high school.
Oh, okay. I never did, so.
I know how to say the entire Pledge of Allegiance, like the American Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
But if you want to get citizenship,
Which is
you have
kind
to
of
say it
rude.
in English, right?
It's kind of rude, for real.
Yeah.
Like I can say the Pledge of Allegiance in Espanol. Is that good enough?
I really can.
What if it's in Russian?
Yeah, in Russian.
I don't know it in Russian. I can only say it in Spanish, okay?
I'm Mulligan.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing just because it's you know I'm laughing.
Helio. Under a Biden administration, that's how you become a citizen.
Yeah, maybe so.
And we're politics now.
Who knows?
Oh man, I didn't want to do that. I was just saying I learned it in high school.
Hey, for the sake of it,
And I'm 31. Okay.
Do you think that Trump's going to win the next election? I think he
I don't care.
is. I don't care, but I think he is.
I hope not.
Really,
I hope.
And the world's going to shit the bed when he does. But anyway,
shit the bed. You sound like Tool.
Has
like
anybody
Tool.
Has anybody seen the documentary Heliosorcery?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's a great documentary.
It didn't get censored because I don't know how they did that, but they did.
Right? It was
I got to talk to the guy a little bit because he was on some other flat Earth server doing an interview, so that was pretty cool. I went over there and I was able to listen to him answer questions and ask a question myself.
Is that the narrator, the British guy?
Yeah, he also is like, I think the producer. Yeah, he's the producer of the video too.
Right. Yep. Right.
His name's
Yeah, that's a good.
Chris.
Yeah, you still there, buddy?
Chris something.
I mean, do you guys think that ball game needs the flat Earth roll? I'm just looking.
Yeah. Please, mate. Because I get the idea that because he's just got voice verified and seems sincere, he's just going to get targeted every time he jumps into the room. So if you give him the flat Earth tag, then
seems like a flat Earther.
I think he deserves it, mate.
Please do.
I would have thought so, mate.
Oh, a ball game.
I feel like I'm
We
getting.
wouldn't do that for you.
Oh, you're being pointed out because you had a badass talk with us. You know. That's...
Hey man, I appreciate it. I'm not scamming anybody. I'm here, man.
Are you a flat earther?
I like to call myself a truth earther because I don't know what it is. It looks flat to me though. It ain't no sphere. I put it that way.
Ain't no damn globe.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Well, I mean, as far as roles go in here, you know, flat Earth just gives you, just like Jedi was saying, it just kind of gives you peace in here. You know, when you jump in the room and you're just like, oh, it's all we got here. We got somebody VC verified, but.
No, if I had a choice between globe and flat, I'd take flat all day.
All right.
That's how you know you came from Witsit, though, because he's a true earther.
I know. I do speak a lot of Witsit's wisdom, and I probably don't do it justice too. But he's the man. I'm saying it.
He is very.
I went and I gave you the flat Earth roll, and I'm taking the VC verified off because that's not necessary after you get the flat Earth roll. You already have the link embed roll. So yeah, everything's good to go.
I appreciate it. Now my name is somewhat misleading. The ball game has nothing to do with the Earth. That's because my first name is Teddy, and my nickname has always been Teddy Ballgame through childhood and all the way through.
Hey, brother. Man, just
hey, I like it. The irony.
Everything that rolls from here, you know, with that roll, you know, don't make me regret giving it to you. And,
I will do my best, Helio.
I appreciate you. But you sound like a sincere guy. But you also have a role that seems sincere, which you do seem sincere. So it's all good.
If I was scared, then I was a globe.
Another moderator in here. He's witnessing me giving you the role. So.
Well, just put it this way: if I was a scammer and a glober, I already know more than the globers just by what I've been saying. So I couldn't be a glober. I know too much.
I know, right? We begged him sometimes to come in here. He's like, all right, you don't have to say too much. Just tell us you know more about the globe than we do. And then we'll actually be able to have a conversation.
Well, thanks, Helio. Thanks, Jedi and Kim, for vouching for me. I appreciate it.
No problem, brother.
No worries, bro.
You got it, buddy.
Oh, group hug. Group hug, everyone.
Oh, I feel it.
And we just roll on. We rolling.
On that note, I am at the end of my last cigar, and I got to hit the sack. So it's been a pleasure talking to all of you, and I will be back as soon as I can.
Shit, if I didn't have 3 inches of ice on the road, I'd be asleep by now because I'm not going to work tomorrow because I just can't get there.
Well, I work third shift, so this is usually my, but I'm home now and I'm off tonight, so I might as well go to bed.
Cool. Yeah, I work.
Well, good night, buddy.
I was off today because of this ice. You guys probably heard of it. It's probably national news about the ice storm over here in Arkansas. It's it ain't no joke. I got like 3 inches of sleet today, and the
that's no
road
fun.
completely covered, man. There's not, and I know that for a fact because I was about to run out of cigarettes, so I had to drive to town.
Yeah, and I'm in Rhode Island, and it's 50 degrees today. So
shit, it's 19, I think, right now here.
Wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to be? It's February. Isn't the Earth closer to the sun in its orbital rotation? Or I get confused.
Yeah. They say it's about 2 million miles closer in the orbital rotation. Yeah, 2-3 million miles.
Hey, good night. Thanks again. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, peace, brother.
Cheers, brother. Grace and peace, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not going to work tomorrow, which is today, either. That's why I'm up now talking. And I'm not sure if I'll be able to even go to work the next day. I went out on the road today to go get cigarettes and booze, which everybody knows. But anyway, I was, dude, all of the roads are completely covered in ice. I was like driving like 15 miles an hour the entire time. Barely made it there and back. Get my smokes and booze. So yeah, I won't be going to work today, and hope I can get there tomorrow. But it's supposed to happen again today. Some more sleet and snow. I don't even know if I want to make it to work Wednesday. It might be 3 fucking days of work. Man, that's a lot of money. Roads here are solid ice.
You're in the live stream with a bunch of Hey, Liz is back. What's up, Liz?
Yeah, I came back. I ate Whataburger, and it always gives me heartburn, so I can't sleep.
You ever use Zantac? That kind of knock it out.
The roads are bad, and I don't have any of that at home. So right now, I'm just trying to eat some crackers and drink some water. But I enjoy listening to y'all.
Heartburn is the worst.
It's the worst.
It is. I mean, I take a generic version of not Prilosec. What's the other one? Nexium. I take that every single day, and it works fine for me. That's the only.
My mama loves that one.
The drug I take is Nexium. I take 20 milligrams every day, and it works for me.
That's what my mama does too, and because that's where I get it from, I'm sure. But I love that. She's given me one before.
Yeah, but if she was awake, Zantac works quick, but the Nexium you have to take every day. That's
and it does a great job. And it's only Whataburger that does this.
It's only Whataburger.
It's literally only Whataburger that gives me heartburn. When I was pregnant, everything did, but Whataburger just right now is giving me heartburn.
It's so funny.
Dude,
I know, I'm
I
so
get
sorry.
heartburn from mostly. I get heartburn from like tomato sauce, like really heavy tomato sauce or some. But for the most part, yeah, Whataburger. I don't eat much Whataburger, but I've been thinking about getting a Whataburger. See, you obviously love Whataburger because
Yeah, I do, because I eat it. You know?
because you're suffering now because you love.
And I am, because I decided to eat that instead of Taco Bell.
I know.
I'll be right
I'm gonna have
back.
to give me a Whataburger, man. There's one down the street.
I just had a weird encounter, and I told the person that walked by that the Earth is flat and stationary. There you go. Flat smack them every turn.
Kim.
What? I ain't scared.
Scared? I ain't scared of no Whataburger.
I ain't scared of no random stranger hearing me say that the Earth is flat and stationary, buddy.
Man, you ran her off, Kim.
No, I didn't. That's a lie.
Well, she's gone.
Well, I didn't do it.
Did I?
No. If she had to leave, it was probably something abrupt.
About the Whataburger. God damn.
I guarantee you it was something abrupt.
You got an Arkansas and an Alabama talking about some.
Hey, buddy, you just put some baking soda. You just put some baking soda in some water and drink it, and that'll help you.
It might. I've tried.
No, it does.
Remedies, yeah. But anyway,
No, that one works.
it do. It can. Yeah. That's actually the only. I mean, I take the Nexium. That's the only drug I take. I don't go to doctors to get prescribed or diagnosed with anything.
No, hell no.
But I know that if I don't take this, I've been taking it for years.
You know, I know I'm about
I
to
can't
get.
eat anything. It doesn't matter if it's a Whataburger or a tomato. Or
I know I'm about to get like flagged by the government to take my son to the doctor.
For
which I will. I mean, I will if I get flagged. But until then,
for what?
no. Just for you have to take your children
to school. They have to have
to a doctor.
Jibbity jabs.
No, you just have to take them for checkups.
Okay, well.
But yes, for jibbity jabs.
Yeah, I know.
But also, just in general, you have to do it.
Because he's going to be in public school?
No.
So he's not, but you still have to take him anyway?
I have to take him to a general doctor so that he can be checked up on legally.
That's cool. And then you say, hey, I don't want him to have the jibby jabs.
Jibbity jabs. Exactly.
And then the doctor would be like, I recommend you do it. And then
well, fuck you.
I don't want it. And it'd be like, all right, cool. You got the checkup. Boom. Signed off.
Boom. Done. I'm just waiting on them to be like, you got to go. And then I'll go.
All right, then.
There ain't no point in going otherwise. He doesn't have a reason to. And I don't want to do the thing.
Hey,
unless I have to.
This June, guess what? I'm turning
50.
50. I'm going to be 50.
50.
50 in June. Probably do the party on here. 50. And, I know I have high blood pressure. I've been diagnosed with it by some
Dandelions.
clinic or whatever. No, a free clinic. Like, I went in there for something else, and they were like, "Oh, you have high blood pressure. You take all these drugs." And I'm like, "All right, I'll give it a shot."
Don't.
And then I started shitting blood from taking these pills, and I was like, "Well, I'm not gonna fucking take this shit." And
You know, dandelions are probably the best thing you can take for your heart, blood pressure, all the things. The roots, the leaves, the stems, the flower, all the things.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, I don't even do that. You know, I don't treat myself well, but
Well, you should.
I should. And you're right.
Dandelions are everywhere. They're literally everywhere. You know what God's telling you? Hey, buddy, your remedy is all around you.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. And you know what? One of the best things that I could do for myself is just walk.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, I could just
Get
start
up,
walking.
get off your ass and walk.
Yeah.
Hey, Leo, get off your ass and walk. Shit.
Get your ass up, start walking.
Duh. It ain't hard. Look at the earth. It's so beautiful. Go walk around in it.
Chris is going to be 49 in June. Damn, we're some old bastards. It's all good.
I guess I'm a youngin', but I walk around. I have a little bit like son, so he wants to ride his little scooter, even though he's not very good at it, but he's also really good at it at his age. He's awesome. My son is awesome, and he keeps me young, and I love him.
Oh, I forgot. I don't even know if I shared you this video. My son is a drummer. Did I tell you?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Did I already share some of his videos?
You did. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
Never mind.
You're good. You good. I gotta go though. I gotta go to bed.
It's all good.
It's like 3:00 in the morning where I live.
Yeah, I know. I only stay up this late when I know I'm not gonna go to work. So.
I love hanging out in the lobby and hanging out in here.
Dude,
but if I'm trying to get up early and be in the lobby, then I
don't
need
like
to
hanging
go to
out in the
sleep.
lobby. So it really takes some stones to hang out in the lobby.
I'm so good in the lobby. No, I'm good.
Oh, I can't wait to see your action.
Heretic is very good too. He just entered in, so don't worry.
Lobbies, you can either have fun or you can be like, oh my god, this is the worst place I ever been.
I think I'm doing pretty good in the lobby. If I'm not, Heretic will tell you. But I do need to get to sleep, and I love you guys.
All right, Kim, get you some sleep. Take care of that baby and your husband. All that shit.
He's already got his lunch for work tomorrow. All the things. So I love you guys.
Is that my cat?
You have a good night. What?
Night, Kim.
Hearing a cat.
Sorry. Well, I love you all. Please have a good night.
Peace, Kim.
Night.
You guys hear the cat? I think that's my cat. He wants to go outside. And it's like, dude, don't you realize that there's freaking 3 inches of ice outside? You guys can't hear him. I can hear him. Oh, dumbass. You ain't going outside, man. You're going to freeze to death. No, if he just went outside to go take a piss and come back or something, I'd let him go outside. But he'll go out and he'll be gone for like a day and a half. And it's freaking below freezing and there's ice everywhere. And it's like, I'm pretty sure he's probably not coming back. And then he'll come back. What are you made of? This fucking little cat. We'll come back a day and a half later. And he's been outside the entire time. And he'll just run back inside like, oh, no big deal. Like it's been fucking below freezing for a day and a half, and it doesn't have a coat. I mean, he's got barely any fur. He just walk outside. Won't see him for a day and a half, 2 days. We just walk back in. Like, yeah, I'm thirsty. Oh, fuck. Sometimes he comes back and he's all bloody, like he got in fights and shit. That's on you. I live in the country, by the way. I don't live in the city. So I have no idea where this motherfucker is.
Probably off to get laid somewhere, mate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't neuter him, you know. As a matter of fact, I found him outside of my work in a puddle. He was like 4 weeks old. Friggin' nursed him, you know, with a bottle, nursed him.
Saved his life.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you, man.
I didn't even want him. I actually walked around like I work in an industrial park, and I started walking around trying to find his mama. I was walking around while he's going meow meow meow. I was trying to find his mama, so I just like, take your baby back. Nobody wants this motherfucker. Anyway, so I couldn't find her, and so I took him home, and then I bought a bottle, and I bottle fed him. I made, you know, home milk and stuff, and you know, now motherfucker goes out. I live in the country, and so he just goes. He's got scabs all over his neck and shit. Like he gets in fights all the time. And he's not even a big cat. He's kind of small. Anyway, but he still wants to go out. It's just like you're a glutton for punishment, man. What is your deal? It's freaking less than 20 degrees. It's 19 degrees outside right now, Fahrenheit, which is less than 0 Celsius. And he's like, if I let him out, there's no telling when I'm going to see him again. But he always comes back, even if he's out in less than freezing weather. He just like comes back and he's like, all right, I'm thirsty and hungry. Sometimes they'll sneak out. It's just like I open the door and it's just like. I don't know how he's still alive. He's about 3 years old now. Crazy. Yeah, dark chocolate's good for you, Miguel.
It loads blood pressure.
Yeah. Certainly is the cacao bean, right? Cacao.
Yeah, but you have to look the ingredients. If it has milk there, it's not so good as a pure dark chocolate.
Hey,
there's a lot. There's other 8 foods there that can help you.
Well, I drink a lot of alcohol, and I'm a junk food junkie. It's I don't know. Maybe I'll live to 80, or maybe I'll die at 63 like my grandpa did. You know, I don't know. You know, at this point. Hey, no secret. Everybody knows I drink too much. Hopefully I'll stop again. I did stop for 10 years one time. And I stopped drinking, but I was taking a lot of pain medication at that time too. So, and I don't take those drugs anymore. So I don't know. Do what it do. I know alcohol is really bad for you. Eat foods. Yeah. Eating tomatoes. Well, just like I was saying, and just taking long walks and doing just minimal, just once like people I mean with this whole pandemic thing, I did catch a cold or something. I've had the flu before. That was several years ago, bro. It knocked me on my ass for like 2 weeks. I felt like I was gonna die. I was the sickest I'd ever been in my life. And but through this entire pandemic stuff for the past couple of years, I got a little bit of a cold one time, few days, and but I think it's just because I just don't. I'm not gonna get. I refuse to get sick, so that's why I'm not getting sick. Now, if you can prove me wrong, people will be like, if I get sick, people will be like, I told you I was going to get sick. It's like, okay, well, you told me, but I'm 3 years into this fake pandemic and I ain't sick yet, bitch. What you got? And where they're all going, oh, I got the COVID. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Did you get tested? Yeah, I got tested. And I was like, well, I didn't get tested. And guess what? I didn't get it. Nobody told me I had it. It's like some people get tested and been told that they got it, and they put them in quarantine for 2 weeks. I had a friend that was working with me. He was like, man, I can't see my wife for 2 weeks. She got tested and she tested positive. Like, bro, does she have symptoms? I mean, is she sick? Is she? He's like, no. She's okay, but I can't fucking see her for 2 weeks. His wife got the test. She wasn't exhibiting symptoms, got the test, had to quarantine herself away from her husband for 2 weeks. I'm like, all right, bro. You're dumber than you look. Like, I get what the quarantine yourself from a stupid PCR test. Give me a break. In case anyone's wondering, I think they're over fucking with live stream channels talking about this nonsense shit anymore. They already been busted about this nonsense. So I'm not saying just go full bore calling out the pandemic bullshit, but if it comes up, don't hold back. Something to play. Nothing to play. Something that, I don't know, earlier I was thinking about playing for on the bot for Dead Air. Sure, I still have the window open. Oh. Here it is. Well, this is from, I don't know if I should play this one. This dick. You know what? I bet it's on. Probably didn't have balls enough to. Share Shane's channel. Oh, that can't be true. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not going to play that video on there. It's from Tune's channel, and I don't trust him not to fuck with us.
Do you have the link of that heliocentric sorcery that ball game was talking about?
Oh, yeah. Helio sorcery. Let me think. Yeah, let me. I can find that one. Yeah, I think we've played that one on here before. That's from. Is it Earthen Vessels? Is that the channel, Miguel?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Exposing the occult origins of heliocentrism. Vessels, they have 8,000 subscribers. Purpose of this documentary is not to provide scientific, practical, or biblical evidence against heliocentric doctrine, but rather to trace the presently raging cosmology dispute back to its ancient heritage. We will review the political and religious climate in which heliocentrism was reborn. About reborn, I don't know if it was ever a thing before they made this. And we will question whether it was more than love for science which motivated the medieval hierarchy to get behind Copernicus's new theory. We'll investigate lesser-known facts about the celebrated champions of sun-centered cosmology, their powerful associations, and their hidden obsessions. Gathering the common threads which tie the various players together, we will follow the steady evolution of this paradigm, marking the dramatic effects it has had upon the character of society, and we will ask the question, who benefits?
Yeah, that's the one, but it's almost 2 hours.
Oh shit! Here. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just four in the Eastern time zone, so I don't mind playing it. And then after this, after we play it, then I'll go ahead and restart the live stream. Cool.
For me, it's okay.
All right, cool. Might as well. Heliosorcery.
Sorcery. The use of power gained from the assistance or control of evil spirits. Whether employed for theatrical or more sinister purposes, the key principle of magic is the same.
You know, there's a word, misdirection, that's used by lay people a lot. It's a magical term. It's a term of art. And the way lay people use it is wrong, because lay people often use it as a synonym for distraction. Like, hey, look over there, do something sneaky here, and then you look back and the trick is done. That doesn't fool anyone. The way we use the word misdirection is kind of a curating of attention, giving the audience a story they can tell themselves that lets them not really know they were distracted. We're going to do a trick right now using misdirection.
In the words of magician T.A. Waters, misdirection is the cornerstone of nearly all successful magic. Yet to talk of magic, sorcery, and witchcraft as separate entities is nothing more than a play on words. The Bible plainly condemns all sorcerers and magicians. And prior to the 18th century Enlightenment, sorcery and witchcraft were perceived by all Christendom to be demonic agencies. In our enlightened age, however, magicians are thought to exist purely as entertainers, while the spells of witches are considered superstitious nonsense. Although logical explanations can be found for the supposedly supernatural happenings of magic shows, the tricks are played upon the minds of the audience and not the objects themselves. If the evidence of one's senses are believed, then in the mind, the magic is made real. So what if, in an age where witchcraft is dismissed as superstition from a bygone age, the spells of sorcerers have taken hold over the minds of men like never before? What if our more refined society has fallen for more refined sorcery under the guise of scientific evidence presented to our senses? What if our entire conception of the world and its origins are a false and crafty misdirection? Prior to the mid-16th century, sun-centered cosmology was an abandoned concept, laying dormant between the dusty pages of ancient manuscripts. Whether noble or peasant, none denied the witness of their own senses, which testified to the truth of what Scripture declares, that the earth beneath their feet was at perfect rest, while the heavenly bodies moved overhead. That this geocentric view of cosmology was widely held is confirmed by historian Andrew Dixon White, who was both an evolutionist and supporter of the heliocentric model. In his book, A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, White points to a time in history when faith in the biblical record began to unravel.
In the latter half of the 16th century, these evolutionary theories seemed to take more definite form, for there came, one after the other, 5 of the greatest men our race has produced: Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. And when their work was done, the old theological conception of the universe was gone. The spacious firmament on high, the Almighty enthroned upon the circle of the heavens, and with his own hands, or with angels as his agents, keeping sun, moon, and planets in motion for the benefit of the earth, opening and closing the windows of heaven, letting down upon the earth the waters above the firmament, setting his bow in the cloud, hanging out signs and wonders, hurling comets, casting forth lightnings to scare the wicked, and shaking the earth in his wrath. All this had disappeared. These 5 men had given a new divine revelation to the world, and through the last, Newton, had come a vast new conception, destined to be fatal to the old theory of creation. These men gave a new basis for the theory of evolution as distinguished from the theory of creation.
As the adept magician draws attention away from that which would expose his deception, the captivating theories of these 5 men directed the eyes of the people away from the one reliable detector of error. We will soon see that these 5 men of science were in fact devout pupils of the earliest of magicians, their ideas springing not from observation and experiment, but from the ancient writings in which they were engrossed. To understand why such an attack was expedient for the sorcerers of this world, we must go back to the time when the heated dispute over cosmology began, the dawn of the Protestant Reformation. The 16th century brought revolutionary changes to the Christian world. For over 1,000 years, the Roman papacy had withheld the key of knowledge from the nations whose kings had bowed to her presumed authority. During these dark ages, popes and priests blasphemously sat in the place of Christ as mediator between God and man. Locked in a prison house of superstition and fear, the people were taught that outside of Rome's favour, there was no salvation. As for Rome, her usurped dominion over the minds of men stood for as long as the words of life were concealed from the people. Desperate to perpetuate the moral paralysis, the clergy alone were permitted to read the Bible, the common people being forbidden under pain of death. Well aware of the power of knowledge, papal policy withstood the flow of Greek culture from the East, and the West became exclusively Latin. The corrupt Latin Vulgate, read only by the priests, was the only Bible known during those dark ages. All Greek records of history, archaeology, science, and literature were held back in the Eastern Roman Empire, the capital of which was Constantinople. This led to the backward progress which characterized the Dark Ages, where technology, living standards, and morality all fell into decay under the oppressive priestdom. It was the absence of the light of knowledge, particularly that of Scripture, that made those ages dark. Yet through the dreary centuries, brave souls at times stood up among the Roman clergy, daring to oppose the darkness. One such soul was John Wycliffe, who, in defiance of the spiritual tyranny, translated the Latin Bible into the English language. So great was Rome's fear that this Bible alone would expose her fraud, that over the following 2 centuries she publicly burned all who were caught with this English translation. Such was the fate of John Huss, who took up the cause of Wycliffe in his native land of Bohemia. Meanwhile, the precious Bibles, bought at such great price, were tied around the necks of their possessors and burnt with them. The Augustinian monk Martin Luther was one of many who groaned under the popish gloom. Frequently retiring to a Latin Bible chained to the wall of his convent, the superstitious fog began to lift from his mind. With enlightened vision and a heart stirred by the Spirit of God, Luther grew indignant with the corruptions of the Church. Casting off his monkish works, Luther bent his energies towards reform. Many shared his frustrations. All Europe needed was one to take a bold stand. All the while, the papacy reposed blissfully unaware of the gathering storm ready to sweep away her captives. In 1517, Tetzel and his band of extortioners came to Wittenberg selling papal indulgences. Through this artifice, the papacy promised the remission of sins for a bargained price. Seeing through the pernicious scam, Luther vented the unspoken protest of thousands by nailing his 95 theses to the door of his local church. This move of a devout monk was no petty act of rebellion, but the expression of a love for the truth which he had found between the pages of an old Bible.
Little did Luther realize the resounding effects this simple act would have. Thanks to the newly invented movable type printing press and the zeal of the youth at Wittenberg's University, Luther's 95 biblical objections to indulgences were soon dispatched throughout Germany, and not long after, they were broadly translated and littered throughout Europe. Luther's revolutionary act in October 1517 marked the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. As the Bible exposed the fraudulent teachings and corrupt practices of Rome, the chains of fear and ignorance that had held the people under her sway fell to the ground. Like rain that refreshes a dry and thirsty land, the word of God spoke life to nations that for centuries had languished under a pontifical shadow of death. The Reformation battle cry, Sola Scriptura, the Bible and the Bible alone, echoed over many lands.
Incredibly, Providence had paved the way for this Reformation throughout the preceding century. In 1453, Constantinople was sacked before Mehmet the Conqueror, and Athens fell shortly thereafter. Among the Greeks who fled before the advancing Turkish hordes were intellectual classes carrying their learning and literature into the West. In their hands lay the pure Greek manuscripts of the Holy Scriptures. These sacred scrolls would be vital to the generation of revolutionaries who would storm the citadels of Roman dogma.
The fruit of these rediscovered treasures ripened 1 year before the Reformation began. Erasmus of Rotterdam deeply desired that all men should have the scriptures in their native tongues. Discerning that the Vulgate swarmed with errors, he diligently compiled a purified New Testament of apostolic descent from the rediscovered Greek manuscripts. In 1516, Erasmus completed this work, which is known as the Received Text. It was from these pure Greek manuscripts that in 1522, Luther handed down to the German people a New Testament in their own language. Its publication aroused great fear among the clergy, as Daubigny writes, "Ignorant priests shuddered at the thought that every citizen, nay, every peasant, would now be able to dispute with them on the precepts of our Lord." Through the profusion of Luther's writings, other God-fearing Catholic priests, such as William Tyndale, caught the revolutionary spirit. After failing to persuade Bishop Tunstall to authorize a translation of the scriptures into the native tongue, Tyndale began writing his own Christian literature abroad, which he smuggled into England.
As a fugitive, Tyndale undertook his English translation of Erasmus's Greek New Testament, which was to find its way to English shores in 1526. When it appeared in the realm, Tunstall denounced it as
a pestilent and pernicious poison which will infect the flock.
Feverishly, Tunstall began buying up and burning all the copies he could find, along with the souls caught with them. After eventually being tracked down in Belgium, Tyndale suffered the ultimate price for his countrymen. Yet the seeds sown by his blood would ensure living bread for all of God's children until the end of time. During this great revival of Bible knowledge, many other brave souls from among the clergy yielded to conviction and took their stand with the reformers. Yet the love of luxury and vice stifled the hierarchy in Rome. Anathemas and bulls were hurled across the Alps at Luther and the reformers. But these measures, effective in times past, were now as the shaking of a straw to a people from whose eyes the scales had fallen.
The medieval papacy awakened from its superstitious lethargy to see that in a third of a century, the Reformation had carried away 2/3 of Europe. Germany, England, the Scandinavian countries, Holland and Switzerland had become Protestant. France, Poland, Bavaria, Austria, and Belgium were swinging that way.
Reeling from the punch and tottering on her very foundations, Rome realized that it was now an impossibility to keep the Bible from the people by force. New tactics had to be drawn up to neutralize its decimating power. Gathering together her craftiest cardinals and learned men, the papacy under Pope Clement VII took counsel amidst the crisis. Chief among the Pope's advisors was the wily English statesman Cardinal Thomas Wolsey. With expert subtlety, Wolsey conceived of the stratagem Rome was to pursue over the preceding centuries in her warfare against the Word of God.
Since printing cannot be put down, it is best to set up learning against learning, and by introducing all persons to dispute, to suspend the laity between fear and controversy. This, at most, will make them attentive to their superiors and teachers.
Rome's agents would introduce a learning to contradict the learning of the scriptures. If the Bible could be shown to be untrustworthy, then the eyes of men could be redirected back to the learned doctors whose feigned words had for centuries made merchandise over their souls. With the battle plan drafted, Rome sought out learning to be used for her ends. During the 1st century AD, certain men crept in unawares to the thriving apostolic church, denying core truths of the gospel. These false teachers rewrote both the Gospels and letters of the apostles, infusing them with a mystical pagan philosophy. Known as Gnostics, they upheld a secret knowledge as the way of salvation. Most notable among them was Origen of Alexandria.
He taught that the soul existed from eternity, before it inhabited the body, and that after death it migrated to a higher or a lower form of life, according to the deeds done in the body, and finally all would return to the state of pure intelligence, only to begin again the same cycle as before. He believed that the devils would be saved, and that the stars and planets had souls, and were, like men, on trial to learn perfection. In fact, he turned the whole law and gospel into an allegory.
According to Gnostics, acquiring hidden gnosis or spiritual knowledge was the key to obtaining apotheosis, the spiritual evolution of a man to the level of a god. This sentiment is the basis of all pagan religions, that through the acquisition of secret knowledge and the performance of initiation rites, the soul journeys on towards godhood. Yet according to Scripture, this is precisely the temptation which befell Eve when she stood before the forbidden tree. Satan said,
For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
Wise to the plotting of the ancient foe, the Apostle Paul warned young Timothy of these Gnostic deceivers, whom, after the manner of the serpent, held up knowledge that opposed the word of God.
O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings, and oppositions of science falsely so called.
As the centuries progressed, it was the triumph of these heresies over the churches that led to the falling away prophesied by Paul, the setting up of the man of sin, and the dark ages of papal oppression. As the apostate Church of Rome waxed in power, the Western Roman Empire weakened and fell prey to the Germanic tribes which they had failed to conquer in the preceding centuries. Yet these powerful tribes north of the Danube were not altogether heathen brutes. Before their migration, the Goths had been converted to the gospel, not by Rome, but by the missionary efforts of Ulfilas. The Gothic tribes were driven into the Roman Empire by the advancing Huns, and as their powerful battle axes hewed a path towards the city which had long terrified the world, they abstained from many of the barbarities which accompanied the invasion of Britain by the heathen Saxons. Known as Arians, the unshakable faith of the Ostrogoths, the Vandals, and the Heruli made them heretics to the apostate Church of Rome.
But among the larger part of the barbarian tribes, Rome found useful material for her ends, as D'Aubigné explains.
The barbarians, who had invaded and settled in the West after being satiated with blood and plunder, lowered their reeking swords before the intellectual power that met them face to face. Recently converted to Christianity, ignorant of the spiritual character of the church, and feeling the want of a certain external pomp in religion, they prostrated themselves, half savage and half heathen as they were, at the feet of the high priest of Rome.
In an attempt to validate her apostasy before these new converts, the papacy commissioned Jerome to produce a Latin Bible that supported their Gnostic teachings. Jerome's work, known today as the Vulgate, was based upon the corrupted manuscripts of Origen of Alexandria. This corrupt translation was to be the only Bible Europe knew until the fall of Constantinople. During the 16th century, the Reformers' circulation of pure Bibles in common languages pushed aside much of the rubbish that had for centuries covered the truth. Yet in response, the heirs of Gnosticism reached deeper into that heathen toolbox of specious learning for more rubbish to smother the rekindled faith of ages. A fresh supply of beguiling mysticism had recently arrived in the West. Along with those pure Greek manuscripts that had made their way into the hands of Erasmus, Gnostic learning was also born by the hands of Byzantine scholars who had fled the advancing Turks.
An enormous trove of Gnostic learning had been brought from the eastern Mediterranean by agents of Clement VII's great-grandfather, Cosimo de' Medici. These celebrated mystical, scientific, and philosophical scrolls and manuscripts flattered humanity. Cosimo had stored huge quantities of this pagan material in his library in Florence. The Medici Library, whose final architect was Michelangelo, welcomed scholars favoured by the papacy. These scholars, not surprisingly, soon began emulating the papacy in focusing more upon humanity than upon the Old and New Testaments. So extensive was the Medici Library's philosophical influence that even scholars today consider it the cradle of Western civilization.
From the spring of these mystical texts came the revered artworks, literature, and theatre of the Renaissance. It was through this material, at the bloom of the Reformation, that Rome sought to recapture the share of man's mind that might otherwise be directed towards the Bible. Perceiving the injurious effect this deluge of paganism was having on faith and morals, Martin Luther, in the year 1520, issued an appeal to the ruling classes of Germany, pleading with them that Scripture be the mainstay of all education.
I am much afraid that the universities will prove to be the great gates of hell, unless they diligently labor in explaining the Holy Scriptures and engraving them in the hearts of youth. I advise no one to place his child where the Scriptures do not reign paramount. Every institution in which men are not unceasingly occupied with the Word of God must become corrupt.
As the Counter-Reformation progressed over the centuries, the papacy's militia, the Jesuit order, would from these heathen oracles build a curriculum known as Ratio Studiorum, or Method of Study, as Tapasossi explains in his exposé on the Jesuits.
During its 4 centuries of existence, the Jesuit educational theatrical enterprise has produced a proud, poised, and imaginative graduate. He or she is enlightened by the Medici Library's humanities, facile in worldly matters, moved by theatricality, and indifferent toward Holy Scripture. Producing Jesuitic graduates has become the aim of modern public education.
The Bible is the cornerstone of accurate history, true science, and noble literature. As the psalmist declares, "The entrance of thy words giveth light, it giveth understanding unto the simple." The mind unfettered through the Holy Scriptures cannot be overcome by spiritual wickedness in high places. Therefore, the objective of Ratio Studiorum was the Bible's obscurity. Thus, in the early years of the Reformation, artists and writers, such as Jesuitic playwright William Shakespeare, vividly depicted the fleshly scenes of the base passions of humanity. Protestants flocked to gawk upon the refined scenes of envy, jealousy, murder, debauchery, and witchcraft. With minds engrossed and consciences made dull, the perverted moral tastes of these audiences lost their relish for the wholesome words of Jesus. The amazing success of the Jesuit curriculum Ratio Studiorum is once again detailed in Saucy's book, aptly titled Rulers of Evil.
America's understanding has been systematically bent to the will of the church militant, while the intellectual means for sensing the capture have been disconnected. Most of the content of modern media, whether television, radio, print, film, stage or web, is state-of-the-art Jesuit Ratio Studiorum. The Jesuit College is no longer just a chartered institution. It has become our entire social environment. The movies, the mall, the school, the home, the mind. Human experience has become a spiritual exercise managed by charismatic spiritual directors who know how to manipulate a democracy's emotions. Logic, perspective, national memory, and self-discipline are purged to the point that unbridled emotional responses, as economist Thomas Sowell put it, are all we have left.
Beyond the more base distractions from the gospel, by far the most formidable weapons drawn from heathenism took the guise of scientific theories. Like other scholars of his era, Nicholas Copernicus was under the spell of Medici learning. The Polish astronomer and Catholic priest, according to Galileo, stumbled across the heliocentric theory as he immersed himself in heathen writings. His new fancy was shared with fellow clerics, and soon it began tickling the ears of those in Rome. In 1533, the Pope's personal secretary, Johann Albrecht Widmanstetter, outlined Copernicus's findings before Pope Clement VII and his cardinals. The Pope was impressed and gave his personal approval of the heliocentric theory. The idea of a spherical Earth was not new to the scholastics of the 16th century, owing to their love of Greek philosophers such as Plato, who held to a geocentric globe. However, the scholars had not yet dared to assert that the Earth rotated around the Sun, for they well knew the biblical position that the Sun moved over a stationary Earth. Yet the crisis called for bolder steps. After hearing the heliocentric theory in detail, the scholastics discerned that this sun-centered pagan cosmology stood in direct opposition to the Earth-centered system that Scripture describes. Recognizing the potential damage this new theory could inflict upon faith in the Scriptures, one of the cardinals, of whom we may have little doubt was in the audience of the lecture given years earlier, appealed to the astronomer. Cardinal Nicholas von Schönberg wrote a letter to Copernicus in 1536, urging him, "Communicate this discovery of yours to scholars." Copernicus would later publish this high-profile letter in his book on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. Notwithstanding this invitation, Copernicus was reluctant to face the storm of controversy that would follow such an open attack on the Scriptures, and he stalled in publishing his work until the year of his death in 1543. However, news of the new theory had evidently gotten around, for in 1539, Martin Luther said in conversation,
"There is talk of a new astrologer who wants to prove that the Earth moves and goes around, instead of the sky, the sun, the moon. Just as if somebody were moving in a carriage, or ship might hold that he was sitting still and at rest while the earth and the trees walked and moved. But that is how things are nowadays. When a man wishes to be clever, he must invent something special, and the way he does it must needs be the best. The fool wants to turn the whole art of astronomy upside down. However, as Holy Scripture tells us, so did Joshua bid the sun to stand still and not the earth.
As Copernicus expected, the publication of De Revolutionibus in 1543 did not go down well with much of Europe, particularly the Protestants.
All branches of the Protestant Church, Lutheran, Calvinist, Anglican,
join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat earth is mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat earth tag aren't just flat earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe, now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like, well, yeah, you're a flat earther, cool, bro. Let's think that the earth is, as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place, like making all these assumptions like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like, I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers, because of that fact. I will always just like, listen, like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
There's other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone, that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Whitsitt. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Whitsitt. I think Whitsitt had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him BC verified in case it's.
Thanks, me.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring him back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Whitsitt, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Whitsitt? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the rules, Sergeant. Believe me.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in. But yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Whitsitt. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why, your position basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Looking at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't have
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. I know you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add, go on.
Real science, right? Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of that star, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Whoa, wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star. It is the peak of the triangle, but looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax, but for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I don't want to address it yet, because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give him a little bit of what we hear on the critiquing side of what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Cat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? This is what he's going to do, and he's going to make this, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveler?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. You know what I mean? I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like, the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Boldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They had to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible. Go ahead,
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
of the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. Like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. A question then. So there was a hump of this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
sorry,
do I have what?
Do
you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll
yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
got it. Yes.
The one here. So
okay.
you should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Does he have image forms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
He can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to. I would say this is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers. This is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slugging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
you can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than, if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe,
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Whitsitt in it?
No, Whitsitt is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the sagittor for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above. And to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they
are.
That's an instrumental error.
That's
user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months, and then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, you can read the document. That's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no, and it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Well, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Mm-hmm. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e., maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Okay. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filmed in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? A half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. what's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think there's, is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later, and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least we got you saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment. And
Level
guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything.
Well, yeah,
they never account for anything. Linear lines every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right. And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curve is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit story.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level.
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
Yeah,
now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they've revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
level is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No. I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on. I'm stopping you because we already know that definition, because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah, but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
so
not
if you're just talking,
the point with, hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. Hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from 2 spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
if
and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
Is the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plumbs, and at each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plumbs, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but
exactly.
they would.
They will be.
And that's why. I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is not 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters? How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved Earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't?
Yes, you would.
2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters. You're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say
like
that
to label your level and our level. Your level's
guys,
called radio
guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
well, I just put 100.
Sorry, I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that. But we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway. And there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm just saying, if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's a way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Maggie? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or to tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from.
Just a quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
this isn't, it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else, subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that is they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork as in what you think the stars are using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most, I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat Earth and globe Earth. Why? Because we see the same Earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth that we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe Earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
So are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me, we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, oh, it's not our guess.
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about. Right. We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality. And we're telling you it is not because you don't know.
We've got evidence. What you do is you've got your observation.
Mr. Sensible, you have guesswork.
Are you going to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
That's like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right. I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have, that is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, well, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
You're rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not. No.
We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Don't know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you absolutely know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you that we're getting somewhere, right? All right. So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counterexample. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my patron or your bank account,
No,
but
I
that's
think
how
that
people
honestly,
fall victim
sir,
to scams
Mr.
because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point. But see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So none of the things...
Absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous,
Have you
sir.
ever been?
Why would you...
No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B, okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely. But you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your, what do you call them? Inflatable, I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's an extremely good chance. Airbags, but there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us. This is an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir.
Science has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance,
sir,
but it's
you're
always a
taking it out of
possibility.
the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know.
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
okay, well,
I'd say that's it. Yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that and you're sure that hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
Yes, you could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
No, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident, right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything. And I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir. And until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
But that's with what science, you're doing. You're sensible.
Well,
you just said the star plasma with spectroscopy, and you know the elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
no. What I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
But we have taken. Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Sure. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science, do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by
no, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match. Therefore, it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it.
No. No, hold on.
You're
We
contradicting
know.
yourself, aren't you?
No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I
Because
said.
you don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the explanation. No, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts. One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you of many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed I pointed something out to you, but look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that the air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. Fact. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not confused.
Sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. Lawyers speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat Earth and globe Earth, because there's only one truth. The Earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same Earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the Earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure. That's what you're gonna tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you all
just to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking
tells
you.
us how much
For
of
a
a
matter of fact, we
witness
want to
you
know
are.
where you stand with the information, sir. So
Here,
let us
Pat,
know.
right now,
Listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You
Or
can't be
you're
99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. Like, we're not going to leave this because it's important for you. It's important.
100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how
If
shit
you're
works.
not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to actually.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. No, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different that come up with different results. So if you no, so if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there.
Wow.
The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, because that's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
So you want to bring something up to get it?
Your take.
This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No, listen. Is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either you
Which
know
one
or you don't.
is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because listen, this is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.9% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
Oh, it's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mctoon.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the curve naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold
to.
on. I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live.
Yeah, 1 second, 1 second. Oh, what's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go.
Maybe you did.
Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because
it?
I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that go and explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometres up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens is on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see, if you want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. And I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
I have evidence.
It's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his. And it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right, well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God! Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my
Because
God.
all the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down
Guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well then
so
leave.
come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
On
you can
anything,
come.
yeah. If you're 100% sure on anything, yeah, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced
That is
yourself.
propaganda that's
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from video footage taken from a height of just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon. Which
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out that you
someone's
don't know. But,
someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Sure he's a guy? Are you
there
sure
is a
he's
clip.
$99.99.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me speak.
Are you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what he's talking about.
Convinced.
Exactly.
But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't read evidence. You won't. You are in a position. Guys, is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No, he said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're okay. Which means by definition you're not scientific about this. And not honest
your
about
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah.
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man.
Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, knock yourself out. Let's have
stream.
people hear this because real ones will know. So.
Okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
Label it 100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again sometime because what I haven't got is just loads of abuse from you guys. Just so I haven't abused you, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just
bring some measurements, please.
Let us know when you're.
Yeah, well, I did. I brought Mage. But anyway, look, I really have to go, guys.
Mage is not a direct measurement.
Are you 100% sure about this abuse thing?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're recording?
Yeah, are you 100% sure of abuse?
Am I 100% sure recording? I tell you what, that shows you. I came into a Discord. I came into a Discord one time, recorded a whole conversation, and then found out I hadn't pressed record. So I thought I had. I was wrong. I have this time, I hope.
You spend that long around flat earthers and didn't get paid for it.
Man.
I don't know. Right, I'm going. See you again, guys. Bye-bye.
You do forget.
Take care.
We are on YouTube.
Yeah, they don't know this.
Always catch it there.